1. The King of Love. Once upon a time there was a man with 3 daughters, who earned his living by gathering wild herbs. One day he took his youngest daughter with him. They came to a garden and began to gather vegetables. The daughter saw a fine radish and began to pull it up when suddenly a Turk appeared and said, "Why have you opened my master's door? You must come in now, and he will decide on your punishment." They went down into the ground, more dead than alive, and when they were seated they saw a green bird come in and bathe in a pan of milk, then dry itself, and become a handsome youth. He said to the Turk, "What do these persons want?" "Your worship," they pulled up a radish, and opened the door of the cave. "How did we know," said the father, "that this was your excellency's house?" "My daughter saw a fine radish, it pleased her, and she pulled it up." "Well, if that's the case," said the master, "your daughter shall stay here as my wife. Take this sack of gold and go. When you want to see your daughter, come and make yourself at home." The father took leave of his daughter and went away. When the master was alone with her, he said, "You see, Rosella, Rusida, you are now mistress here," and gave her all the keys. She was perfectly happy, literally, was happy to the hairs of her head. One day, while the green bird was away, her sisters took it into their heads to visit her, and asked her about her husband. Rosella said she did not know, for he had made her promise not to try to find out who he was. Her sisters, however, persuaded her, and when the bird returned and became a man, Rosella put on a downcast air. "What is the matter?" asked her husband. "Nothing." "You had better tell me." She let him question her a while, and at last said, "Well, then, if you want to know why I am out of sorts, it is because I wish to know your name." Her husband told her that it would be the worse for her, but she insisted on knowing his name. So he made her put the gold basins on a chair, and began to bathe his feet. "Rosella, do you really want to know my name?" "Yes." And the water came up to his waist, for he had become a bird, and had got into the basin. Then he asked her the same question again, and again she answered yes, and the water was up to his mouth. "Rosella, do you really want to know my name?" "Yes, yes, yes." "Then know that I am called the King of Love." And saying this he disappeared, and the basins and the palace disappeared likewise, and Rosella found herself alone out in an open plain, without a soul to help her. She called her servants, but no one answered her. Then she said, "Since my husband has disappeared, I must wander about alone and forlorn to seek him." The poor woman, who expected before long to become a mother, began her wanderings, and at night arrived at another lonely plain. Then she felt her heart sink, and, not knowing what to do, she cried out, "Ah, King of Love! You did it, and said it. You disappeared from me in a golden basin. And who will shelter tonight? This poor unfortunate one?" When she had uttered these words an ogress appeared and said, "Ah, wretch, how dare you go about seeking my nephew?" and was going to eat her up, but she took pity on her miserable state, and gave her shelter for the night. The next morning she gave her a piece of bread, and said, "We are 7 sisters, all ogresses, and the worst of all is your mother-in-law, look out for her." To be brief, the poor girl wandered about 6 days, and met all 6 of the ogresses, who treated her in the same way. The 7th day, in great distress, she uttered her usual lament, and the sister of the King of Love appeared and said, "Rosella, while my mother is out, come up," and she lowered the braids of her hair, and pulled her up. Then she gave her something to eat, and told her how to seize and pinch her mother until she cried out, "Let me alone for the sake of my son, the King of Love." Rosella did as she was told, but the ogress was so angry she was going to eat her. But her daughters threatened to abandon her if she did. "Well, then, I will write a letter, and Rosella must carry it to my friend." Poor Rosella was disheartened when she saw the letter, and, descending, found herself in the midst of a plain. She uttered her usual complaint, when the King of Love appeared, and said, "You see, your curiosity has brought you to this point." Poor thing! When she saw him, she began to cry, and begged his pardon for what she had done. He took pity on her, and said, "Now listen to what you must do. On your way you will come to a river of blood. You must bend down and take some up in your hands, and say, 'How beautiful is this crystal water! Such water as this I have never drunk.' Then you will come to another stream of turbid water, and do the same there. Then you will find yourself in a garden where there is a great quantity of fruit. Pick some and eat it, saying, 'What fine pears! I have never eaten such pears as these.' Afterward, you will come to an oven that bakes bread day and night, and no one buys any. When you come there, say, 'Oh, what fine bread! Bread like this I have never eaten,' and eat some. Then you will come to an entrance guarded by 2 hungry dogs. Give them a piece of bread to eat. Then you will come to a doorway all dirty and full of cobwebs. Take a broom and sweep it clean. Halfway up the stairs you will find 2 giants, each with a dirty piece of meat by his side. Take a brush and clean it for them. When you have entered the house, you will find a razor, a pair of scissors, and a knife. Take something and polish them. When you have done this, go in and deliver your letter to my mother's friend. When she wants to make you enter, snatch up a little box on the table, and run away. Take care to do all the things I have told you, or else you will never escape alive." Rosella did as she was told, and while the ogress was reading the letter, Rosella seized the box and ran for her life. When the ogress had finished reading her letter, she called, "Rosella! Rosella!" When she received no answer, she perceived that she had been betrayed, and cried out, "Razor, scissors, knife, cut her in pieces." They answered, "As long as we have been razor, scissors, and knife, when did you ever deign to polish us?" Rosella came and brightened us up. The ogress, enraged, exclaimed, "Stairs, swallow her up! As long as I have been stairs, when did you ever deign to sweep me?" Rosella came and swept me. The ogress cried in a passion, "Giants, crush her! As long as we have been giants, when did you ever deign to clean our food for us?" Rosella came and did it. Then the furious ogress called on the entrance to bury her alive, the dogs to devour her, the furnace to burn her, the fruit tree to fall on her, and the rivers to drown her, but they all remembered Rosella's kindness, and refused to injure her. Meanwhile Rosella continued her way, and at last became curious to know what was in the box she was carrying. So she opened it, and a great quantity of little puppets came out. Some danced, some sang, and some played on musical instruments. She amused herself some time with them, but when she was ready to go on, the little figures would not return to the box. Night approached, and she exclaimed, as she had so often before, "Ah, King of Love, etc." Then her husband appeared and said, "Oh, your curiosity will be the death of you," and commanded the puppets to enter the box again. Then Rosella went her way, and arrived safely at her mother-in-law's. When the ogress saw her, she exclaimed, "You owe this luck to my son, the King of Love," and was going to devour poor Rosella, but her daughters said, "Poor child! She has brought you the box, why do you want to eat her? Well and good. You want to marry my son, the King of Love, then take these 6 mattresses, and go and fill them with birds' feathers." Rosella descended, and began to wander about, uttering her usual lament. When her husband appeared, Rosella told him what had happened. He whistled, and the king of the birds appeared, and commanded all the birds to come and drop their feathers, fill the 6 beds, and carry them back to the ogress, who again said that her son had helped Rosella. However, she went and made up her son's bed with the 6 mattresses, and that very day she made him marry the daughter of the King of Portugal. Then she called Rosella, and, telling her that her son was married, bade her kneel before the nuptial bed, holding 2 lighted torches. Rosella obeyed, but soon the King of Love, under the plea that Rosella was not in a condition to hold the torches any longer, persuaded his bride to change places with her. Just as the queen took the torches in her hands, the earth opened and swallowed her up, and the king remained happy with Rosella. When the ogress heard what had happened, she clasped her hands over her head, and declared that Rosella's child should not be born until she unclasped her hands. Then the King of Love had a catafalque erected, and stretched himself on it as though he were dead, and had all the bells tolled, and made the people cry, "How did the King of Love die?" The ogress heard it, and asked, "What is that noise?" Her daughters told her that their brother was dead from her fault. When the ogress heard this, she unclasped her hands, saying, "How did my son die?" At that moment Rosella's child was born. When the ogress heard it, she burst a blood vessel in her heart, and died. Then the King of Love took his wife and sisters, and they remained happy and contented. Note 1. There is another version of this story in Petra, number 281, entitled, The Crystal King, which resembles more closely the classic myth. A father marries the youngest of his 3 daughters to a cavalier, the enchanted son of a king, who comes to his wife at night only. The cavalier once permits his wife to visit her sisters, and they learn from her that she has never seen her husband's face. The eldest gives her a wax candle, and tells her to light it when her husband is asleep, and then she can see him and tell them what he is like. She did so, and beheld at her side a handsome youth, but while she was gazing at him some of the melted wax fell on his nose. He awoke, crying, "Treason! Treason!" and drove his wife from the house. On her wanderings she meets a hermit, and tells him her story. He advises her to have made a pair of iron shoes, and when she has worn them out in her travels she will come to a palace where they will give her shelter, and where she will find her husband. The remainder of the story is of no interest here. In the second class of stories belonging to this myth, it is the curiosity of the husband which is punished, the best-known example of this class, out of Italy, being the beautiful French legend of Melusina. A Sicilian story in Gonzenbach, number 16, the story of the merchant's son Peppino, is a very close counterpart of the King of Love, above given. Peppino is wrecked on a rock in the sea, the rock opens, fair maidens come out and conduct Peppino to a beautiful castle in the cave. There a maiden visits him at night only. After a time Peppino wishes to see his parents, and his wife allows him to depart, with the promise to return at a certain date. His parents, after hearing his story, give him a candle with which to see his wife. Everything happens as in the first story, the castle disappears, and Peppino finds himself on the top of a snow-covered mountain. He recovers his wife only after the lapse of many years and the accomplishment of many difficult tasks. The third class, generally known by the title of Beauty and the Beast, is best represented by a story from Monteil, near Pistoia, called 2. Zelinda and the Monster. There was once a poor man who had 3 daughters, and as the youngest was the fairest and most civil, and had the best disposition, her other 2 sisters envied her with a deadly envy, although her father, on the contrary, loved her dearly. It happened that in a neighboring town, in the month of January, there was a great fair, and that poor man was obliged to go there to lay in the provisions necessary for the support of his family, and before departing he asked his 3 daughters if they would like some small presents in proportion, you understand, to his means. Rosina wished a dress, Marietta asked him for a shawl, but Zelinda was satisfied with a handsome rose. The poor man set out on his journey early the next day, and when he arrived at the fair quickly bought what he needed, and afterward easily found Rosina's dress and Marietta's shawl, but at that season he could not find a rose for his Zelinda, although he took great pains in looking everywhere for one. However, anxious to please his dear Zelinda, he took the first road he came to, and after journeying a while arrived at a handsome garden enclosed by high walls, but as the gate was partly open he entered softly. He found the garden filled with every kind of flowers and plants, and in a corner was a tall rosebush full of beautiful rosebuds. Wherever he looked no living soul appeared from whom he might ask a rose as a gift or for money, so the poor man, without thinking, stretched out his hand, and picked a rose for his Zelinda. "Mercy! Scarcely had he pulled the flower from the stalk when there arose a great noise, and flames darted from the earth, and all at once there appeared a terrible monster with the figure of a dragon, and hissed with all his might, and cried out, enraged at that poor Christian, rash man. "What have you done? Now you must die at once, for you have had the audacity to touch and destroy my rosebush." The poor man, more than half dead with terror, began to weep and beg for mercy on his knees, asking pardon for the fault he had committed, and told why he had picked the rose, and then he added, "Let me depart, I have a family, and if I am killed they will go to destruction." But the monster, more wicked than ever, responded, "Listen, one must die. Either bring me the girl that asked for the rose, or I will kill you this very moment." It was impossible to move him by prayers or lamentations. The monster persisted in his decision, and did not let the poor man go until he had sworn to bring him there in the garden his daughter Zelinda. Imagine how downhearted that poor man returned home. He gave his oldest daughters their presents and Zelinda her rose, but his face was distorted and as white as though he had arisen from the dead, so that the girls, in terror, asked him what had happened and whether he had met with any misfortune. They were urgent, and at last the poor man, weeping bitterly, related the misfortunes of that unhappy journey and on what condition he had been able finally to return home. In short, he exclaimed, "Either Zelinda or I must be eaten alive by the monster." Then the two sisters emptied the vials of their wrath on Zelinda. "Just see," they said, "that affected, capricious girl. She shall go to the monster. She who wanted roses at this season. No, indeed. Papa must stay with us. The stupid creature." At all these taunts Zelinda, without growing angry, simply said, "It is right that the one who has caused the misfortune should pay for it. I will go to the monsters. Yes, Papa, take me to the garden, and the Lord's will be done." The next day Zelinda and her sorrowful father began their journey and at nightfall arrived at the garden gate. When they entered they saw as usual no one, but they beheld a lordly palace all lighted and the doors wide open. When the two travellers entered the vestibule, suddenly 4 marble statues, with lighted torches in their hands, descended from their pedestals and accompanied them up the stairs to a large hall where a table was lavishly spread. The travellers, who were very hungry, sat down and began to eat without ceremony, and when they had finished, the same statues conducted them to 2 handsome chambers for the night. Zelinda and her father were so weary that they slept like dormice all night. At daybreak Zelinda and her father arose, and were served with everything for breakfast by invisible hands. Then they descended to the garden, and began to seek the monster. When they came to the rosebush he appeared in all his frightful ugliness. Zelinda, on seeing him, became pale with fear, and her limbs trembled, but the monster regarded her attentively with his great fiery eyes, and afterward said to the poor man, "Very well, you have kept your word, and I am satisfied. Now depart and leave me alone here with the young girl." At this command the old man thought he should die, and Zelinda, too, stood there half stupefied and her eyes full of tears, but entreaties were of no avail. The monster remained as obdurate as a stone, and the poor man was obliged to depart, leaving his dear Zelinda in the monster's power. When the monster was alone with Zelinda he began to caress her, and make loving speeches to her, and managed to appear quite civil. There was no danger of his forgetting her, and he saw that she wanted nothing, and every day, talking with her in the garden, he asked her, "Do you love me, Zelinda? Will you be my wife?" The young girl always answered him in the same way, "I like you, sir, but I will never be your wife." Then the monster appeared very sorrowful, and redoubled his caresses and attentions, and, sighing deeply, said, "But you see, Zelinda, if you should marry me wonderful things would happen. What they are I cannot tell you until you will be my wife." Zelinda, although in her heart not dissatisfied with that beautiful place and with being treated like a queen, still did not feel at all like marrying the monster, because he was too ugly and looked like a beast, and always answered his requests in the same manner. One day, however, the monster called Zelinda in haste, and said, "Listen, Zelinda, if you do not consent to marry me, it is fated that your father must die. He is ill and near the end of his life, and you will not be able even to see him again. See whether I am telling you the truth." And drawing out an enchanted mirror, the monster showed Zelinda her father on his deathbed. At that spectacle Zelinda, in despair and half mad with grief, cried, "Oh, save my father, for mercy's sake! Let me be able to embrace him once more before he dies. Yes, yes, I promise you I will be your faithful and constant wife, and that without delay. But save my father from death." Scarcely had Zelinda uttered these words when suddenly the monster was transformed into a very handsome youth. Zelinda was astounded by this unexpected change, and the young man took her by the hand, and said, "Know, dear Zelinda, that I am the son of the King of the Oranges. An old witch, touching me, changed me into the terrible monster I was, and condemned me to be hidden in this rosebush until a beautiful girl consented to become my wife." The remainder of the story has no interest here. Zelinda and her husband strive to obtain his parents' consent to his marriage. They refuse, and the young couple run away from the royal palace and fall into the power of an ogre and his wife, from whom they at last escape. A characteristic trait of this class of stories is omitted in the above version, but found in a number of others. In a Sicilian version, Petra, number 39, the Empress Rosina, the monster permits Rosina to visit her family, but warns her that if she does not return at the end of 9 days he will die. He gives her a ring, the stone of which will grow black in that event. The 9 days pass unheeded, and when Rosina looks at her ring it is as black as pitch. She returns in haste, and finds the monster writhing in the last agony under the rosebush. For days she rubbed him with some ointment she found in the palace, and the monster recovered. As in the last story, he resumes his shape when Rosina consents to marry him. In one of Petra's variants, the monster allows Elizabeth to visit her dying father, if she will promise not to tear her hair. When her father dies she forgets, in her grief, her promise, and tears out her hair. When she returns to the palace the monster has disappeared. She seeks him, exclaiming, "Fierce animal mine! If I find thee alive, I will marry thee although an animal." She finds him at last, and he resumes his form. The fourth class consists of stories more or less distantly connected with the first and third classes above mentioned, and which turn on the heroine's separation from, and search after, her lost husband, usually an animal in form. The example we have selected from this class is from Venice, Bernoni, 17, and is as follows. 3. King Bean. There was once an old man who had 3 daughters. One day the youngest called her father into her room, and requested him to go to King Bean and ask him whether he wished her for his wife. The poor old man said, "You want me to go, but what shall I do? I have never been there." "No matter," she answered, "I wish you to obey me and go." Then he started on his way, and asked, for he did not know, where the king lived, and they pointed out the palace to him. When he was in the king's presence he said, "Your Majesty's servant." The king replied, "What do you want of me, my good old man?" Then he told him that his daughter was in love with him, and wanted to marry him. The king answered, "How can she be in love with me when she has never seen or known me? She is killing herself with weeping, and cannot stand it much longer." The king replied, "Here is a white handkerchief, let her dry her tears with it." The old man took back the handkerchief and the message to his daughter, who said, "Well, after 3 or 4 days you must go back again, and tell him that I will kill myself or hang myself if he will not marry me." The old man went back, and said to the king, "Your Majesty, do me the favor to marry my daughter, if not, she will make a great spectacle of herself." The king replied, "Behold how many handsome portraits I have here, and how many beautiful young girls I have, and not one of them suits me." The old man said, "She told me also to say to you that if you did not marry her she would kill herself or hang herself." Then the king gave him a knife and a rope, and said, here is a knife if she wants to kill herself, and here is a rope if she wants to hang herself. The old man bore this message back to his daughter, who told her father that he must go back to the king again, and not leave him until he obtained his consent. The old man returned once more, and, falling on his knees before the king, said, "Do me this great favor, take my daughter for your wife, do not say no, for the poor girl is beside herself." The king answered, "Rise, good old man, and I will consent, for I am sorry for your long journeys. But hear what your daughter must do first. She must prepare 3 vessels, one of milk and water, one of milk, and one of rose water. And here is a bean. When she wants to speak with me, let her go out on the balcony and open the bean, and I will come." The old man returned home this time more satisfied, and told his daughter what she must do. She prepared the 3 vessels as directed, and then opened the bean on the balcony, and saw at once something flying from a distance towards her. It flew into the room by the balcony, and entered the vessel of water and milk to bathe, then it hastened into the vessel of milk, and finally into that containing the rose water. And then there came out the handsomest youth that was ever seen, and made love to the young girl. Afterward, when they were tired of their love-making, he bade her good night, and flew away. After a time, when her sisters saw that she was always shut up in her room, the oldest said, "Why does she shut herself up in her room all the time?" The other sister replied, "Because she has King Bean, who is making love to her." The oldest said, "Wait until she goes to church, and then we will see what there is in her room." One day the youngest locked her door, and went to church. Then the 2 sisters broke open the door, and saw the 3 vessels prepared, and said, "This is the vessel in which the king goes to bathe." The oldest said, "Let us go down into the store, and get some broken glass, and put a little in each of the 3 vessels, and when the king bathes in them, the glass will pierce him and cut all his body." They did so, and then left the room looking as it did first. When the youngest sister returned, she went to her room, and wished to talk with her husband. She opened the balcony, and then she opened the bean, and saw at once her husband come flying from a distance, with his arms open to embrace her. He flew on to the balcony, and threw himself into the vessel of milk and water, and the pieces of glass pierced his body. Then he entered the vessel of milk and that of rose water, and his body was filled with the fragments of glass. When he came out of the rose water, he flew away. Then his wife hastened out on the balcony, and saw a streak of blood wherever he had flown. Then she looked into the vessels, and saw all 3 full of blood, and cried, "I have been betrayed! I have been betrayed!" She called her father, and told him that she had been betrayed by her sisters, and that she wished to go away and see whether she could cure her husband. She departed, and had not gone far when she found herself in a forest. There she saw a little house, with a little bit of a door, at which she knocked, and heard a voice saying, "Are you Christians?" She replied, "Yes." Then the door opened, and she saw a holy hermit, who said, "Blessed one, how did you get here? In a moment the witches will come who might bewitch you." She replied, "Father, I am seeking King Bean, who is ill." The hermit said, "I know nothing about him. Climb that tree, the witches will soon come, and you will learn something from them. If you want anything afterward, come to me, and I will give it to you." When she was up the tree, she heard a loud noise and the words, "Here we are. Here we are," and all the witches run and seat themselves on the ground in the midst of the forest, and begin to say, "The cripple is not here. Where has that cursed cripple gone?" Someone answered, "Here she is coming." Another said, "You cursed cripple, where have you been?" The cripple answered, "Be still, I will tell you now. But wait a moment until I shake this tree to see whether there is anyone in it." The poor girl held on firmly so as not to fall down. After she had shaken it, this cripple said to her companions, "Do you want me to tell you something? King Bean has only 2 hours to live." Another witch said, "What is the matter with him?" The cripple answered, "He had a wife, and she put some broken glass in the 3 vessels, and he filled his body with it. Another witch asked, "Is there nothing that can cure him?" The cripple replied, "It is very difficult." Another said, "What would be necessary?" The cripple said, "Listen to what it needs. One of us must be killed, and her blood put in a kettle, and have added to it the blood of one of these doves flying about here. When this blood is well mixed, it must be heated, and with this blood the whole body of the king must be anointed. Another thing yet is necessary. Under the stone you see there is a flask of water. The stone must be removed, a bottle of the water must be poured over the king, and all the bits of glass will come out of him, and in 5 minutes he will be safe and sound." Then the witches ate and drank until they were intoxicated and tired, and then threw themselves down on the ground to sleep. When the young girl saw that they were asleep, she descended quietly from the tree, knocked at the hermit's door, told him what the witches had said, and asked him for a kettle, knife, and bottle. He gave them to her, and caught a dove, which he killed, bled, and put the blood in a kettle. The young girl did not know which one of the witches to kill, but finally she decided to kill the cripple who had spoken, and put her blood in the kettle. Afterward she lifted the stone, found the flask of water, and filled her bottle with it. She then returned to the hermit, and told him all she had done. He gave her a physician's dress, which she put on, and went to the palace of King Bean. There she asked the guards to let her pass, for she was going, she said, to see about curing the king. The guards refused at first, but, seeing her so confident, allowed her to enter. The king's mother went to her at once and said, "My good physician, if you can cure my son, you shall mount the throne, and I will give you my crown." "I have come in haste from a distance," said the physician, "and will cure him." Then the physician went to the kitchen, put the kettle on the fire, and afterward entered the room of the king, who had but a few minutes to live, anointed his whole body with the blood, and then poured the bottle of water all over him. Then the glass came out of his body, and in 5 minutes he was safe and sound. The king said, "Here, physician, is my crown. I wish to put it on your head." The physician answered, "How did your majesty come to have this slight trouble?" The king said, "On account of my wife. I went to make love to her, and she prepared for me 3 vessels of water and milk, and of rose water, and put broken glass in them, so that I had my body full of it." Said the physician, "See whether it was your wife who worked you this treason. Could it not have been someone else?" "That is impossible," said the king, "for no one entered her room." "And what would you do," said the physician, "if you had her now in your hands?" "I would kill her with a knife." "You are right," said the physician, "because, if it is true that she has acted thus, she deserves nothing but death." Then the physician said he must depart, but the king's mother said, "No, no. It shall never be said that after saving my son's life you went away. Here you are, and here I wish you to stay, and, on account of the promise I made you, I wish my crown to come upon your head." "I want but one thing," said the physician. "Command, doctor, only say what you desire." "I wish the king to write on the palm of one of my hands my name and surname, and on the other his name and surname." The king did so, and the physician said, "Now I am going to make some visits, then I will return." Instead of returning, the pretended physician went to her own home, and threw away the water and milk in the 3 vessels, and put in other pure water and milk and rose water. Then she went out on the balcony, and opened the bean. The king, who felt his heart opened, seized his dagger, and hastened to his wife to kill her. When she saw the dagger, she raised her hands, and the king beheld his name and hers. Then he threw his dagger away, bathed in the 3 vessels, and then threw his arms about his wife's neck, and exclaimed, "If you are the one who did me so much harm, you are also the one who cured me." She answered, "It was not I. I was betrayed by my sisters." "If that is so," said he, "come at once to my parents' house, and we will be married there." When she arrived at the king's palace, she related everything to his parents, and showed them her hands with her name and surname. Then the king's parents embraced her, and gave her a wedding, and she and the king loved each other as long as they lived. The next class to which we shall direct our attention is the one in which jealous relatives, usually envious sisters or mother-in-law, steal a mother's newborn children, who are exposed and afterwards rescued and brought up far from their home by some childless person, or the mother is accused of having devoured them, and is repudiated or punished, and finally delivered and restored to her former position by her children, who are discovered by their father. The following story, belonging to this class, is from Petra, number 36, slightly condensed. 4. The Dancing Water, the Singing Apple, and the Speaking Bird. The title of the original is Li Figi di Lu Cavula Sideru, the Herb Gatherer's Daughters. There was once an herb gatherer who had 3 daughters who earned their living by spinning. One day their father died and left them all alone in the world. Now the king had a habit of going about the streets at night, and listening at the doors to hear what the people said of him. One night he listened at the door of the house where the 3 sisters lived, and heard them disputing about something. The oldest said, "If I were the wife of the royal butler, I would give the whole court to drink out of 1 glass of water, and there would be some left." The second said, "If I were the wife of the keeper of the royal wardrobe, with 1 piece of cloth I would clothe all the attendants, and have some left." The youngest said, "Were I the king's wife, I would bear him 3 children, 2 sons with apples in their hands, and a daughter with a star on her brow." The king went back to his palace, and the next morning sent for the sisters, and said to them, "Do not be frightened, but tell me what you said last night." The oldest told him what she had said, and the king had a glass of water brought, and commanded her to prove her words. She took the glass, and gave all the attendants to drink, and there was some water left. "Bravo!" cried the king, and summoned the butler. "This is your husband." "Now it is your turn," said the king to the next sister, and commanded a piece of cloth to be brought, and the young girl at once cut out garments for all the attendants, and had some cloth left. "Bravo!" cried the king again, and gave her the keeper of the wardrobe for her husband. "Now it is your turn," said the king to the youngest. "Your Majesty, I said that were I the king's wife, I would bear him 3 children, 2 sons with apples in their hands, and a daughter with a star on her brow." The king replied, "If that is true, you shall be queen, if not, you shall die," and straightway he married her. Very soon the 2 older sisters began to be envious of the youngest. "Look," said they, "she is going to be queen, and we must be servants," and they began to hate her. A few months before the queen's children were to be born, the king declared war, and was obliged to depart, but he left word that if the queen had 3 children, 2 sons with apples in their hands, and a girl with a star on her brow, the mother was to be respected as queen; if not, he was to be informed of it, and would tell his servants what to do. Then he departed for the war. When the queen's children were born, as she had promised, the envious sisters bribed the nurse to put little dogs in the place of the queen's children, and sent word to the king that his wife had given birth to 3 puppies. He wrote back that she should be taken care of for 2 weeks, and then put into a treadmill. Meanwhile the nurse took the little babies, and carried them out of doors, saying, "I will make the dogs eat them up," and she left them alone. While they were thus exposed, 3 fairies passed by and exclaimed, "Oh, how beautiful these children are!" And one of the fairies said, "What present shall we make these children?" One answered, "I will give them a deer to nurse them." "And I a purse always full of money." "And I," said the third fairy, "will give them a ring which will change color when any misfortune happens to one of them." The deer nursed and took care of the children until they grew up. Then the fairy who had given them the deer came and said, "Now that you have grown up, how can you stay here any longer?" "Very well," said one of the brothers, "I will go to the city and hire a house." "Take care," said the deer, "that you hire one opposite the royal palace." So they all went to the city and hired a palace as directed, and furnished it as if they had been royal personages. When the aunt saw these 3 youths, imagine their terror. "They are alive," they said. They could not be mistaken, for there were the apples in their hands, and the star on the girl's brow. They called the nurse and said to her, "Nurse, what does this mean? Are our nephews and niece alive?" The nurse watched at the window until she saw the two brothers go out, and then she went over as if to make a visit to the new house. She entered and said, "What is the matter, my daughter? How do you do? Are you perfectly happy? You lack nothing. But do you know what is necessary to make you really happy? It is the dancing water. If your brothers love you, they will get it for you." She remained a moment longer and then departed. When one of the brothers returned, his sister said to him, "Ah, my brother, if you love me, go and get me the dancing water." He consented, and next morning saddled a fine horse and departed. On his way he met a hermit, who asked him, "Where are you going, cavalier?" "I am going for the dancing water." "You are going to your death, my son, but keep on until you find a hermit older than I." He continued his journey until he met another hermit, who asked him the same question and gave him the same direction. Finally he met a third hermit, older than the other two, with a white beard that came down to his feet, who gave him the following directions: "You must climb yonder mountain. On top of it you will find a great plain and a house with a beautiful gate. Before the gate you will see 4 giants with swords in their hands. Take heed, do not make a mistake, for if you do that is the end of you. When the giants have their eyes closed, do not enter; when they have their eyes open, enter. Then you will come to a door. If you find it open, do not enter; if you find it shut, push it open and enter. Then you will find 4 lions. When they have their eyes shut, do not enter; when their eyes are open, enter, and you will see the dancing water." The youth took leave of the hermit and hastened on his way. Meanwhile, the sister kept looking at the ring constantly to see whether the stone in it changed color, but as it did not, she remained undisturbed. A few days after leaving the hermit, the youth arrived at the top of the mountain and saw the palace with the 4 giants before it. They had their eyes shut, and the door was open. "No," said the youth, "that won't do." And so he remained on the lookout a while. When the giants opened their eyes and the door closed, he entered, waited until the lions opened their eyes, and passed in. There he found the dancing water, and filled his bottles with it, and escaped when the lions again opened their eyes. The aunts, meanwhile, were delighted because their nephew did not return, but in a few days he appeared and embraced his sister. Then they had 2 golden basins made, and put into them the dancing water, which leaped from one basin to the other. When the aunts saw it they exclaimed, "Ah! How did he manage to get that water?" and called the nurse, who again waited until the sister was alone, and then visited her. "You see," said she, "how beautiful the dancing water is. But do you know what you want now? The singing apple." Then she departed. When the brother who had brought the dancing water returned, his sister said to him, "If you love me you must get for me the singing apple." "Yes, my sister, I will go and get it." Next morning he mounted his horse and set out. After a time he met the first hermit, who sent him to an older one. He asked the youth where he was going, and said, "It is a difficult task to get the singing apple, but hear what you must do: climb the mountain, beware of the giants, the door, and the lions, then you will find a little door and a pair of shears in it. If the shears are open, enter; if closed, do not risk it." The youth continued his way, found the palace, entered, and found everything favorable. When he saw the shears open, he went in a room and saw a wonderful tree, on top of which was an apple. He climbed up and tried to pick the apple, but the top of the tree swayed now this way, now that. He waited until it was still a moment, seized the branch, and picked the apple. He succeeded in getting safely out of the palace, mounted his horse, and rode home, and all the time he was carrying the apple it kept making a sound. The aunts were again delighted because their nephew was so long absent, but when they saw him return, they felt as though the house had fallen on them. Again they summoned the nurse, and again she visited the young girl, and said, "See how beautiful they are, the dancing water and the singing apple. But should you see the speaking bird, there would be nothing left for you to see." "Very well," said the young girl, "we will see whether my brother will get it for me." When her brother came, she asked him for the speaking bird, and he promised to get it for her. He met, as usual on his journey, the first hermit, who sent him to the second, who sent him on to a third one, who said to him, "Climb the mountain and enter the palace. You will find many statues. Then you will come to a garden, in the midst of which is a fountain, and on the basin is the speaking bird. If it should say anything to you, do not answer. Pick a feather from the bird's wing, dip it into a jar you will find there, and anoint all the statues. Keep your eyes open, and all will go well." The youth already knew well the way, and soon was in the palace. He found the garden and the bird, which, as soon as it saw him, exclaimed, "What is the matter, noble sir? Have you come for me? You have missed it. Your aunts have sent you to your death, and you must remain here. Your mother has been sent to the treadmill." "My mother in the treadmill," cried the youth, and scarcely were the words out of his mouth when he became a statue like all the others. When the sister looked at her ring, she saw that it had changed its color to blue. "Ah!" she exclaimed, and sent her other brother after the first. Everything happened to him as to the first. He met the three hermits, received his instructions, and soon found himself in the palace, where he discovered the garden with the statues, the fountain, and the speaking bird. Meanwhile the aunts, who saw that both their nephews were missing, were delighted, and the sister, on looking at her ring, saw that it had become clear again. Now when the speaking bird saw the youth appear in the garden, it said to him, "What has become of your brother? Your mother has been sent to the treadmill." "Alas, my mother in the treadmill!" And when he had spoken these words, he became a statue. The sister looked at her ring, and it had become black. Poor child! Not having anything else to do, she dressed herself like a page and set out. Like her brothers, she met the three hermits, and received their instructions. The third concluded thus, "Beware, for if you answer when the bird speaks you will lose your life." She continued her way, followed exactly the hermit's directions, and reached the garden in safety. When the bird saw her, it exclaimed, "Ah! You here, too? Now you will meet the same fate as your brothers. Do you see them? 1, 2, and you make 3. Your father is at the war. Your mother is in the treadmill. Your aunts are rejoicing." She did not reply, but let the bird sing on. When it had nothing more to say, it flew down, and the young girl caught it, pulled a feather from its wing, dipped it into the jar, and anointed her brother's nostrils, and they at once came to life again. Then she did the same with all the other statues, with the lions and the giants, until all became alive again. Then she departed with her brothers, and all the noblemen, princes, barons, and kings' sons rejoiced greatly. Now when they had all come to life again, the palace disappeared, and the hermits disappeared, for they were the three fairies. The day after the brothers and sister reached the city where they lived, they summoned a goldsmith, and had him make a gold chain, and fasten the bird with it. The next time the aunts looked out, they saw in the window of the palace opposite the dancing water, the singing apple, and the speaking bird. "Well," said they, "the real trouble is coming now." The bird directed the brothers and sister to procure a carriage finer than the king's, with 24 attendants, and to have the service of their palace, cooks and servants, more numerous and better than the king's. All of which the brothers did at once. And when the aunts saw these things, they were ready to die of rage. At last the king returned from the war, and his subjects told him all the news of the kingdom, and the thing they talked about the least was his wife and children. One day the king looked out of the window and saw the palace opposite furnished in a magnificent manner. "Who lives there?" he asked, but no one could answer him. he looked again and saw the brothers and sister, the former with the apples in their hands, and the latter with the star on her brow. Gracious! If I did not know that my wife had given birth to 3 puppies, I should say that those were my children, exclaimed the king. Another day he stood by the window and enjoyed the dancing water and the singing apple, but the bird was silent. After the king had heard all the music, the bird said, "What does your majesty think of it?" The king was astonished at hearing the speaking bird, and answered, "What should I think? It is marvelous." "There is something more marvelous," said the bird, "just wait." Then the bird told his mistress to call her brothers, and said, "There is the king, let us invite him to dinner on Sunday." "Shall we not?" "Yes, yes," they all said. So the king was invited and accepted, and on Sunday the bird had a grand dinner prepared, and the king came. When he saw the young people, he clapped his hands and said, "I cannot persuade myself, they seem my children." He went over the palace and was astonished at its richness. Then they went to dinner, and while they were eating the king said, "Bird, every one is talking, you alone are silent." "Ah, Your Majesty, I am ill, but next Sunday I shall be well and able to talk, and will come and dine at your palace with this lady and these gentlemen." The next Sunday the bird directed his mistress and her brothers to put on their finest clothes, so they dressed in royal style and took the bird with them. The king showed them through his palace and treated them with the greatest ceremony. The aunts were nearly dead with fear. When they had seated themselves at the table, the king said, "Come, bird, you promised me you would speak, have you nothing to say?" Then the bird began and related all that had happened from the time the king had listened at the door until his poor wife had been sent to the treadmill. Then the bird added, "These are your children, and your wife was sent to the mill, and is dying." When the king heard all this, he hastened to embrace his children, and then went to find his poor wife, who was reduced to skin and bones, and was at the point of death. He knelt before her and begged her pardon, and then summoned her sisters and the nurse, and when they were in his presence he said to the bird, "Bird, you who have told me everything, now pronounce their sentence." Then the bird sentenced the nurse to be thrown out of the window, and the sisters to be cast into a cauldron of boiling oil. This was at once done. The king was never tired of embracing his wife. Then the bird departed, and the king and his wife and children lived together in peace. Note 2. We next pass to the class of stories in which children are promised by their parents to witches or the evil one. The children who are thus promised are often unborn, and the promise is made by the parents either to escape some danger with which they are threatened by witch or demon, or in return for money. Sometimes there is a misunderstanding, as in Grimm's story of the handless maiden, where the miller in return for riches promises the evil one to give him what stands behind his mill. The miller supposes his apple tree is meant, but it is his daughter, who happened to be behind the mill when the compact was made. The most usual form of the story in Italian is this: a woman who expects to give birth to a child is seized with a great longing for some herb or fruit, generally parsley, growing in the witch's garden. The witch, ogress, catches her picking it, and only releases her on condition that she shall give her the child after it is born and has reached a definite age. The following Sicilian story from Gonzenbach, number 53, will illustrate this class sufficiently. 5. The Fair Angiola. Once upon a time there were 7 women, neighbors, all of whom were seized with a great longing for some jujubes which only grew in a garden opposite the place where they all lived, and which belonged to a witch. Now this witch had a donkey that watched the garden and told the old witch when anyone entered. The 7 neighbors, however, had such a desire for the jujubes that they entered the garden and threw the donkey some nice soft grass, and while he was eating it they filled their aprons with jujubes and escaped before the witch appeared. This they did several times, until at last the witch noticed that someone had been in her garden, for many of the jujubes were gone. She questioned the donkey, but he had eaten the nice grass and noticed nothing. Then she resolved the 3rd day to remain in the garden herself. In the middle of it was a hole, in which she hid and covered herself with leaves and branches, leaving only one of her long ears sticking out. The 7 neighbors once more went into the garden and began picking jujubes, when one of them noticed the witch's ear sticking out of the leaves and thought it was a mushroom and tried to pick it. Then the witch jumped out of the hole and ran after the women, all of whom escaped but one. The witch was going to eat her, but she begged hard for pardon and promised never to enter the garden again. The witch finally forgave her on the condition that she would give her her child, yet unborn, whether a boy or girl, when it was 7 years old. The poor woman promised in her distress, and the witch let her go. Some time after, the woman had a beautiful little girl whom she named Angiola. When Angiola was 6 years old, her mother sent her to school to learn to sew and knit. On her way to school she had to pass the garden where the witch lived. One day, when she was almost 7, she saw the witch standing in front of her garden. She beckoned to Angiola and gave her some fine fruits and said, "You see, fair Angiola, I am your aunt. Tell your mother you have seen your aunt, and she sends her word not to forget her promise." Angiola went home and told her mother, who was frightened and said to herself, "Ah! The time has come when I must give up my Angiola." Then she said to the child, "When your aunt asks you tomorrow for an answer, tell her you forgot her errand." The next day she told the witch as she was directed. "Very well," she replied, "tell her today, but don't forget." Thus several days passed. The witch was constantly on the watch for Angiola when she went to school and wanted to know her mother's answer, but Angiola always declared that she had forgotten to ask her. One day, however, the witch became angry and said, "Since you are so forgetful, I must give you some token to remind you of your errand." Then she bit Angiola's little finger so hard that she bit a piece out. Angiola went home in tears and showed her mother her finger. "Ah," thought her mother, "there is no help for it. I must give my poor child to the witch, or else she will eat her up in her anger." The next morning, as Angiola was going to school, her mother said to her, "Tell your aunt to do with you as she thinks best." Angiola did so, and the witch said, "Very well, then come with me, for you are mine." So the witch took the fair Angiola with her and led her away to a tower which had no door and but one small window. There Angiola lived with the witch, who treated her very kindly, for she loved her as her own child. When the witch came home after her excursions, she stood under the window and cried, "Angiola, fair Angiola, let down your pretty tresses and pull me up." Now Angiola had beautiful long hair, which she let down and with which she pulled the witch up. Now it happened one day when Angiola had grown to be a large and beautiful maiden, that the king's son went hunting and chanced to come where the tower was. He was astonished at seeing the house without any door, and wondered how the people got in. Just then the old witch returned home, stood under the window, and called, "Angiola, fair Angiola, let down your beautiful tresses and pull me up." Immediately the beautiful tresses fell down, and the witch climbed up by them. This pleased the prince greatly, and he hid himself nearby until the witch went away again. Then he went and stood under the window and called, "Angiola, fair Angiola, let down your beautiful tresses and pull me up." Then Angiola let down her tresses and drew up the prince, for she believed it was the witch. When she saw the prince, she was much frightened at first, but he addressed her in a friendly manner and begged her to fly with him and become his wife. She finally consented, and in order that the witch should not know where she had gone, she gave all the chairs, tables, and cupboards in the house something to eat, for they were all living beings and might betray her. The broom, however, stood behind the door, so she did not notice it, and gave it nothing to eat. Then she took from the witch's chamber 3 magic balls of yarn, and fled with the prince. The witch had a little dog that loved the fair Angiola so dearly that it followed her. Soon after they had fled, the witch came back, and called, "Angiola, fair Angiola, let down your beautiful tresses and draw me up." But the tresses were not let down for all she called, and at last she had to get a long ladder and climb in at the window. When she could not find Angiola, she asked the tables and chairs and cupboards, "Where has she fled?" But they answered, "We do not know." The broom, however, called out from the corner, "The fair Angiola has fled with the king's son, who is going to marry her." Then the witch started in pursuit of them and nearly overtook them. But Angiola threw down behind her one of the magic balls of yarn, and there arose a great mountain of soap. When the witch tried to climb it, she slipped back, but she persevered until at last she succeeded in getting over it, and hastened after the fugitives. Then Angiola threw down the second ball of yarn, and there arose a great mountain covered all over with nails small and large. Again the witch had to struggle hard to cross it. When she did, she was almost flayed. When Angiola saw that the witch had almost overtaken them again, she threw down the third ball, and there arose a mighty torrent. The witch tried to swim across it, but the stream kept increasing in size until she had at last to turn back. Then in her anger she cursed the fair Angiola, saying, "May your beautiful face be turned into the face of a dog," and instantly Angiola's face became a dog's face. The prince was very sorrowful and said, "How can I take you home to my parents? They would never allow me to marry a maiden with a dog's face." So he took her to a little house, where she was to live until the enchantment was removed. He himself returned to his parents, but whenever he went hunting he visited poor Angiola. She often wept bitterly over her misfortunes, until one day the little dog that had followed her from the witches said, "Do not weep, fair Angiola. I will go to the witch and beg her to remove the enchantment." Then the little dog started off and returned to the witch and sprang up on her and caressed her. "Are you here again, you ungrateful beast?" cried the witch, and pushed the dog away. "Did you leave me to follow the ungrateful Angiola?" But the little dog caressed her until she grew friendly again, and took him up on her lap. "Mother," said the little dog, "Angiola sends you greeting. She is very sad, for she cannot go to the palace with her dog's face and cannot marry the prince." "That serves her right," said the witch. "Why did she deceive me? She can keep her dog's face now." But the dog begged her so earnestly, saying that poor Angiola was sufficiently punished, that at last the witch gave the dog a flask of water, and said, "Take that to her, and she will become the fair Angiola again." The dog thanked her, ran off with the flask, and brought it safely to poor Angiola. As soon as she washed in the water, her dog's face disappeared, and she became beautiful again, more beautiful even than she had been before. The prince, full of joy, took her to the palace, and the king and queen were so pleased with her beauty that they welcomed her, and gave her a splendid wedding, and all remained happy and contented. An interesting class of stories is the one in which the heroes are twin brothers, sometimes 3 born at the same time, or a larger number, who are born in some unusual manner, generally in consequence of the mother's partaking of some magic fruit or fish. One of the brothers undertakes some difficult task, liberation of princess, etc., and falls into great danger. The other brother discovers the fact from some sympathetic object and proceeds to rescue him. The following story from Pisa, Comparetti, number 32, will give a good idea of the Italian stories of this class. 6. The Cloud. Once upon a time there was a fisherman who had a wife and many children. Now it happened that the fisherman did not catch any fish for a time and did not know how to support his family. One day he cast his net and drew out a large fish, which began to talk. "Let me go and cast in your net again, and you will catch as many fish as you wish." The fisherman did so, and caught more fish than he remembered to have taken before. But in a few days the fish were gone, and the fisherman cast his net again, and again caught the big fish, which said, "I see clearly that I must die, so kill me now, and cut me into pieces. Give half to the king, a piece to your wife, 1 to your dog, and 1 to your horse. The bones you will tie to the kitchen rafters. Your wife will bear sons, and when anything happens to one of them the fishbone will sweat drops of blood." The fisherman did as he was told, and in due time his wife gave birth to 3 sons, the dog to 3 puppies, and the horse to 3 colts. The boys grew up and went to school and learned much and prospered. One day the oldest said, "I want to go and see a little of the world," and took one of the dogs, one of the horses, and some money, and set out, after receiving his father's and mother's blessing. He arrived at a forest, and there saw a lion, an eagle, and an ant which had found a jests that they wanted to divide among themselves, but could not agree, and so were quarreling. They saw the youth, and called on him to make the division. He was afraid at first, but took heart, and gave the lean meat to the eagle, the brains to the ant, and the rest to the lion. They were all satisfied, and the youth continued his way. After he had gone a few steps, the animals called him back, and the lion said, "You have settled our dispute, and we wish to reward you. When you wish to become a lion, you have only to say, 'No more a man, a lion, with the strength of 100 lions.'" The eagle said, "When you wish to become an eagle, say, 'No more a man, an eagle, with the strength of 100 eagles.'" The ant, also, gave him power to transform himself into an ant in the same way. The youth thanked them and departed. As he was passing along the shore of the sea, he saw a dogfish that was out of the water. He put it back into the sea. The fish said, "When you need me, come to the sea and cry, 'Dogfish, help me.'" The youth continued his way and arrived at a city all hung with mourning. "What is the matter?" the young man asked. "There is here," they told him, "a big cloud. It was a fairy that every year must have a young girl. This year the lot has fallen on the king's daughter. If they do not give her up, the cloud will throw so many things into the city that we shall all be killed." The youth asked if he could see how the thing went, and they told him he could. The ceremony began with muffled drums and an escort of soldiers. The king and queen in tears accompanied their daughter, who was taken to the top of a mountain, placed in a chair, and left alone. The youth, who had followed them, hid himself behind a bush. Then the cloud came, took the young girl in her lap, took her finger in her mouth, and began to suck her blood. This was what the cloud lived on. The princess remained half dead, like a log, and then the cloud carried her away. The youth, who had seen all this, cried, "No more a man, an eagle, with the strength of 100 eagles." Then he became an eagle and flew after the cloud. They arrived at a palace, the doors flew open and the cloud entered and carried the princess upstairs. The eagle alighted on a tree opposite and saw a large room all full of young girls in bed. When the cloud entered, they exclaimed, "Mamma! Here is our mamma!" The poor girls were always in bed, because the fairy half killed them. She put the princess in a bed, and said to the girls, "I am going to leave you for a few days." She went away and left the girls. The youth was near and heard everything. He said, "No more an eagle, an ant, with the force of 100 ants." He became an ant, entered the palace unseen, and went to the room where the young girls were. There he resumed his shape, and the girls were astonished at seeing a man appear so suddenly, and one of them said to him, "Take care, there is a fairy here. If she finds you on her return, she will kill you." "Do not be troubled," he answered, "for I wish to see about setting you all free." Then he went to the bed of the king's daughter and asked her if she had some token to send her mother. She gave him a ring, and the youth took it and went to the queen, told her where her daughter was, and asked her to send some food to the poor girl. She did so, and the youth retraced his steps, reached the palace, informed the girls, and drew up the food with ropes. He then said to the girls, "When the fairy returns, ask her what you shall do when she dies, thus you will find out how to kill her." Then he hid himself, and when the fairy returned, the girls asked her the question, but she answered, "I shall never die." They urged her to tell them, and the next day she took them out on a terrace, and said, "Do you see that mountain far off there? On that mountain is a tigress with 7 heads. If you wish me to die, a lion must fight that tigress and tear off all 7 of her heads. In her body is an egg, and if anyone hits me with it in the middle of my forehead, I shall die, but if that egg falls into my hands, the tigress will come to life again, resume her 7 heads, and I shall live." "Good," said the young girls, "certainly our mamma can never die." But in their hearts they were discouraged. When the fairy had departed, the youth came forth and they told him all. "Do not be disheartened," he said, and straightway went to the princess's father, asked him for a room, a pan of bread, a barrel of good wine, and a child 7 years old. He took all these things and shut himself up in the room, and said to the child, "Do you want to see something, my child? I am going to turn into a lion." Then he turned into a lion, and the child was afraid, but the youth persuaded him that it was only himself after all, and the child fed him, and was no longer frightened. As soon as he had instructed the child, he took all the things and went to the mountain where the tigress was. Then he filled the pan with bread and wine, and said to the child, "I am going to become a lion. When I return, give me something to eat." Then he became a lion, and went to fight the tigress. Meanwhile the fairy returned home, saying, "Alas! I feel ill." The young girls said to themselves, in delight, "Good." The youth fought until night, and tore off one of the tigress' heads, the second day another, and so on until 6 heads were gone. The fairy kept losing her strength all the time. The youth rested 2 days before tearing off the last head, and then resumed the fight. At evening the last head was torn off, and the dead tigress disappeared, but the youth was not quick enough to catch the egg, which rolled from her body into the sea, and was swallowed by the dogfish. Then the youth went to the sea. "Dogfish, help me." The fish appeared. "What do you want?" "Have you found an egg?" "Yes." "Give it to me," and the fish gave him the egg. He took it and went in search of the fairy, and suddenly appeared before her with the egg in his hand. The fairy wanted him to give her the egg, but he made her first restore all the young girls to health and send them home in handsome carriages. Then the youth took the egg, struck it on the fairy's forehead, and she fell down dead. When the youth saw that she was really dead, he entered a carriage with the king's daughter and drove to the palace. When the king and queen saw their daughter again, they wept for joy, and married her to her deliverer. The wedding took place with great magnificence, and there were great festivities and rejoicings in the city. A few days after, the husband looked out of the window and saw at the end of the street a dense fog. He said to his wife, "I will go and see what that fog is." So he dressed for the chase and went away with his dog and horse. After he had passed through the mist, he saw a mountain on which were 2 beautiful ladies. They came to meet him and invited him to their palace. He accepted, and they showed him into a room, and one of the ladies asked, "Would you like to play a game of chess?" "Very well," he answered, and began to play and lost. Then they took him into a garden where there were many marble statues, and turned him into one, together with his dog and horse. These ladies were sisters of the fairy, and this was the way they avenged her death. Meanwhile the princess waited, and her husband did not return. One morning the father and brothers of the youth found the kitchen full of blood, which dropped from the fishbone. "Something has happened to him," they said, and the second brother started in search of him with another one of the dogs and horses. He passed by the palace of the princess, who was at the window, and those brothers looked so much alike that when she saw him she thought it was her husband and called him. He entered, and she spoke to him of the fog, but he did not understand her. He let her talk on, however, imagining that his brother was mixed up in that affair. The next morning he arose and went to see the fog with his dog and horse. He passed through the fog, found the mountain and the 2 ladies, and, to make the story short, the same thing happened to him that happened to his brother, and he became stone. And the queen waited, and in the father's kitchen the bone dropped blood faster than ever. The third brother too set out with his dog and horse. When he came to the palace, the princess saw him from the window, took him for her husband, and called him in. He entered, and she reproved him for having made her wait so long, and spoke of the mist, but he did not understand her and said, "I did not see very clearly what was in the mist, and I wish to go there again." He departed, and when he had passed through the mist he met an old man who said to him, "Where are you going?" "Take care, your brothers have been turned into statues." You will meet two ladies. If they ask you to play chess with them, here are two pawns. Say that you cannot play except with your own pawns. Then make an agreement with them that, if you win, you can do with them what you please. If they win, they can do what they please with you. If you win, and they beg for mercy, command them to restore to life all the stone statues with which the palace is filled, and when they have done so, you can do what you will with these ladies. The youth thanked the old man, departed, followed his directions, and won. The two ladies begged for their lives, and he granted their prayer on condition of restoring to life all those stone statues. They took a wand, touched the statues, and they became animated, but no sooner were they all restored to life than they fell on the two ladies and cut them into bits no larger than their ears. Thus the three brothers were reunited. They related their adventures, and returned to the palace. The princess was astonished when she saw them, and did not know which was her husband. But he made himself known, told her that these were his brothers, and they had their parents come there, and they all lived happily together, and thus the story is ended. We now pass to the class of stories in which one of several brothers succeeds in some undertaking where the others fail, and thereby draws down on himself the hatred of the others, who either abandon him in a cavern, or kill him and hide his body, which is afterwards discovered by a musical instrument made of one of the bones or of the reeds growing over the grave. The former treatment is illustrated by a Sicilian tale, Petra, number 80, called 7. The Cistern. There were once 3 kings' sons. 2 of them were going hunting one day, and did not want to take their youngest brother with them. Their mother asked them to let him go with them, but they would not. The youngest brother, however, followed them, and they had to take him with them. They came to a beautiful plain, where they found a fine cistern, and ate their lunch near it. After they had finished, the oldest said, "Let us throw our youngest brother into the cistern, for we cannot take him with us." Then he said to his brother, "Salvatore, would you like to descend into this cistern, for there is a treasure in it?" The youngest consented, and they lowered him down. When he reached the bottom, he found 3 handsome rooms and an old woman, who said to him, "What are you doing here?" "I am trying to find my way out. Tell me how to do it." The old woman answered, "There are here 3 princesses in the power of the magician. Take care." "Never mind, tell me what to do. I am not afraid." "Knock at that door." He did so, and a princess appeared. "What has brought you here?" "I have come to liberate you. Tell me what I have to do." "Take this apple and pass through that door. My sister is there, who can give you better directions than I can." She gave him the apple as a token. He knocked at that door. Another princess appeared, who gave him a pomegranate for a remembrance and directed him to knock at a 3rd door. It opened, and the last princess appeared. "Ah, Salvatore," for she knew who he was, "what have you come for?" "I have come to liberate you. Tell me what to do." She gave him a crown, and said, "Take this. When you are in need, say, 'I command.' I command, and the crown will obey you. Now enter and eat. Take this bottle. The magician, you see, is about rising. Hide yourself behind this door, and when he awakens he will ask you, 'What are you here for?' You will answer, 'I have come to fight you, but you must agree to take smaller horse and sword than mine, because I am smaller than you.' You will see there a fountain which will invite you to drink. Do not risk it, for all the statues you see there are human beings who have become statues drinking that water. When you are thirsty, drink secretly from this bottle." With these directions the youth went and knocked at the door. Just then the magician arose and said, "What are you here for?" "I have come to fight with you." And he added what the princess had told him. The fountain invited him to drink, but he would not. They began to fight, and at the first blow the youth cut off the magician's head. He took the head and sword, and went to the princesses and said, "Get your things together, and let us go, for my brothers are still waiting at the mouth of the cistern." Let us now return to the brothers. After they had lowered their youngest brother into the cistern, they turned around and went back to the royal palace. The king asked, "Where is your brother?" "We lost him in a wood, and could not find him." "Quick," said the king, "go and find my son, or I will have your heads cut off." So they departed, and on their way found a man with a rope and a bell, and took them with them. When they reached the cistern, they lowered the rope with the bell, saying among themselves, "If he is alive he will hear the bell and climb up, if he is dead, what shall we do with our father?" When they lowered the rope, Salvatore made the princesses ascend one by one. As the first appeared, who was the oldest brother said, "Oh, what a pretty girl! This one shall be my wife." When the second appeared, the other brother said, "This is mine." The youngest princess did not wish to ascend, and said to Salvatore, "You go up, Salvatore, first, if you do not, your brothers will leave you here." He said he would not, she said he must, finally he prevailed, and she ascended. When she appeared the two brothers took her, and left Salvatore in the cistern, and returned to the palace. When they arrived there, they said to their father, "We have looked for Salvatore, but we could not find him, but we have found these 3 young girls, and now we wish to marry them." "I," said the oldest brother, "will take this one." "And I," said the second, "take this one. The other sister we will marry to some other youth." Now let us return to Salvatore, who, when he found himself alone and disconsolate, felt in his pockets and touched the apple. "Oh, my apple, get me out of this place." And at once he found himself out of the cistern. He went to the city where he lived, and met a silversmith, who took him as an apprentice, feeding and clothing him. While he was with the silversmith, the king commanded the latter to make a crown for his oldest son, who was to be married. "You must make me a royal crown for my son, and tomorrow evening you must bring it to me." He gave him 10 ounces and dismissed him. When he reached home, the silversmith was greatly disturbed, for he had such a short time to make the crown in. Salvatore said, "Grandfather, why are you so disturbed?" The master replied, "Take these 10 ounces, for now I am going to seek refuge in a church, for there is nothing else for me to do." For in olden times the church had the privilege that whoever robbed or killed fled to the church, and they could not do anything with him. The apprentice replied, "Now I will see if I can make this crown. My master would take refuge in a church for a trifle." So he began to make the crown. What did he do? He took out the apple and commanded it to make a very beautiful crown. He hammered away, but the apple made the crown. When it was finished he gave it to the wife of the silversmith, who took it to her husband. When the latter saw that he need not flee to the church, he went to the king, who, well pleased, invited him to the feast in the evening. When he told this at home, the apprentice said, "Take me to the feast." "How can I take you when you have no clothes fit to wear?" "I will buy you some, and when there is another feast I will take you." When it struck 2, the silversmith departed, and Salvatore took the apple and said, "Oh, my apple, give me clothes and carriages and footmen, for I am going to see my brother married." Immediately he was dressed like a prince, and went to the palace, where he hid in the kitchen, saw his brother married, and then took a big stick and gave the silversmith a sound beating. When the latter reached home, he cried, "I am dying! I am dying!" "What is the matter?" asked the apprentice, and when he learned what had happened, he said, "If you had taken me with you to the feast this would not have happened." A few days after, the king summoned the silversmith again to make another crown within 24 hours. Everything happened as before. The apprentice made a crown handsomer than the first, with the aid of the pomegranate. The smith took it to the king, but after the feast came home with his shoulders black and blue from the beating he received. After a time they wanted to marry the third sister, but she said, "Who wishes me must wait a year, a month, and a day." And she had no peace wondering why Salvatore did not appear, for all he had the apple, the pomegranate, and the crown. After a year, a month, and a day, the wedding was arranged, and the smith had orders to make another crown more beautiful than the first 2. This was so that no one could say that because the young girl was a foreigner, they treated her worse than the others. Again the smith was in despair, and the apprentice had to make, by the aid of his magic crown, a better and larger crown than the others. The king was astonished when he saw the beautiful crown, and again invited the silversmith to the feast. The smith returned home sorrowful, for fear that he should again receive a beating, but he would not take his apprentice with him. After Salvatore had seen him depart, he took his magic crown and ordered splendid clothes and carriages. When he reached the palace, he did not go to the kitchen, but before the bride and groom could say a yes, "Stop," said Salvatore. He took the apple and said, "Who gave me this?" "I did," replied the wife of the oldest brother. "And this," showing the pomegranate. "I, my brother-in-law," said the wife of the second brother. Then he took out the crown. "Who gave me that?" "I, my husband," said the young girl whom they were marrying. And at once she married Salvatore, "for," said she, "he freed me from the magician." The bridegroom was fooled and had to go away, and the astonished silversmith fell on his knees, begging for pity and mercy. In some of the versions of the above story, the hero, after he is abandoned by his brothers in the cistern or cave, is borne into the upper world by an eagle. The rapacious bird on the journey demands from the young man flesh from time to time. At last the stock of flesh with which he had provided himself is exhausted, and he is obliged to cut off and give the eagle a piece of his own flesh. In one version, Petra, 2. Page 208, he gives the eagle his leg, and when the journey is concluded the bird casts it up, and the hero attaches it again to his body, and becomes as sound as ever. The class of stories in which the brother is killed and his death made known by a musical instrument fashioned from his body is sufficiently illustrated by a short Neapolitan story, Imbriani, Pomiglianesi, page 195, entitled 8. The Griffin. There was once a king who had 3 sons. His eyes were diseased, and he called in a physician who said that to cure them he needed a feather of the griffin. Then the king said to his sons, "He who finds this feather for me shall have my crown." The sons set out in search of it. The youngest met an old man who asked him what he was doing. He replied, "Papa is ill. To cure him a feather of the griffin is necessary. And Papa has said that whoever finds the feather shall have his crown." The old man said, "Well, here is some corn. When you reach a certain place, put it in your hat. The griffin will come and eat it. Seize him, pull out a feather, and carry it to Papa." The youth did so, and for fear that someone should steal it from him, he put it into his shoe, and started all joyful to carry it to his father. On his way he met his brothers, who asked him if he had found the feather. He said no, but his brothers did not believe him, and wanted to search him. They looked everywhere, but did not find it. Finally they looked in his shoe and got it. Then they killed the youngest brother and buried him, and took the feather to their father, saying that they had found it. The king healed his eyes with it. A shepherd one day, while feeding his sheep, saw that his dog was always digging in the same place, and went to see what it was, and found a bone. He put it to his mouth, and saw that it sounded and said, "Shepherd, keep me in your mouth, hold me tight, and do not let me go. For a feather of the griffin, my brother has played the traitor, my brother has played the traitor." One day the shepherd, with this whistle in his mouth, was passing by the king's palace, and the king heard him, and called him to see what it was. The shepherd told him the story, and how he had found it. The king put it to his mouth, and the whistle said, "Papa, Papa, keep me in your mouth, hold me tight, and do not let me go. For a feather of the griffin, my brother has played the traitor, my brother has played the traitor." Then the king put it in the mouth of the brother who had killed the youngest, and the whistle said, "Brother, Brother, keep me in your mouth, hold me fast, and do not let me go. For a feather of the griffin, you have played the traitor, you have played the traitor." Then the king understood the story and had his 2 sons put to death. and thus they killed their brother and afterwards were killed themselves. The feminine counterpart of Boots, or the successful youngest brother, is Cinderella, the youngest of 3 sisters who despise and ill-treat her. Her usual place is in the chimney corner, and her name is derived from the grime of cinders and ashes. Her name in German is Aschenputtel. Assisted by some kind fairy who appears in various forms, she reveals herself in her true shape, captivates the prince, who finally recognizes her by the slipper. There are 2 branches of this story, the one just mentioned, and one where the heroine assumes a repulsive disguise in order to escape the importunities of a father who wishes to marry her. This second branch may be distinguished by the name of Allerleirauh, the well-known grim story of this class. For the first branch of this story we have selected a Florentine story, Novella Fire. Page 151, called 9. Cinderella. Once upon a time there was a man who had 3 daughters. He was once ordered to go away to work, and said to them, "Since I am about making a journey, what do you want me to bring you when I return?" One asked for a handsome dress, the other a fine hat and a beautiful shawl. He said to the youngest, "And you, Cinderella, what do you want?" They called her Cinderella because she always sat in the chimney corner. "You must buy me a little bird, Verdelio." The simpleton! She does not know what to do with the bird. Instead of ordering a handsome dress, a fine shawl, she takes a bird. Who knows what she will do with it? "Silence," she says, "it pleases me." The father went, and on his return brought the dress, hat, and shawl for the 2 sisters, and the little bird for Cinderella. The father was employed at the court, and one day the king said to him, "I am going to give 3 balls. If you want to bring your daughters, do so, they will amuse themselves a little." "As you wish," he replies, "thanks," and accepts. He went home and said, "What do you think, girls? His Majesty wishes you to attend his ball." "There, you see, Cinderella, if you had only asked for a handsome dress." "This evening we are going to the ball." She replied, "It matters nothing to me." "You go, I am not coming." In the evening, when the time came, they adorned themselves, saying to Cinderella, "Come along, there will be room for you, too." "I don't want to go, you go, I don't want to." "But," said their father, "let us go, let us go. Dress and come along, let her stay." When they had gone, she went to the bird and said, "O bird Verdelio, make me more beautiful than I am." She became clothed in a sea-green dress, with so many diamonds that it blinded you to behold her. The bird made ready 2 purses of money, and said to her, "Take these 2 purses, enter your carriage, and away." She set out for the ball, and left the bird Verdelio at home. She entered the ballroom. Scarcely had the gentlemen seen this beautiful lady, she dazzled them on all sides, when the king, just think of it, began to dance with her the whole evening. After he had danced with her all the evening, His Majesty stopped, and she stood by her sisters. While she was at her sister's side, she drew out her handkerchief, and a bracelet fell out. "Oh, Signora," said the eldest sister, "you have dropped this." "Keep it for yourself," she said. Oh, if Cinderella were only here, who knows what might not have happened to her? The king had given orders that when this lady went away they should find out where she lived. After she had remained a little, she left the ball. You can imagine whether the servants were on the lookout. She entered her carriage and away. She perceives that she is followed, takes the money, and begins to throw it out of the window of the carriage. The greedy servants, I tell you, seeing all that money, thought no more of her, but stopped to pick up the money. She returned home and went upstairs. "Oh, bird Verdelio, make me homelier than I am. You ought to see how ugly, how horrid, she became, all ashes." When the sisters returned, they cried, "Cinderella!" "Oh, leave her alone," said her father, "she is asleep now, leave her alone." But they went up and showed her the large and beautiful bracelet. "Do you see, you simpleton? You might have had it. It matters nothing to me. Their father said, Let us go to supper, you little geese. Let us return to the king, who was awaiting his servants, who had not the courage to appear, but kept away. He calls them. How did the matter go? They fall at his feet. Thus and thus. She threw out so much money. Wretches, you are nothing else, he said. Were you afraid of not being rewarded? Well. Tomorrow evening, attention, under pain of death. The next evening the usual ball. The sisters say, Will you come this evening, Cinderella? Oh, she says, Don't bother me. I don't want to go. Their father cries out to them, How troublesome you are. Let her alone. So they began to adorn themselves more handsomely than the former evening, and departed. Goodbye, Cinderella. When they had gone, Cinderella went to the bird and said, Little bird Verdelio, make me more beautiful than I am. Then she became clothed in sea green, embroidered with all the fish of the sea, mingled with diamonds more than you could believe. The bird said, Take these 2 bags of sand, and when you are followed, throw it out, and so they will be blinded. She entered her carriage and set out for the ball. As soon as His Majesty saw her, he began to dance with her, and danced as long as he could. After he had danced as long as he could, she did not grow weary, but he did. She placed herself near her sisters, drew out her handkerchief, and there fell out a beautiful necklace all made of coal. The second sister said, Signora, you have dropped this. She replied, Keep it for yourself. If Cinderella were here, who knows what might not happen to her? Tomorrow she must come. After a while she leaves the ball. The servants, just think, under pain of death, were all on the alert, and followed her. She began to throw out all the sand, and they were blinded. She went home, dismounted, and went upstairs. Little bird Verdelio, make me homelier than I am. She became frightfully homely. When her sisters returned they began from below, Cinderella. If you only knew what that lady gave us. It matters nothing to me. But tomorrow evening you must go. Yes, yes. You would have had it. Their father says, Let us go to supper and let her alone. You are really silly. Let us return to His Majesty, who was waiting for his servants to learn where she lived. Instead of that they were all brought back blinded, and had to be accompanied. Rogue, he exclaimed, either this lady is some fairy or she must have some fairy who protects her. The next day the sisters began, Cinderella, you must go this evening. Listen, it is the last evening, you must come. The father, oh let her alone. You are always teasing her. Then they went away and began to prepare for the ball. When they were all prepared, they went to the ball with their father. When they had departed, Cinderella went to the bird, Little bird Verdelio, make me more beautiful than I am. Then she was dressed in all the colors of the heavens, all the comets, the stars, and moon on her dress, and the sun on her brow. She enters the ballroom. Who could look at her? For the sun alone they lower their eyes, and are all blinded. His Majesty began to dance, but he could not look at her, because she dazzled him. He had already given orders to his servants to be on the lookout, under pain of death, not to go on foot, but to mount their horses that evening. After she had danced longer than on the previous evenings, she placed herself by her father's side, drew out her handkerchief, and there fell out a snuff-box of gold, full of money. Signora, you have dropped this snuff-box. Keep it for yourself. Imagine that man, he opens it and sees it full of money. What joy! After she had remained a time she went home as usual. The servants followed her on horseback, quickly, at a distance from the carriage, but on horseback that was not much trouble. She perceived that she had not prepared anything to throw that evening. Oh, she cried, what shall I do? She left the carriage quickly, and in her haste lost one of her slippers. The servants picked it up, took the number of the house, and went away. Cinderella went upstairs and said, "Little bird Verdelio, make me more homely than I am." The bird does not answer. After she had repeated it 3 or 4 times, it answered, "Rogue! I ought not to make you more homely, but—" And she became homely, and the bird continued, "What are you going to do now? You are discovered." She began to weep in earnest. When her sisters returned, they cried, "Cinderella!" You can imagine that she did not answer them this evening. See what a beautiful snuff box. If you had gone, you might have had it. I do not care. Go away. Then their father called them to supper. Let us now turn to the servants who went back with the slipper and the number of the house. "Tomorrow," said His Majesty, "as soon as it is day, go to that house, take a carriage, and bring that lady to the palace." The servants took the slipper and went away. The next morning they knocked at the door. Cinderella's father looked out and exclaimed, "Oh, heavens! It is His Majesty's carriage. What does it mean?" They open the door and the servants ascend. "What do you want of me?" asked the father. "How many daughters have you?" "2. "Well, show them to us." The father made them come in there. "Sit down," they said to one of them. They tried the slipper on her. It was 10 times too large for her. The other one sat down. It was too small for her. "But tell me, good man, have you no other daughters? Take care to tell the truth. Because His Majesty wishes it, under pain of death." "Gentlemen, there is another one, but I do not mention it. She is all in the ashes, the coals, if you should see her. I do not call her my daughter from shame. We have not come for beauty, or for finery, we want to see the girl." Her sisters began to call her Cinderella, but she did not answer. After a time she said, "What is the matter? You must come down. There are some gentlemen here who wish to see you." "I don't want to come." "But you must come, you see." "Very well, tell them I will come in a moment." She went to the little bird, "Our little bird Verdelio, make me more beautiful than I am." Then she was dressed as she had been the last evening, with the sun, and moon, and stars, and in addition, great chains all of gold everywhere about her. The bird said, "Take me away with you. Put me in your bosom." She puts the bird in her bosom and begins to descend the stairs. "Do you hear her?" said the father. "Do you hear her? She is dragging with her the chains from the chimney corner. You can imagine how frightful she will look." When she reached the last step, and they saw her, "Ah," they exclaimed, and recognized the lady of the ball. You can imagine how her father and sisters were vexed. They made her sit down, and tried on the slipper, and it fitted her. Then they made her enter the carriage, and took her to His Majesty, who recognized the lady of the other evenings. And you can imagine that, all in love as he was, he said to her, "Will you really be my wife?" You may believe she consents. She sends for her father and sisters, and makes them all come to the palace. They celebrate the marriage. Imagine what fine festivals were given at this wedding. The servants who had discovered where Cinderella lived were promoted to the highest positions in the palace as a reward. In the second class of stories alluded to above, the heroine flees in disguise from her home to avoid a marriage with her father or brother. The remainder of the story resembles Cinderella. The heroine reveals herself from time to time in her true form, and finally throws off her disguise. The following story, which illustrates this class, is from the province of Vicenza, Corazzini, page 84, and is entitled 10. Fair Maria Wood. There was once a husband and wife who had but one child, a daughter. Now it happened that the wife fell ill and was at the point of death. Before dying she called her husband, and said to him, weeping, "I am dying, you are still young, if you ever wish to marry again, be mindful to choose a wife whom my wedding ring fits, and if you cannot find a lady whom it fits well, do not marry." Her husband promised that he would do so. When she was dead, he took off her wedding ring and kept it until he desired to marry again. Then he sought for someone to please him. He went from one to another, but the ring fitted no one. He tried so many, but in vain. One day, he thought of calling his daughter and trying the ring on her to see whether it fitted her. The daughter said, "It is useless, dear father, you cannot marry me, because you are my father." He did not heed her, put the ring on her finger, and saw that it fitted her well, and wanted to marry his daughter nolens volens. She did not oppose him, but consented. The day of the wedding, he asked her what she wanted. She said that she wished for silk dresses, the most beautiful that could be seen. He, who was a gentleman, gratified her wish and took her the 4 dresses, one handsomer than the other, and all the handsomest that had ever been seen. "Now, what else do you want?" said he. "I want another dress, made of wood, so that I can conceal myself in it." And at once he had this wooden dress made. She was well pleased. She waited one day until her husband was out of sight, put on the wooden dress, and under it the 4 silk dresses, and went away to a certain river not far off, and threw herself in it. Instead of sinking and drowning, she floated, for the wooden dress kept her up. The water carried her a long way, when she saw on the bank a gentleman, and began to cry, "Who wants the fair Maria wood?" That gentleman, who saw her on the water, and whom she addressed, called her, and she came to the bank and saluted him. "How is it that you are thus dressed in wood, and come floating on the water without drowning?" She told him that she was a poor girl who had only that dress of wood, and that she wanted to go out to service. "What can you do?" "I can do all that is needed in a house, and if you would only take me for a servant you would be satisfied." He took her to his house, where his mother was, and told her all that had happened, saying, "If you, dear mother, will take her as a servant, we can try her." In short, she took her, and was pleased with this woman dressed in wood. It happened that there were balls at that place which the best ladies and gentlemen attended. The gentleman who had the servant dressed in wood prepared to go to the ball, and after he had departed, the servant said to his mother, "Do me this kindness, mistress, let me go to the ball too, for I have never seen any dancing." "What, you wish to go to the ball so badly dressed that they would drive you away as soon as they saw you?" The servant was silent, and when the mistress was in bed, dressed herself in one of her silk dresses, and became the most beautiful woman that was ever seen. She went to the ball, and it seemed as if the sun had entered the room, all were dazzled. She sat down near her master, who asked her to dance, and would dance with no one but her. She pleased him so much that he fell in love with her. He asked her who she was and where she came from. She replied that she came from a distance, but told him nothing more. At a certain hour, without anyone perceiving it, she went out and disappeared. She returned home and put on her wooden dress again. In the morning the master returned from the ball, and said to his mother, "Oh, if you had only seen what a beautiful lady there was at the ball. She appeared like the sun, she was so beautiful and well dressed. She sat down near me, and would not dance with anyone but me." His mother then said, "Did you not ask her who she was and where she came from?" "She would only tell me that she came from a distance, but I thought I should die, I wish to go again this evening." The servant heard all this dialogue, but kept silent, pretending that the matter did not concern her. In the evening he prepared himself again for the ball, and the servant said to him, "Master, yesterday evening I asked your mamma to let me, too, go to the ball, for I have never seen dancing, but she would not. Will you have the kindness to let me go this evening?" "Be still, you ugly creature, the ball is no place for you." "Do me this favor," she said, weeping, "I will stand out of doors, or under a bench, or in a corner so no one shall see me, but let me go." He grew angry then, and took a stick and began to beat the poor servant. She wept and remained silent. After he had gone, she waited until his mother was in bed, and put on a dress finer than the first, and so rich as to astonish, and away to the ball. When she arrived, all began to gaze at her, for they had never seen anything more beautiful. All the handsomest young men surround her, and ask her to dance, but she would have nothing to do with anyone but her master. He again asked her who she was, and she said she would tell him later. They danced, and all at once she disappeared. Her master ran here and there, asked one and another, but no one could tell him where she had gone. He returned home and told his mother all that had passed. She said to him, "Do you know what you must do? Take this diamond ring, and when she dances with you, give it to her, and if she takes it, it is a sign that she loves you." She gave him the ring. The servant listened, saw everything, and was silent. In the evening the master prepared for the ball, and the servant again asked him to take her, and again he beat her. He went to the ball, and after midnight, as before, the beautiful lady returned more beautiful than before, and as usual would dance only with her master. At the right moment he took out the diamond ring, and asked her if she would accept it. She took it and thanked him, and he was happy and satisfied. Afterward he asked her again who she was and where from. She said that she was of that country. That when they speak of going to a ball, they are beaten on the head. And said no more. At the usual hour she stopped dancing and departed. He ran after her, but she went like the wind, and reached home without his finding out where she went. But he ran so in all directions, and was in such suffering, that when he reached home he was obliged to go to bed more dead than alive. Then he fell ill and grew worse every day, so that all said he would die. He did nothing but ask his mother and every one if they knew anything of that lady, and that he would die if he did not see her. The servant heard everything, and one day, when he was very ill, what did she think of? She waited until her mistress' eye was turned, and dropped the diamond ring in the broth her master was to eat. No one saw her, and his mother took him the broth. He began to eat it, when he felt something hard, saw something shine, and took it out. You can imagine how he looked at it and recognized the diamond ring. They thought he would go mad. He asked his mother if that was the ring, and she swore that it was, and all happy, she said that now he would see her again. Meanwhile the servant went to her room, took off her wooden dress, and put on one all of silk, so that she appeared a beauty, and went to the room of the sick man. His mother saw her, and began to cry, "Here she is, here she is." She went in and saluted him, smiling, and he was so beside himself that he became well at once. He asked her to tell him her story, who she was, where she came from, how she came, and how she knew that he was ill. She replied, "I am the woman dressed in wood who was your servant. It is not true that I was a poor girl, but I had that dress to conceal myself in, for underneath it I was the same that I am now. I am a lady, and although you treated me so badly when I asked to go to the ball, I saw that you loved me, and now I have come to save you from death." You can believe that they stayed to hear her story. They were married and have always been happy and still are. In the various stories thus far mentioned which involve the family relations, we have had examples of treachery on the part of brothers, ill treatment of stepchildren, etc. It remains now to notice the trait of treachery on the part of sister or mother towards brother or son. The formula as given by Hahn, number 19, is as follows: the hero, who is fleeing with his sister, or mother, overcomes a number of dragons or giants. The only survivor makes love to the sister, or mother, and causes her, for fear of discovery, to send her brother, in order to destroy him, on dangerous adventures, under the pretense of obtaining a cure for her illness. The hero survives the dangers, discovers the deception, and punishes the guilty ones. Traces of this formula are found in several Italian stories, but it constitutes only two entire stories, one in Petra, number 71, the other in Comparetti, number 54, The Golden Hare, from Monferrato, Piedmont. The latter is in substance as follows: a king with 3 sons marries again in his old age. The youngest son falls in love with his stepmother, and the jealous father tries to poison her. The son and wife flee together, and fall in with some robbers whom they kill, and set at liberty a princess who has the gift of curing blindness and other diseases. They afterward find a cave containing rooms and all the necessaries of life, but see no one. They spend the night there, and the next morning the youth goes hunting, and as soon as he has departed a giant appears and solicits the stepmother's love, saying that if she will marry him, she will always be healthy and never lose her youth. But first it will be necessary to remove from her stepson's head a golden hair, and then he will become so weak that he can be killed by a blow. She was unwilling at first, because he had saved her life, but finally yielded. First she tried to get rid of him by pretending to be ill, and sending him for some water from a fountain near which was a lion. He obtained the water safely. Then his stepmother, pretending to comb his hair, cut off the golden hair, and the giant dragged him by the feet 50 miles, and let him fall first in the bushes and then on the ground. From the wounds in his head he became blind, but recovered his sight by means of the princess mentioned in the first part of the story, whom he married. After his golden lock had grown out again, he returned to the cave and killed the giant, punishing his stepmother by leaving her there without even looking at her. The story in Petra, number 71, The Cyclops, is more detailed. A queen who has been unfaithful to her husband is put in confinement, gives birth to a son, and afterward, through his aid, escapes. They encounter some Cyclops, a number of whom the son kills, but one becomes secretly the mother's lover. To get rid of her son, she sends him for the water of a certain fountain, which he brings back safely. Finally the mother binds the son fast, under the pretense of playing a game, and delivers him to the Cyclops, who kills him and cuts him into small bits, which he loads on his horse and turns him loose. The youth is, however, restored to life by the same water that he had brought back, and kills the Cyclops and his mother, finally marrying the princess to whom he owes his life. In marked contrast to the above class is the one in which a number of brothers owe their deliverance from enchantment to the self-sacrifice of a sister. Generally, the sister is the innocent cause of her brother's transformation. They live far from home, and their sister is not aware for a long time of their existence. When she learns it, she departs in search of them, finds them, and, after great risk to herself, delivers them. But 2 versions of this story have yet been published in Italy, one from Naples, Pent. 4:8, the other from Bologna, Coroni de Berti, number 19. The latter version we give at length. 11. The Curse of the 7 Children. There was once a king and a queen who had 6 children, all sons. The queen was about to give birth to another child, and the king said that if it was not a daughter all 7 children would be cursed. Now it happened that the king had to go away to war, and before departing he said to the queen, "Listen. If you have a son, hang a lance out of the window, if a daughter, a distaff, so that I can see as soon as I arrive which it is." After the king had been gone a month, the queen gave birth to the most beautiful girl that was ever seen. Imagine how pleased the queen was at having a girl. She could scarcely contain herself for joy, and immediately gave orders to hang the distaff out of the window, but in the midst of the joyful confusion a mistake was made, and they put out a lance. Shortly after, the king returned and saw the sign at the window, and cursed all his 7 sons, but when he entered the house and the servants crowded around him to congratulate him and tell him about his beautiful daughter, then the king was amazed and became very melancholy. He entered the queen's room and looked at the child, who seemed exactly like one of those wax dolls to be kept in a box. Then he looked about him and saw nothing of his sons, and his eyes filled with tears, for those poor youths had wandered out into the world. Meanwhile the girl grew, and when she was large she saw that her parents caressed her, but always with tears in their eyes. One day she said to her mother, "What is the matter with you, mother, that I always see you crying?" Then the queen told her the story, and said that she was afraid that some day she would see her disappear too. When the girl heard how it was, what did she do? One night she rose softly and left the palace, with the intention of going to find her brothers. She walked and walked, and at last met a little old man, who said to her, "Where are you going at this time of the night?" She answered, "I am in search of my brothers." The old man said, "It will be difficult to find them, for you must not speak for 7 years, 7 months, 7 weeks, 7 days, 7 hours, and 7 minutes. She said, "I will try." Then she took a bit of paper which she found on the ground, wrote on it the day and the hour with a piece of charcoal, and left the old man and hastened on her way. After she had run a long time, she saw a light and went towards it, and when she was near it, she saw that it was over the door of a palace where a king lived. She entered and sat down on the stairway, and fell asleep. The servants came later to put out the light, and saw the pretty girl asleep on the stone steps. They awakened her, asking her what she was doing there. She began to make signs, asking them to give her a lodging. They understood her, and said they would ask the king. They returned shortly to tell her to enter, for the king wished to see her before she was shown to her room. When the king saw the beautiful girl, with hair like gold, flesh like milk and wine, teeth white as pearls, and little hands that an artist could not paint as beautiful as they were, he suddenly imagined that she must be the daughter of some lord, and gave orders that she should be treated with all possible respect. They showed her to a beautiful room, then a maid came and undressed her, and put her to bed. Next morning, Diana, for so she was called, arose, saw a frame with a piece of embroidery in it, and began to work at it. The king visited her, and asked if she needed anything, and she made signs that she did not. The king was so pleased with the young girl that he ended by falling in love with her, and after a year had passed he thought of marrying her. The queen mother, who was an envious person, was not content with the match, because, said she, no one knows where she came from, and, besides, she is dumb, something that would make people wonder if a king should marry her. But the king was so obstinate that he married her, and when his mother saw that there was no help, she pretended to be satisfied. Shortly after, the queen mother put into the king's hands a letter which informed him of an imminent war, in which, if he did not take part, he would run the risk of losing his realm. The king went to the war, in fact, with great grief at leaving his wife, and before departing, he commended her earnestly to his mother, who said, "Do not be anxious, my son, I shall do all that I can to make her happy." The king embraced his wife and mother, and departed. Scarcely had the king gone when the queen mother sent for a mason, and made him build a wall near the kitchen sink, so that it formed a sort of box. Now you must know that Diana expected soon to become a mother, and this afforded the queen mother a pretext to write to her son that his wife had died in giving birth to a child. She took her and put her in the wall she had built, where there was neither light nor air, and where the wicked woman hoped that she would die. But it was not so. The scullion went every day to wash the dishes at the sink near where poor Diana was buried alive. While attending to his business, he heard a lamentation, and listened to see where it could come from. He listened and listened, until at last he perceived that the voice came from the wall that had been newly built. What did he do then? He made a hole in the wall, and saw that the queen was there. The scullion asked how she came there, but she only made signs that she was about to give birth to a child. The poor scullion had his wife make a fine cushion, on which Diana reposed as well as she could, and gave birth to the most beautiful boy that could be seen. The scullion's wife went to see her every moment, and carried her broth, and cared for the child. In short, this poor woman, as well as her husband, did everything she could to alleviate the poor queen, who tried to make them understand by signs what she needed. One day it came into Diana's head to look into her memorandum book and see how long she still had to keep silent, and she saw that only 2 minutes yet remained. As soon as they had passed, she told the scullion all that had happened. At that moment the king arrived, and the scullion drew the queen from out the hole, and showed her to the king. You can imagine how delighted he was to see again his Diana, whom he believed to be dead. He embraced her, and kissed her and the child, In short, such was his joy that it seemed as if he would go mad. Diana related everything to him, why she had left her home, and why she had played dumb so long, and finally how she had been treated by the Queen Mother, and what she had suffered, and how kind those poor people had been to her. When he had heard all this, he said, "Leave the matter to me, I will arrange it." The next day the king invited all the nobles and princes of his realm to a great banquet. Now it happened that in setting the tables the servants laid 6 plates besides the others, and when the guests sat down, 6 handsome youths entered, who advanced and asked what should be given to a sister who had done so and so for her brothers. Then the king sprang up and said, "And I ask what shall be done to a mother who did so and so to her son's wife," and he explained everything. One said, "Burn her alive." Another, "Put her in the pillory." Another, "Fry her in oil in the public square." This was agreed to. The youths had been informed by that same old man whom Diana had met, and who was a magician, where their sister was and what she had done for them. Then they made themselves known, and embraced Diana and their brother-in-law the king, and after the greatest joy, they all started off to see their parents. Imagine the satisfaction of the king and queen at seeing again all their 7 children. They gave the warmest reception to the king, Diana's husband, and after they had spent some days together, Diana returned with her husband to their city. And all lived there afterward in peace and contentment. We shall now turn our attention to another widespread story, which may be termed The True Bride, although the grim story of that name is not a representative of it. One of the simplest versions is Grimm's The Goose Girl, in which a queen's daughter is betrothed to a king's son who lives far away. When the daughter grew up she was sent to the bridegroom, with a maid to wait upon her. On the journey the maid takes the place of the princess, who becomes a poor goose girl. The true bride is of course discovered at last, and the false one duly punished. The White and the Black Bride, of the same collection, is a more complicated version of the same theme. The first part is the story of 2 sisters, stepsisters, who receive different gifts from fairies, etc. The second part, that of the brother who paints his sister's portrait, which the king sees and desires to marry the original. The sister is sent for, but on the journey the ugly stepsister pushes the bride into a river or the sea, and takes her place. The true bride is changed into a swan, or otherwise miraculously preserved, and at last resumes her lawful place. In the above stories the substitution of the false bride is the main incident in the story, but there are many other tales in which the same incident occurs, but it is subordinate to the others. Examples of this latter class will be given as soon as we reach the story of the Forgotten Bride. The first class mentioned is represented in Italy by 2 versions also. The first is composed of the 2 traits, 2 sisters and true bride, the second, of brother who shows beautiful sister's portrait to king. This second version sometimes shows traces of the first. It is with this second version that we now have to do, as in it only is the substitution of the false bride the main incident. Examples of the first version will be found in the notes. Note 3. The story we have selected to illustrate the second version of this story is from Florence, November Fire. Page 314, and is entitled 12. Araggio and Biancanetta. There was once a lady who had 2 children, the boy was called Araggio, the girl, Biancanetta. By misfortunes, they were reduced from great wealth to poverty. It was decided that Araggio should go out to service, and indeed he found a situation as valet de chamber to a prince. After a time the prince, satisfied with his service, changed it, and set him to work cleaning the pictures in his gallery. Among the various paintings was one of a very beautiful lady, which was constantly Araggio's admiration. The prince often surprised him admiring the portrait. One day he asked him why he spent so much time before that picture. Araggio replied that it was the very image of his sister, and having been away from her some time, he felt the need of seeing her again. The prince answered that he did not believe that picture resembled his sister, because he had a search made, and it had not been possible to find any lady like the portrait. He added, "Have her come here, and if she is as beautiful as you say, I will make her my wife." Araggio wrote at once to Biancanetta, who immediately set out on her journey. Araggio went to the harbour to await her, and when he perceived the ship at a distance, he called out at intervals, "Mariners of the high sea, guard my sister Bianchina, so that the sun shall not brown her." Now, on the ship where Biancanetta was also another young girl with her mother, both very homely. When they were near the harbour, the daughter gave Biancanetta a blow, and pushed her into the sea. When they landed, Araggio could not recognize his sister, and that homely girl presented herself, saying that the sun had made her so dark that she could no longer be recognized. The prince was surprised at seeing such a homely woman, and reproved Araggio, removing him from his position and setting him to watch the geese. Every day he led the geese to the sea, and every day Biancanetta came forth and adorned them with tassels of various colors. When the geese returned home, they said, "Crow, crow, from the sea we come. We feed on gold and pearls. Araggio's sister is fair. She is fair as the sun. She would suit our master well." The prince asked Araggio how the geese came to repeat those words every day. He told him that his sister, thrown into the sea, had been seized by a fish, which had taken her to a beautiful palace under the water, where she was in chains. But that, attached to a long chain, she was permitted to come to the shore when he drove the geese there. The prince said, "If what you relate is true, ask her what is required to liberate her from that prison." The next day Araggio asked Biancanetta how it would be possible to take her from there and conduct her to the prince. She replied, "It is impossible to take me from here. At least, the monster always says to me, it would require a sword that cuts like 100, and a horse that runs like the wind. It is almost impossible to find these two things. You see, therefore, it is my fate to remain here always." Araggio returned to the palace, and informed the prince of his sister's answer. The latter made every effort, and succeeded in finding the horse that ran like the wind, and the sword that cut like 100. They went to the sea, found Biancanetta, who was awaiting them. She led them to her palace. With the sword the chain was cut. She mounted the horse, and thus was able to escape. When they reached the palace, the prince found her as beautiful as the portrait Araggio was always gazing at, and married her. The other homely one was burned in the public square, with the accustomed pitch shirt, and they lived content and happy. We have already encountered the trait of thankful animals, who assist the hero in return for kindness he has shown them. What is merely an incident in the stories above alluded to constitutes the main feature of a class of stories which may be termed animal brothers-in-law. The usual formula in these stories is as follows: 3 princes, transformed into animals, marry the hero's sisters. The hero visits them in turn, they assist him in the performance of difficult tasks, and are by him freed from their enchantment. This formula varies, of course. Sometimes there are but 2 sisters, and the brothers-in-law are freed from their enchantment in some other way than by the hero. A good specimen of this class is from the south of Italy, Basilicata, Comparetti, number 20, and is called 13. The Fair Fiorita. There was once a king who had 4 children, 3 daughters, and a son, who was the heir to the throne. One day the king said to the prince, "My son, I have decided to marry your 3 sisters to the first persons who pass our palace at noon." At that time there first passed a swineherd, then a huntsman, and finally a grave digger. The king had them all 3 summoned to his presence, and told the swineherd that he wished to give him his oldest daughter for a wife, the second to the huntsman, and the third to the grave digger. Those poor creatures thought they were dreaming. But they saw that the king spoke seriously, or rather commanded. Then, all confused, but well pleased, they said, "Let your majesties will be done." The prince, who loved his youngest sister dearly, was deeply grieved that she should become a gravedigger's wife. He begged the king not to make this match, but the king would not listen to him. The prince, grieved at his father's caprice, would not be present at his sister's wedding, but took a walk in the garden at the foot of the palace. Now, while the priest in the marriage hall was blessing the three brides, the garden suddenly bloomed with the fairest flowers, and there came forth from a white cloud a voice which said, "Happy he who shall have a kiss from the lips of the fair Fiorita." The prince trembled so that he could hardly stand, and afterward, leaning against an olive tree, he began to weep for the sisters he had lost, and remained buried in thought many hours. Then he started, as if awakening from a dream, and said to himself, "I must flee from my father's house. I will wander about the world, and will not rest until I have a kiss from the lips of the fair Fiorita." He traveled over land and sea, over mountains and plains, and found no living soul that could give him word of the fair Fiorita. 3 years had elapsed, when one day, leaving a wood and journeying through a beautiful plain, he arrived at a palace before which was a fountain, and drew near to drink. A child 2 years old, who was playing by the fountain, seeing him approach, began to cry and call its mother. The mother, when she saw the prince, ran to meet him, embraced him, and kissed him, crying, "Welcome, welcome, my brother." The prince at first did not recognize her, but looking at her closely in the face, he saw that it was his oldest sister, and embracing her in turn, exclaimed, "How glad I am to see you, my sister," and they rejoiced greatly. The sister invited him to enter the palace, which was hers, and led him to her husband, who was much pleased to see him, and all three overwhelmed with caresses the child who, by calling his mother, had been the cause of all that joy. The prince then asked about his other 2 sisters, and his brother-in-law replied that they were well, and lived in a lordly way with their husbands. The prince was surprised, and his brother-in-law added that the fortunes of the 3 husbands of his sisters had changed since they had been enchanted by a magician. "And cannot I see my other 2 sisters?" asked the prince. The brother-in-law replied, "Direct your journey toward sunrise. After a day you will find your second sister, after 2 days, the third. But I must seek the way to the fair Fiorita, and I do not know whether it is toward sunrise or sunset. It is precisely toward sunrise, and you are doubly fortunate, first, because you will see your 2 sisters again, secondly, because from the last you can receive information about the fair Fiorita. But before departing I wish to give you a remembrance. Take these hog's bristles. The first time you encounter any danger from which you cannot extricate yourself, throw them on the ground, and I will free you from the danger." The prince took the bristles, and after he had thanked his brother-in-law, resumed his journey. The next day he arrived at the palace of his second sister, was received there also with great joy, and this brother-in-law, too, wished to give him a memento before he departed, and because he had been a huntsman, presented him with a bunch of birds' feathers, telling him the same thing that the other brother-in-law had. He thanked him and departed. The third day he came to his youngest sisters, who, seeing the brother who had always loved her more dearly than his other sisters, welcomed him more warmly, as did also her husband. The latter gave him a little human bone, giving him the same advice as the other brothers-in-law had. His sister then told him that the fair Fiorita lived a day's journey from there, and that he could learn more about her from an old woman who was indebted to her, and to whom she sent him. As soon as the prince arrived at the fair Fiorita's country, she was the king's daughter, he went to the old woman. When she heard that he was the brother of the one who had been so kind to her, she received him like a son. Fortunately, the old woman's house was exactly opposite that side of the king's palace where there was a window to which the fair Fiorita came every day at dawn. Now one morning at that hour she appeared at the window, scarcely covered by a white veil. When the prince saw that flower of beauty, he was so agitated that he would have fallen had not the old woman supported him. The old woman attempted to dissuade him from the idea of marrying the fair Fiorita, saying that the king would give his daughter only to him who should discover a hidden place, and that he killed him who could not find it, and that already many princes had lost their lives for her. But, notwithstanding, he answered that he should die if he could not obtain possession of the fair Fiorita. Having learned afterward from the old woman that the king bought for his daughter the rarest musical instruments, hear what he devised. He went to a cymbal maker and said, "I want a cymbal that will play 3 tunes, and each tune to last a day, and to be made in such a way that a man can be hidden inside of it, and I will pay you 1,000 ducats for it. When it is finished I will get in it, and you must go and play it in front of the king's palace, and if the king wishes to buy it you will sell it to him on condition that you shall take it every 3 days to fix it." The cymbal maker consented, and did all that the prince commanded him. The king purchased the cymbal with the maker's condition, had it carried to his daughter's bedchamber, and said to her, "See, my daughter, I do not wish you to lack any diversion, even when you are in bed and cannot sleep." Next to the fair Fioretta's chamber slept her maids of honor. In the night when all were asleep, the prince, who was hidden in the cymbal, came out and called, "Fair Fioretta! Fair Fioretta!" She awoke in a fright and cried, "Come, my maids of honor, I hear some one calling me." The maids of honor came quickly, but found no one, for the prince hid himself suddenly in the instrument. The same thing happened twice, and the maids coming and finding no one, the fair Fioretta said, "Well, it must be my fancy. If I call you again, do not come, I command you." The prince, within the cymbal, heard this. Scarcely had the maids of honor fallen asleep again, when the prince approached the fair one's bed and said, "Fair Fioretta, give me, I beg you, a kiss from your lips, if you do not, I shall die." She, all trembling, called her maids, but obeying her command, they did not come. Then she said to the prince, "You are fortunate and have won. Draw near." And she gave him the kiss, and on the prince's lips there remained a beautiful rose. "Take this rose," she said, "and keep it on your heart, for it will bring you good luck." The prince placed it on his heart, and then told his fair one all his history from the time he had left his father's palace until he had introduced himself into her chamber by the trick with the cymbal. The fair Fioretta was well pleased, and said that she would willingly marry him, but to succeed, he must perform many difficult tasks which the king would lay upon him. First he must discover the way to a hiding place where the king had concealed her with 100 damsels, then he must recognize her among the 100 damsels, all dressed alike and veiled. "But," she said, "you need not trouble yourself about these difficulties, for the rose you have taken from my lips, and which you will always wear over your heart, will draw you like the lodestone, first to the hiding place, and afterward to my arms. But the king will set you other tasks, and perhaps terrible ones. These you must think of yourself. Let us leave it to God and fortune." The prince went at once to the king, and asked for the fair Fioretta's hand. The king did not refuse it, but made the same conditions that the princess had told him of. He consented, and by the help of the rose quickly performed the first tasks. "Bravo!" exclaimed the king, when the prince recognized the fair Fioretta among the other damsels, "but this is not enough." Then he shut him up in a large room all full of fruit, and commanded him, under pain of death, to eat it all up in a day. The prince was in despair, but fortunately he remembered the hog's bristles and the advice which his first brother-in-law had given him. He threw the bristles on the ground, and there suddenly came forth a great herd of swine which ate up all the fruit and then disappeared. This task was accomplished. But the king proposed another. He wished the prince to retire with his bride, and cause her to fall asleep at the singing of the birds which are the sweetest to hear and the most beautiful to see. The prince remembered the bunch of feathers given him by his brother-in-law the huntsman, and threw them on the ground. Suddenly there appeared the most beautiful birds in the world, and sang so sweetly that the king himself fell asleep. But a servant awakened him at once, because he had commanded it, and he said to the prince and his daughter, "Now you can enjoy your love at liberty. But tomorrow, on arising, you must present me with a child 2 years old, who can speak and call you by name. If not, you will both be killed." "Now let us retire, my dear wife," said the prince to the fair Fioretta. "Between now and tomorrow some saint will aid us." The next morning the prince remembered the bone which his brother-in-law the grave-digger had given him. He rose and threw it to the ground, and lo! a beautiful child, with a golden apple in his right hand, who cried Papa and Mama. The king entered the room, and the child ran to meet him, and wished to put the golden apple on the crown which the king wore. The king then kissed the child, blessed the pair, and taking the crown from his head, put it on his son-in-law's, saying, "This is now yours." Then they gave a great feast at the court for the wedding, and they invited the prince's 3 sisters, with their husbands. And the prince's father, receiving such good news of the son whom he believed lost, hastened to embrace him, and gave him his crown too. So the prince and the fair Fiorita became king and queen of 2 realms, and from that time on were always happy. In the above story, the wife is won by the performance of difficult tasks by the suitor. A somewhat similar class of stories is the one in which the bride is won by the solution of a riddle. The riddle, or difficult question, is either proposed by the bride herself, and the suitor who fails to answer it is killed, or the suitor is obliged to propose one himself, and if the bride fails to solve it, she marries him. If she succeeds, the suitor is killed. The first of the above 2 forms is found in 3 Italian stories, 2 of which resemble each other quite closely. In the Pentamerone, I.5, the flea, the king of High Hill, being bitten by a flea, caught him by a wonderful feat of dexterity, and seeing how handsome and stately he was, he could not in conscience pass sentence on him upon the bed of his nail. So he put him into a bottle, and feeding him every day with the blood of his own arm, the little beast grew at such a rate that at the end of 7 months it was necessary to shift his quarters, for he was grown bigger than a sheep. When the king saw this, he had him flayed, and the skin dressed. Then he issued a proclamation, that whoever could tell to what animal this skin had belonged should have his daughter to wife. The question is answered by an ogre, to whom the king gives his daughter rather than break his promise. The hapless wife is afterward rescued by an old woman's 7 sons, who possess remarkable gifts. In Gons. Number 22, the robber who had a witch's head, a king with 3 daughters fattens a louse and nails its skin over the door as in the Pentamerone. A robber who had a witch's head that told him everything he wanted to know, answers the question, and receives in marriage the king's eldest daughter. He takes her home and leaves her alone for a time, and on his return learns from the witch's head that his wife has reviled him. He kills her and marries the second sister, whom he kills for the same reason, and marries the youngest. She is more discreet, and the witch's head can only praise her. One day she finds the head and throws it in the oven, and the robber, whose life was in some way connected with it, died. The wife then anointed her sisters with a life-giving salve, and all 3 returned to their father's house, and afterward married 3 handsome princes. The third story, from the Tyrol, Schneller, number 31, The Devil's Wife, is connected with the Bluebeard story, which will be mentioned later. A king and queen had an only daughter, who was very pretty and fond of dress. One day she found a louse, and as she did not know what kind of an animal it was, she ran to her mother and asked her. Her mother told her and said, "Shut the louse up in a box and feed it. As soon as it is very large, we will have a pair of gloves made of its skin, these we will exhibit, and whoever of your suitors guesses from the skin of what animal they are made, shall be your husband." The successful suitor is no other than the devil, who takes his wife home and forbids her to open a certain room. One day, while he is absent, she opens the door of the forbidden chamber, and sees from the flames and condemned souls who her husband is. She is so frightened that she becomes ill, but manages to send word to her father by means of a carrier pigeon. The king sets out with many brave men to deliver her. On the way he meets 3 men who possess wonderful gifts, far-seeing, sharp ear, great strength, and with their aid rescues his daughter. More frequently, however, this class of stories turns on a riddle proposed by the suitor himself, and which the bride is unable to solve. The following story, which illustrates the latter version, is from Istria, Ive, 1877, page 13, and is entitled 14. Beard. Once upon a time there was a mother who had a son, who went to school. One day he came home and said to his mother, "Mother, I want to go and seek my fortune." She replied, "Ah, my son, are you mad? Where do you want to seek it?" "I want to wander about the world until I find it." Now he had a dog whose name was Beard. He said, "Tomorrow morning bake me some bread, put it into a bag, give me a pair of iron shoes, and I and Beard will go and seek our fortune." His mother said, "No, my son, don't go, for I shall not see you again." And she wept him as did. After she was quieted, she said to him, "Well, if you will go, tomorrow I will bake you some bread, and I will make you a bread cake." She made the bread cake, and put some poison in it. She put the bread and the bread cake in the bag, and he went away. He walked and walked and walked until he felt hungry, and said to the dog, "Ah, poor Beard, how tired you are, and how hungry, too. Wait until we have gone a little farther, and then we will eat." He went on, tired as he was, and at last seated himself under a tree, with the dog near him. He said, "Oh, here we are, now we will eat. Wait, Beard, I will give you a piece of the bread cake so that you, too, can eat." He broke off a piece of the cake, and gave it to him to eat. The dog was so hungry that he ate it greedily. After he had eaten it, he took 2 or 3 turns, and fell dead on the ground, with his tongue sticking out. "Ah, poor Beard," said his master. "You have been poisoned. My mother has done it. The wretch! She has put poison in the cake in order to kill me." He kept weeping and saying, "Poor Beard, you are dead, but you have saved my life." While he was weeping, 3 crows passed, alighted, and pecked at the tongue of the dog, and all 3 died. Then he said, "Well, well. Beard dead has killed 3 crows. I will take them with me." So he took them and continued his journey. He saw at a distance a large fire. He approached and heard talking and singing, and beheld 7 highwaymen who had eaten a great many birds, and who had a great deal of meat still left. He said to himself, "Poor me! Now I shall have to die. There is no escape. They will certainly take me and kill me." Then he said, "Enough, I will go ahead." As soon as they saw him, they cried, "Stop! Your money or your life." The poor fellow said, "Brothers, what would you have me give you?" "Money I have not. I am very hungry. I have nothing but these 3 birds. If you want them, I will give them to you." "Very well," they said, "eat and drink, we will eat the birds." They took the birds, picked them, skinned them, roasted them over the coals, and said to the youth, "We will not give you any of these, you can eat the others." They ate them, and all 7 fell down dead. When the youth saw that they did not stir, but were dead, he said, "Well, well. Beard dead has killed 3, and these 3 have killed 7. He rose and went away after he had made a good meal. On the way he felt hungry again, and sat down under a tree, and began to eat. When he got up, he saw a beautiful canary bird on the top of another tree. He took up a stone and threw at it. The bird flew away. Now, behind this tree was a hare big with young, and it happened that the stone fell on it and killed it. The youth went to see where the stone fell, and when he saw the dead hare, he said, "Well, well. I threw it at the canary bird, and the stone killed the hare. I will take it with me. If I had the fire that those robbers left, I would cook it." He went on until he came to a church, in which he found a lighted lamp and a missal. So he skinned the hare and made a fire with the missal, and roasted and ate the hare. Then he continued his journey until he came to the foot of a mountain, where the sea was. On the shore he saw 2 persons with a boat, who ferried over those who wished to reach the other shore, because one could not go on foot on account of the great dust, which was suffocating. The price for crossing was 3 soldi. The youth said to the owners of the bark, "How much do you want to set me down on the other bank?" 3 soldi. "Take me across, brothers, I will give you 2, for I have no more." They replied, "Two do not enter if there are not three." He repeated his offer and they made the same answer. Then he said, "Very well. I will stay here." And he remained there. In a moment, however, there came up a shower, and laid the dust, and he went on. He reached a city, and found it in great confusion. He asked, "What is the matter here, that there are so many people?" They answered, "It is the governor's daughter, who guesses everything. He whose riddle she cannot guess is to marry her, but he whose riddle she guesses is put to death." He asked, "Could I, too, go there?" "What, you go, who are a foolish boy? So many students have abstained, and you, so ignorant, wish to go. You will certainly go to your death." "Well," he said, "my mother told me that she would never see me again, so I will go." He presented himself to the governor and said, "Sir Governor, I wish to go to your daughter and see whether she can guess what I have to tell her." "Do you wish," he replied, "to go to your death? So many have lost their lives, do you, also, wish to lose yours?" He answered, "Let me go and try." He wished to go and see for himself. He entered the hall where the daughter was. The governor summoned many gentlemen to hear. When they were all there, the governor again said that the youth should reflect that if she guessed what he had to say that he would lose his life. He replied that he had thought of that. The room was full of persons of talent, and the youth presented himself and said, "Beard Dead has killed 3. She said to herself, "How can it be that one dead should kill 3? And 3 have killed 7. She said, "Here is nothing but dead and killed, what shall I do?" She was puzzled at once, and felt herself perplexed. He continued, "I threw where I saw, and reached where I did not expect to. I have eaten that which was born, and that which was not born. It was cooked with words. 2 do not enter if there are not 3. But the hard passes over the soft." When she heard this, the governor's daughter could not answer. All the others were astonished likewise, and said that she must marry him. Then he told them all that had happened, and the marriage took place. We shall now direct our attention to a class of stories found in all lands, and which may, from one of its most important episodes, be called the Forgotten Bride. In the ordinary version, the hero, in consequence of some imprecation, sets out in search of the heroine, who is either the daughter or in the custody of ogre or ogress. The hero, by the help of the heroine, performs difficult tasks imposed upon him by her father or mother, etc., and finally elopes with her. The pursuit of father or mother, etc., is avoided by magic obstacles raised in their way, or by transformations of the fugitives. The hero leaves his bride to prepare his parents to receive her, but at a kiss, usually from his mother, he entirely forgets his bride until she recalls herself to his memory, and they are both united. The trait of difficult tasks performed by the hero is sometimes omitted, as well as flight with magic obstacles or transformations. All the episodes of the above story, down to the forgetting bride at mother's kiss, are found in many stories, notably in the class True Bride, already mentioned. A Sicilian story, Petra, number 13, will best illustrate this class. It is entitled 15. Snow White Fire Red. There was once a king and queen who had no son, and they were always making vows to obtain one, and they promised that if they had a son, or even a daughter, they would maintain 2 fountains for 7 years, one running wine, the other oil. After this vow the queen gave birth to a handsome boy. As soon as the child was born, the 2 fountains were erected, and everybody went and took oil and wine. At the end of 7 years the fountains began to dry up. An ogress, wishing to collect the drops that still fell from the fountain, went there with a sponge and pitcher. She sopped up the drops with the sponge and then squeezed it in the pitcher. After she had worked so hard to fill this pitcher, the little son of the king, who was playing ball, from caprice threw a ball and broke the pitcher. When the old woman saw this, she said, "Listen. I can do nothing to you, for you are the king's son, but I can bestow upon you an imprecation: may you be unable to marry until you find Snow White Fire Red. The cunning child took a piece of paper and wrote down the old woman's words, put it away in a drawer, and said nothing about it. When he was 18, the king and queen wished him to marry. Then he remembered the old woman's imprecation, took the piece of paper, and said, "Ah! If I do not find Snow White Fire Red, I cannot marry." When it seemed fit, he took leave of his father and mother, and began his journey entirely alone. Months passed without meeting anyone. One evening, night overtook him, tired and discouraged, in a plain in the midst of which was a large house. At daybreak he saw an ogress coming, frightfully tall and stout, who cried, "Snow White Fire Red, lower your tresses for me to climb up." When the prince heard this, he took heart, and said, "There she is." Snow White Fire Red lowered her tresses, which seemed never to end, and the ogress climbed up by them. The next day the ogress descended, and when the prince saw her depart, he came from under the tree where he had concealed himself, and cried, "Snow White Fire Red, lower your tresses for me to climb up." She, believing it was her mother, for she called the ogress mother, lowered her tresses, and the prince climbed boldly up. When he was up, he said, "Ah! My dear little sister, how I have labored to find you." And he told her of the old woman's imprecation when he was 7 years old. She gave him some refreshments, and then said, "You see, if the ogress returns and finds you here, she will devour you. Hide yourself." The ogress returned, and the prince concealed himself. After the ogress had eaten, her daughter gave her wine to drink, and made her drunk. Then she said, "My mother, what must I do to get away from here? Not that I want to go, for I wish to stay with you, but I want to know just out of curiosity. Tell me." "What you must do to get away from here," said the ogress. "You must enchant everything that there is here, so that I shall lose time. I shall call, and instead of you, the chair, the cupboard, the chest of drawers, will answer for you. When you do not appear, I will ascend. You must take the 7 balls of yarn that I have laid away. When I come and do not find you, I shall pursue you. When you see yourself pursued, throw down the first ball, and then the others. I shall always overtake you until you throw down the last ball." Her daughter heard all that she said, and remembered it. The next day the ogress went out, and Snow White Fire Red and the prince did what they had to do. They went about the whole house, saying, "Table, you answer if my mother comes. Chairs, answer if my mother comes. Chest of drawers, answer if my mother comes." And so she enchanted the whole house. Then she and the prince departed in such a hurry that they seemed to fly. When the ogress returned, she called, "Snow White Fire Red, let down your tresses that I may climb up." The table answered, "Come, come, mother." She waited a while, and when no one appeared to draw her up, she called again, "Snow White Fire Red, lower your tresses for me to climb up." The chair answered, "Come, come, mother." She waited a while, but no one appeared. Then she called again, and the chest of drawers replied, "Come, come, mother." Meanwhile the lovers were fleeing. When there was nothing left to answer, the ogress cried out, "Treason! Treason!" Then she got a ladder and climbed up. When she saw that her daughter and the balls of yarn were gone, she cried, "Ah, wretch! I will drink your blood." Then she hastened after the fugitives, following their scent. They saw her afar off, and when she saw them, she cried, "Snow White Fire Red, turn around so that I can see you." If she had turned around, she would have been enchanted. When the ogress had nearly overtaken them, Snow White Fire Red threw down the first ball, and suddenly there arose a lofty mountain. The ogress was not disturbed. She climbed and climbed until she almost overtook the two again. Then Snow White Fire Red, seeing her near at hand, threw down the second ball, and there suddenly appeared a plain covered with razors and knives. The ogress, all cut and torn, followed after the lovers, dripping with blood. When Snow White Fire Red saw her near again, she threw down the third ball, and there arose a terrible river. The ogress threw herself into the river and continued her pursuit, although she was half dead. Then another ball, and there appeared a fountain of vipers, and many other things. At last, dying and worn out, the ogress stopped and cursed Snow White Fire Red, saying, "The first kiss that the queen gives her son, may the prince forget you." Then the ogress could stand it no longer, and died in great anguish. The lovers continued their journey, and came to a town near where the prince lived. He said to Snow White Fire Red, "You remain here, for you are not provided with proper clothes, and I will go and get what you need, and then you can appear before my father and mother." She consented, and remained. When the queen beheld her son, she threw herself on him to kiss him. "Mother," said he, "I have made a vow not to allow myself to be kissed." The poor mother was petrified. At night, while he was asleep, his mother, who was dying to kiss him, went and did so. From that moment he forgot all about Snow White Fire Red. Let us leave the prince with his mother, and return to the poor girl, who was left in the street without knowing where she was. An old woman met her, and saw the poor girl, as beautiful as the sun, weeping. "What is the matter, my daughter?" "I do not know how I came here." "My daughter, do not despair, come with me." And she took her to her house. The young girl was deft with her hands, and could work enchantment. She made things, and the old woman sold them, and so they both lived. One day the maiden said to the old woman that she wanted 2 bits of old cloth from the palace for some work she had to do. The old woman went to the palace, and began to ask for the bits, and said so much that at last she obtained them. Now the old woman had 2 doves, a male and a female, and with these bits of cloth Snow White Fire Red dressed the doves so prettily that all who saw them marveled. The young girl took these doves, and whispered in their ears, "You are the prince, and you are Snow White Fire Red. The king is at the table, eating, fly and relate all that you have undergone." While the king, queen, prince, and many others were at the table, the beautiful doves flew in and alighted on the table. "How beautiful you are!" And all were greatly pleased. Then the dove which represented Snow White Fire Red began, "Do you remember when you were young how your father promised a fountain of oil and one of wine for your birth?" The other dove answered, "Yes, I remember." "Do you remember the old woman whose pitcher of oil you broke?" "Do you remember?" "Yes, I remember." "Do you remember the imprecation she pronounced on you, that you could not marry until you found Snow White Fire Red?" "I remember," replied the other dove. In short, the first dove recalled all that had passed, and finally said, "Do you remember how you had the ogress at your heels, and how she cursed you, saying that at your mother's first kiss you must forget Snow White Fire Red?" When the dove came to the kiss, the prince remembered everything, and the king and queen were astounded at hearing the doves speak. When they had ended their discourse, the doves made a low bow and flew away. The prince cried, "Ho, there! Ho, there! See where those doves go! See where they go!" The servants looked and saw the doves alight on a country house. The prince hastened and entered it, and found Snow White Fire Red. When he saw her he threw his arms about her neck, exclaiming, "Ah, my sister, how much you have suffered for me!" Straightway they dressed her beautifully and conducted her to the palace. When the queen saw her there, she said, "What a beauty!" Things were soon settled and the lovers were married. As we have remarked above, this story is often found incomplete, the ending, forgetfulness of bride, being wanting. Several of these versions are from Milan, November Fire. pp. 411, 415, 417. In the first, the King of the Sun, a trait occurs that is of some interest. The hero plays billiards with the King of the Sun and wins his daughter. he goes in search of his bride, and at last finds an old man who tells him where the King of the Sun lives, and adds, in a wood near by is a pond where, in the afternoon, the king's 3 daughters bathe. Go and carry away their clothes, and when they come and ask for them, give them back on condition that they will take you to their father. The hero does as he is told, is taken to the king, and obliged to choose his bride from among the 3, with his eyes blindfolded. The remainder of the story consists of the usual flight, with the transformations of the lovers. The incident of the maidens who bathe, and whose clothes the hero steals, is clearly an example of the Swan Maiden myth, and occurs in a few other Italian tales. In a story from the north of Italy, Monferrato, Comparetti, No. 50, The Isle of Happiness, a poor boy goes to seek his fortune. He encounters an old man who tells him that fortune appears but once in 100 years, and if not taken then, never is. He adds that this is the very time for fortune to appear, that day or the next, and advises the youth to hide himself in a wood near the bank of a stream, and when 3 beautiful girls come and bathe, to carry away the clothes of the middle one. He does so, and compels the owner, who is none other than Fortune, to marry him. By his mother's fault he loses his bride, as in the Cupid and Psyche stories, and is obliged to go in search of her to the Isle of Happiness. The same incident occurs in several Sicilian stories. In one, Petra, No. 50, Give Me the Veil, the hero, a poor youth, goes in search of his fortune as in the last story, and meets an old woman who tells him to go to a certain fountain, where 12 doves will come to drink and become 12 maidens as beautiful as the sun, with veils over their faces, and advises the youth to seize the veil of the most beautiful girl and keep it, for if she obtains it she will become a dove again. The youth does as he is commanded, and takes his wife home, giving the veil to his mother to keep for him. She gives it to the wife, who becomes a dove again, and disappears. The same thing happens twice. The third time the veil is burned, and the wife, who turns out to be the enchanted daughter of the King of Spain, remains with her husband. There yet remains a large and interesting class of stories to be examined. The class may conveniently be termed Bluebeard, although, as we shall see, there are 3 versions of this story, to only one of which the above name properly belongs. These 3 versions are well represented by the 3 Grimm stories of the Feather Bird, No. 46, the Robber Bridegroom, No. 40, and the Woodcutter's Child, No. 3. In the first version, which is, properly speaking, the Bluebeard story, 2 sisters are married in turn and killed by their husband, because they open the forbidden chamber. The youngest sister, although she opens the forbidden door, manages to escape and deliver her sisters, whom she restores to life. In the second version, a robber marries several sisters, whom he kills for disobeying his commands. The trait of forbidden chamber is usually wanting. The youngest sister again manages to escape and restores her dead sisters to life. Generally in this version the husband makes a desperate effort to be revenged on the sister who has escaped from him, but fails in this also. In the third version a young girl is under the guardianship of some supernatural being, who forbids her to open a certain door. The child disobeys, denies her fault, and is sent away in disgrace. She afterward marries, and her children are taken from her one by one until she confesses her fault, or, as is the case in an Italian version, persists in her denial to the very end. We shall examine these 3 versions separately, and first give an example of the first, or Bluebeard, class. It is from Venice, Witterwolf, No. 11, Jarb. 7, 148, and is entitled 16. How the Devil Married 3 Sisters. Once upon a time the devil was seized with a desire to marry. He therefore left hell, took the form of a handsome young man, and built a fine large house. When it was completed and furnished in the most fashionable style, he introduced himself to a family where there were 3 pretty daughters, and paid his addresses to the eldest of them. The handsome man pleased the maiden. Her parents were glad to see a daughter so well provided for, and it was not long before the wedding was celebrated. When he had taken his bride home, he presented her with a very tastefully arranged bouquet, led her through all the rooms of the house, and finally to a closed door. "The whole house is at your disposal," said he, "only I must request one thing of you, that is, that you do not on any account open this door." Of course the young wife promised faithfully, but equally, of course, she could scarcely wait for the moment to come when she might break her promise. When the devil had left the house the next morning, under pretense of going hunting, she ran hastily to the forbidden door, opened it, and saw a terrible abyss full of fire that shot up towards her, and singed the flowers on her bosom. When her husband came home and asked her whether she had kept her promise, she unhesitatingly said yes, but he saw by the flowers that she was telling a lie, and said, "Now I will not put your curiosity to the test any longer. Come with me. I will show you myself what is behind the door." Thereupon he led her to the door, opened it, gave her such a push that she fell down into hell, and shut the door again. A few months after he wooed the next sister for his wife, and won her, but with her everything that had happened with the first wife was exactly repeated. Finally he courted the third sister. She was a prudent maiden, and said to herself, "He has certainly murdered my two sisters, but then it is a splendid match for me, so I will try and see whether I cannot be more fortunate than they." And accordingly she consented. After the wedding the bridegroom gave her a beautiful bouquet, but forbade her, also, to open the door which he pointed out. Not a whit less curious than her sisters, she, too, opened the forbidden door when the devil had gone hunting, but she had previously put her flowers in water. Then she saw behind the door the fatal abyss and her sisters therein. "Ah," she exclaimed, "poor creature that I am, I thought I had married an ordinary man, and instead of that he is the devil. How can I get away from him?" She carefully pulled her two sisters out of hell and hid them. When the devil came home he immediately looked at the bouquet, which she again wore on her bosom, and when he found the flowers so fresh he asked no questions, but reassured as to his secret, he now, for the first time, really loved her. After a few days she asked him if he would carry 3 chests for her to her parents' house, without putting them down or resting on the way. "But," she added, "you must keep your word, for I shall be watching you." The devil promised to do exactly as she wished. So the next morning she put one of her sisters in a chest, and laid it on her husband's shoulders. The devil, who is very strong, but also very lazy and unaccustomed to work, soon got tired of carrying the heavy chest, and wanted to rest before he was out of the street on which he lived, but his wife called out to him, "Don't put it down, I see you." The devil went reluctantly on with the chest until he had turned the corner, and then said to himself, "She cannot see me here, I will rest a little." But scarcely had he begun to put the chest down when the sister inside cried out, "Don't put it down, I see you still." Cursing, he dragged the chest on into another street, and was going to lay it down on a doorstep, but he again heard the voice, "Don't lay it down, you rascal, I see you still." What kind of eyes must my wife have, he thought, to see around corners as well as straight ahead, and through walls as if they were made of glass, and thus thinking he arrived, all in a perspiration and quite tired out, at the house of his mother-in-law, to whom he hastily delivered the chest, and then hurried home to strengthen himself with a good breakfast. The same thing was repeated the next day with the second chest. On the third day she herself was to be taken home in the chest. She therefore prepared a figure which she dressed in her own clothes, and placed on the balcony, under the pretext of being able to watch him better, slipped quickly into the chest, and had the maid put it on the devil's back. "The deuce," said he, "this chest is a great deal heavier than the others, and today, when she is sitting on the balcony, I shall have so much the less chance to rest." So by dint of the greatest exertions he carried it, without stopping, to his mother-in-law, and then hastened home to breakfast, scolding, and with his back almost broken. But quite contrary to custom, his wife did not come out to meet him, and there was no breakfast ready. "Margarita, where are you?" he cried, but received no answer. As he was running through the corridors he at length looked out of a window, and saw the figure on the balcony. "Margarita, have you gone to sleep? Come down. I am as tired as a dog, and as hungry as a wolf. But there was no reply. "If you do not come down instantly, I will go up and bring you down," he cried, angrily, but Margarita did not stir. Enraged, he hastened up to the balcony, and gave her such a box on the ear that her head flew off, and he saw that the head was nothing but a milliner's form, and the body a bundle of rags. Raging, he rushed down and rummaged through the whole house, but in vain. He found only his wife's empty jewel box. "Ha!" he cried, "she has been stolen from me, and her jewels, too," and he immediately ran to inform her parents of the misfortune. But when he came near the house, to his great surprise he saw on the balcony above the door all three sisters, his wives, who were looking down on him with scornful laughter. Three wives at once terrified the devil so much that he took his flight with all possible speed. Since that time he has lost his taste for marrying. We have already mentioned, in the class of Bride won by solving riddle, the story in Gonzenbach of the robber who had a witch's head. In this story, after the robber has married the first princess, he takes her home and learns from the witch's head, which hangs over the window in a basket, what his wife says of him in his absence. The counterpart of the witch's head is found in several very curious Italian stories. In these a magician is substituted for the robber, and marries, in the same way, several sisters. In the version in Gonzenbach, number 23, the story of Oheim, the magician, leaves his wife for a few days, and before he goes gives her a human bone, telling her she must eat it before his return. The wife throws the bone away, but when the magician returns he calls out, "Bone, where are you?" "Here I am." "Come here, then." Then the bone came, and the magician murdered his wife because she had not done her duty. The second sister is married and killed in the same way. Then the youngest becomes the magician's bride. In her perplexity and grief at her husband's command to eat a human arm during his absence, she invokes her mother spirit, which tells her to burn the arm to a coal, powder it, and bind it about her body. When the magician returns and asks the arm where it is, it replies, "In Marutza's body." Then her husband trusted her, and treated her kindly, showing her, among other things, a closet containing flasks of salve which restored the dead to life. He forbade her, however, to open a certain door. Marutza could not restrain her curiosity, and the first opportunity she opened the door, and found in the room a handsome young prince murdered. She restored him to life, heard his story, and then killed him again, so that her husband would not notice it. Then she extracted from her husband the secret of his life: "I cannot be killed, but if anyone sticks a branch of this herb in my ears I shall fall asleep, and not wake up again." Marutza, of course, throws her husband, as soon as possible, into this magic sleep, restores the prince, flies with him, and marries him. Some years after, the branch in the magician's ears withered and fell out, and he awakened. Then he desired to be revenged, and travelled about until he found where his wife lived. Then he had a silver statue made in which he could conceal himself, and in which he placed some musical instruments. He shut himself up in it, and had himself and the statue taken to the palace where Marutza and her husband lived. In the night, when all were asleep, the magician came out of the statue, carried Marutza to the kitchen, kindled a fire, and put on some oil to boil, into which he intended to throw poor Marutza. But just as he was about to do it, the flask which he had laid on the king's bed, and which had thrown him into a magic sleep, rolled off, and the king awoke, heard Marutza's cries, saved her, and threw the magician into the boiling oil. In spite of his assurances, he seems to have been very thoroughly killed. A Florentine Story, November Fire. Page 290, called The Baker's Three Daughters, is a combination of the Bluebeard and Robber Bridegroom stories. The husband forbids his wife to open a certain door with a gold key, saying, "You cannot deceive me, the little dog will tell me, and, besides, I will leave you a bouquet of flowers, which you must give me on my return, and which will wither if you enter that room." The two sisters yield to their curiosity, and are killed. the third sister kills the treacherous little dog, delivers the prince, as in the last story, flies with him, and the story ends much as the last does. In a Milanese version of this story, with the same title, November Fire. Page 298, the robber bridegroom takes his wife home, and informs her that it is her duty to watch at night, and open the door to the robbers when they return. The poor wife falls asleep, and is murdered. So with the second sister. The third remains awake, rescues the prince, and flies with him. The rest of the story is as above. Of the third version of the Bluebird story there are but 2 Italian examples, one from Sicily, Gons, number 20, and one from Pisa, Comparetti, number 38. The former is entitled The Godchild of St. Francis of Paula, and is, briefly, as follows: a queen, through the intercession of St. Francis of Paula, has a girl, whom she names Pauline, from the saint. The saint is in the habit of meeting the child on her way to school, and giving her candy. One day the saint tells her to ask her mother whether it is best to suffer in youth or old age. The mother replies that it is better to suffer in youth. Thereupon the saint carries away Pauline, and shuts her up in a tower, climbing up and down by her tresses, as in other stories we have already mentioned. In the tower the saint instructed Pauline in all that belonged to her rank. One day a king climbs up by the hair, and persuades Pauline to fly with him. She consents and becomes his bride. When her first child was born, St. Francis came and took it away, rubbed the mother's mouth with blood, and deprived her of speech. 3 times this happened, and then the queen was repudiated and confined in a remote room, where she spent her time in praying to St. Francis. Meanwhile, the queen mother arranged another marriage for her son, but during the banquet the saint brought Pauline royal robes, and restored her 3 children to her. Then he led all 4 to the banquet hall, and the happy family lived thereafter in peace and happiness. The forbidden chamber is omitted in the above version, but is found in the Pisan story, The Woodman. The main idea of the story, however, is curiously distorted. A woodman had 3 daughters whom he cannot support. One day a lady met him in the wood, and offered to take one of his daughters for a companion, giving him a purse of money, and assuring him that he would always find enough wood. The lady took her home, and told her she must not open a certain door during her absence. The girl did so, however, and saw her mistress in a bath, with 2 damsels reading a book. She closed the door at once, but when the mistress returned and asked her whether she had disobeyed, and what she had seen, she confessed her fault, and told what she saw. Then the lady cut her head off, hung it by the hair to a beam, and buried the body. The same thing happened to the second sister, who opened the door, and saw the lady sitting at a table with gentlemen. The lady killed her, too, and then took the third sister, who, in spite of having seen her 2 sisters' heads, could not control her curiosity, and opened the door. She saw her mistress reclining in a beautiful bed. In the evening the lady returned and asked her what she had seen, but she answered, "I have seen nothing." The lady could extort no other answer from her, and finally clothed her in her peasant's dress, and took her back to the wood and left her. The king of the neighboring city happened to pass by, and fell in love with her, and married her. When her first child was born the lady appeared at her bedside, and said, "Now it is time to tell me what you saw." "I saw nothing," replied the young queen. Then the lady carried away the child, having first rubbed the mother's mouth with blood. This happened a second time, and then the king put her away, and prepared to marry again. The first wife was invited to the wedding feast. While at the table the lady appeared under it, and pulled the first wife's dress, and said, "Will you tell what you saw?" The reply was twice, "Nothing." Then the queen fainted. At that moment a carriage drove up to the palace with a great lady in it, who asked to see the king. She told him that it was she who had carried away his children, and added that from her childhood she had been subjected to an enchantment that was to end when she found a person who should say that she had seen nothing in that room. She then brought back the children, and all lived together in peace and joy. One of the most beautiful and touching of all fairy tales is the one known to the readers of Grimm's collection by the title of Faithful John, and which has such a charming parallel in the story of Rama and Luxman, in Miss Frere's old Deccan days. There are 7 Italian versions of this interesting story, which we shall mention briefly, giving first the shortest entire, as a point of departure. It is from the north of Italy, Comparetti, Monferrato, number 29, and is called 17. In Love with a Statue. There was once a king who had 2 sons. The eldest did not wish to marry, and the youngest, although he went about everywhere, found no lady to his taste. Now it happened that he once went to a certain city, and there saw a statue with which he fell in love. He bought it, had it carried to his room, and every day embraced and kissed it. One day his father became aware of this, and said to him, "What are you doing? If you want a wife, take one of flesh and bones, and not one of marble." He answered that he would take one exactly like the statue, or none at all. His older brother, who at this time had nothing to do, went out into the world to seek her. On his way he saw in a city a man who had a mouse which danced so that it seemed like a human being. He said to himself, "I will take it home to my brother to amuse himself with." He continued his journey, and arrived in a more distant town, where he found a bird that sang like an angel, and bought that, too, for his brother. He was on the point of returning home, and was passing through a street, when he saw a beggar knocking at a door. A very beautiful girl appeared at the window, who resembled in every respect the prince's statue, and suddenly withdrew. Then he told the beggar to ask alms again, but the beggar refused, because he feared that the magician, who was then absent, would return home and eat him up. But the prince gave him so much money and other things that he knocked again, and the young girl appeared again, and suddenly withdrew. Then the prince went through the streets, saying that he mended and sold looking-glasses. The servant of the young girl, who heard him, told her mistress to go and see the mirrors. She went, but he told her that if she wanted to select the mirrors she would have to go on board his ship. When she was there, he carried her away, and she wept bitterly and sighed, so that he would let her return home, but it was like speaking to the wall. When they were out at sea, there was heard the voice of a large black bird, saying, "Siriu, Siriu, what a handsome mouse you have! You will take it to your brother, you will turn his head, and if you tell him of it, you will become marble. Siriu, Siriu, a fine bird you have, you will take it to your brother, you will turn his head, and if you tell him, you will become marble. Siriu, Siriu, a fine lady you have, you will take her to your brother, you will turn his head, and if you tell him of it, you will become marble." He did not know how he could tell his brother, because he was afraid of becoming marble. He landed, and took the mouse to his brother, and when he had seen it and wanted it, the elder brother cut off its head. Then he showed him the bird that sang like an angel, and his brother wanted it, but the elder brother again cut off its head. Then he said, "I have something handsomer," and he produced the beautiful girl who looked like the statue. And as the brother who had brought her said nothing, the other feared that he would take her away from him, and had him thrown into prison, where he was a long time, and because he continued to keep silence, he was condemned to death. 3 days before he was to die he asked his brother to come and see him, and he consented, although unwillingly. Then the condemned brother said, "A large black bird told me that if I brought you back the dancing mouse, and spoke, I should become a statue." And saying this, he became a statue to the waist. "And if, bringing you the singing bird, I spoke, it would be the same." Then he became a statue to his breast. "And if, bringing you the lady, I spoke, I should become a statue." Then he became a statue all over, and his brother began to lament in despair, and tried to restore him to life. All kinds of physicians came, but none succeeded. Finally there came one who said that he was capable of turning the statue into a man provided they gave him what he needed. The king said he would do so, and the physician demanded the blood of the king's 2 children, but the mother would on no account consent. Then the king gave a ball, and while his wife was dancing he had the 2 children killed, and bathed with their blood the statue of his brother, and the statue straightway became a man and went to the ball. The mother, when she beheld him, suddenly thought of her children. She ran to them and found them half dead, and fainted away. All around sought to console and encourage her, but when she opened her eyes and saw the physician, she cried, "Out of my sight, ugly wretch! It is you who have caused my children to be killed." He answered, "Pardon me, my lady, I have done no harm. Go and see whether your children are there." She ran to see, and found them alive and making a great noise. Then the physician said, "I am the magician, your father, whom you forsook, and I have wished to show you what it is to love one's children." Then they made peace, and remained happy and contented. In the Venetian version, Tessa la trad. Dei Sari, page 26, called Mela and Buccia, from the names of the prince and his friend. While the 2 friends are spending the night in a deserted castle, Buccia hears a voice foretelling the dangers to which Mela will be exposed. His horse will throw him if Buccia does not kill it, a dragon will devour him on his wedding night if Buccia does not kill it, and finally, the queen's pet dog will mortally wound him if Buccia does not kill it. If, however, Buccia reveals what he has heard, he will turn to stone. Buccia acts accordingly, and the king forgives him everything but killing the queen's pet dog, for that Buccia is condemned to be hung. Then he relates all, and gradually turns to stone from his feet up. The king, queen, and Buccia's mother are inconsolable until they are informed by an old woman that the blood of the little prince will bring the statue back to life. The faithful friend is by that means restored, and the child also saved. In this version the abduction is wanting, and the last danger is not the one usually threatened. In a version from Siena, Gradi, Vigilia, page 64, one of 2 brothers goes in search of the princess with blonde tresses. He also buys a parrot and a horse, and the dangers are, he who touches the parrot will have his eyes put out, he who mounts the horse will be thrown, he who marries the fair one will be devoured by a dragon, and he who reveals these dangers will become stone. The remainder of the story is like the last version. The Florentine version, November Fire, page 21, is mixed up with a number of other incidents. The dangers from which the prince is saved by his faithful servant are poisoned apples, poisoned pastry, and a lion in the royal chamber. The servant is turned to stone and restored, as in the other versions. In a Mantuan story, Fiabi Mant, number 9, the dangers are parrot, horse, and bride. Whoever touches these will be devoured by a dragon. Whoever reveals these dangers will become stone. The conclusion is the same as above. The last version we shall mention here is in the Pentamerone, 4:9, and resembles the one from Monferrato. The elder brother, who goes in search of a bride for his younger brother, buys a falcon and a horse. The first will pick out the younger brother's eyes, the horse will throw him, and finally a dragon will devour him on his wedding night. The remainder of the story is as usual. We shall conclude this chapter with the class of stories in which giants are outwitted by men. The simplest form is found in 2 stories which are interesting examples of the survival of classic myths. Both stories are from Sicily, and one was told to Petra by a girl 8 years old, Petra, number 51. It is entitled The Little Monk, and is, in substance, as follows. There were once 2 monks who went begging for the church every year. One was large and the other small. They lost their way once and came to a large cave, in which was a monster, lit. Animal, Armalu, who was building a fire. The 2 monks, however, did not believe it was a monster, but said, "Let us go and rest there." They entered, and saw the monster killing a sheep and roasting it. He had already killed and cooked 20. "Eat," said the monster to them. "We don't want to eat, we are not hungry." "Eat, I tell you." After they had eaten the sheep, they lay down, and the monster closed the entrance to the cave with a great stone. Then he took a sharp iron, heated it in the fire, and stuck it in the throat of the larger of the two monks, roasted the body, and wanted the other monk to help eat it. "I don't want to eat," said he, "I am full." "Get up," said the monster. "If you don't, I will kill you." The wretched monk arose in fright, seated himself at the table, and pretended to eat, but threw the flesh away. In the night the good man took the iron, heated it, and plunged it in the monster's eyes. Then the monk in his terror slipped into the skin of a sheep. The monster felt his way to the entrance of the cave, removed the stone, and let the sheep out one by one, and so the good man escaped and returned to Trapani, and told his story to some fishermen. The monster went fishing, and being blind, stumbled against a rock and broke his head. The other version is from the Albanian colony of Piana de Greci, Comparetti, No. 70, in Sicily, and is substantially the same as the story just given. Generally, however, the stories in which giants are outwitted by men are more complicated, and may be divided into two classes, one where the giant is outwitted by superior cunning, the other where the giant's stupidity is deceived by the man's braggadocio. The first class may be represented by a Sicilian story, Petra, No. 33, entitled 13th. There was once a father who had 13 sons, the youngest of whom was named 13th. The father had hard work to support his children, but made what he could gathering herbs. The mother, to make the children quick, said to them, "The one who comes home first shall have herb soup." 13th always returned the first, and the soup always fell to his share, on which account his brothers hated him and sought to get rid of him. The king issued a proclamation in the city that he who was bold enough to go and steal the ogre's coverlet should receive a measure of gold. 13th's brothers went to the king and said, "Majesty, we have a brother, named 13th, who is confident that he can do that and other things too." The king said, "Bring him to me at once." They brought 13th, who said, "Majesty, how is it possible to steal the ogre's coverlet? If he sees me he will eat me." "No matter, you must go," said the king. "I know that you are bold, and this act of bravery you must perform." 13th departed and went to the house of the ogre, who was away. The ogress was in the kitchen. 13th entered quietly and hid himself under the bed. At night the ogre returned. He ate his supper and went to bed, saying as he did so, "I smell the smell of human flesh. Where I see it I will swallow it." The ogress replied, "Be still, no one has entered here." The ogre began to snore, and 13th pulled the coverlet a little. The ogre awoke and cried, "What is that?" 13th began to mew like a cat. The ogress said, "Scat! Scat," and clapped her hands, and then fell asleep again with the ogre. Then 13th gave a hard pull, seized the coverlet, and ran away. The ogre heard him running, recognized him in the dark, and said, "I know you. You are 13th, without doubt." After a time the king issued another proclamation, that whoever would steal the ogre's horse and bring it to the king should receive a measure of gold. 13th again presented himself, and asked for a silk ladder and a bag of cakes. With these things he departed, and went at night to the ogre's, climbed up without being heard, and descended to the stable. The horse neighed on seeing him, but he offered it a cake, saying, "Do you see how sweet it is? If you will come with me, my master will give you these always." Then he gave it another, saying, "Let me mount you and see how we go." So he mounted it, kept feeding it with cakes, and brought it to the king's stable. The king issued another proclamation, that he would give a measure of gold to whoever would bring him the ogre's bolster. 13th said, "Majesty, how is that possible? The bolster is full of little bells, and you must know that the ogre awakens at a breath." "I know nothing about it," said the king. "I wish it at any cost." 13th departed, and went and crept under the ogre's bed. At midnight he stretched out his hand very softly, but the little bells all sounded. "What is that?" said the ogre. "Nothing," replied the ogress, perhaps it is the wind that makes them ring. But the ogre, who was suspicious, pretended to sleep, but kept his ears open. 13th stretched out his hand again. Alack! The ogre put out his arm and seized him. Now you are caught. Just wait, I will make you cry for your first trick, for your second, and for your third. After this he put 13th in a barrel, and began to feed him on raisins and figures. After a time he said, Stick out your finger, little 13th, so that I can see whether you are fat. 13th saw there a mouse's tail, and stuck that out. Ah, how thin you are, said the ogre, and besides, you don't smell good. Eat, my son, take the raisins and figs, and get fat soon. After some days the ogre told him again to put out his finger, and 13th stuck out a spindle. Wretch! Are you still lean? Eat, and get fat soon. At the end of a month 13th had nothing more to stick out, and was obliged to show his finger. The ogre cried out in joy, He is fat, he is fat. The ogress hastened to the spot. Quick, my ogress, heat the oven 3 nights and 3 days, for I am going to invite our relatives, and we will make a fine banquet of 13th. The ogress heated the oven 3 days and 3 nights, and then released 13th from the barrel, and said to him, Come here, 13th, we have got to put the lamb in the oven. But 13th caught her meaning, and when he approached the oven, he said, Ah, mother ogress, what is that black thing in the corner of the oven? The ogress stooped down a little, but saw nothing. Stoop down again, said 13th, so that you can see it. When she stooped down again, 13th seized her by the feet and threw her into the oven, and then closed the oven door. When she was cooked, he took her out carefully, cut her in 2, divided her legs into pieces, and put them on the table, and placed her trunk, with her head and arms, in the bed, under the sheet, and tied a string to the chin and another to the back of her head. When the ogre arrived with his guests he found the dishes on the table. Then he went to his wife's bed and asked, Mother ogress, do you want to dine? 13th pulled the string, and the ogress shook her head. How are you, tired? And 13th, who was hidden under the bed, pulled the other string and made her nod. Now it happened that one of her relatives moved something and saw that the ogress was dead, and only half of her was there. She cried in a loud voice, Treason! Treason! And all hastened to the bed. In the midst of the confusion 13th escaped from under the bed and ran away to the king with the bolster and the ogre's most valuable things. After this, the king said to 13th, Listen, 13th. To complete your valiant exploits, I wish you to bring me the ogre himself, in person, alive and well. How can I, your majesty, said 13th. Then he roused himself, and added, I see how, now. Then he had a very strong chest made, and disguised himself as a monk, with a long, false beard, and went to the ogre's house, and called out to him, Do you know 13th? The wretch! He has killed our superior, but if I catch him, I will shut him up in this chest. At these words the ogre drew near and said, I, too, would like to help you against that wretch of an assassin, for you don't know what he has done to me. And he began to tell his story. But what shall we do, said the pretended monk. I do not know 13th. Do you know him? Yes, sir. Then tell me, Father Ogre, how tall is he? As tall as I am. If that is so, said 13th, let us see whether this chest will hold you. If it will hold you, it will hold him. Oh, good, said the ogre, and got into the chest. Then 13th shut the chest and said, Look carefully, Father Ogre, and see whether there is any hole in the chest. There is none. Just wait, let us see whether it shuts well, and is heavy to carry. Meanwhile 13th shut and nailed up the chest, took it on his back, and hastened to the city. When the ogre cried, Enough, now! 13th ran all the faster, and, laughing, sang this song to taunt the ogre. I am 13th. Who carry you on my back? I have tricked you and am going to trick you. I must deliver you to the king. When he reached the king had an iron chain attached to the ogre's hands and feet, and made him gnaw bones the rest of his miserable life. The king gave 13th all the riches and treasures he could bestow on him, and always wished him at his side, as a man of the highest valor. The second version of the above story, in which the giant is deceived by the hero's braggadocio, is represented by several Italian stories. The simplest are some Milanese versions. November Fire. pp. 575 to 580, one of which, Ibid, page 575, is as follows. 19. The Cobbler. There was once a cobbler who one day was so tired of cobbling that he said, "Now I will go and seek my fortune." He bought a little cheese and put it on the table. It got full of flies, and he took an old shoe and hit the cheese and killed all the flies. He afterward counted them, and 500 were killed, and 400 wounded. He then girded on a sword, and put on a cocked hat, and went to the court, and said to the king, "I am the chief warrior of the flies. 400 I have killed, and 500 I have wounded." The king answered, "Since you are a warrior, you will be brave enough to climb that mountain there, where there are 2 magicians, and kill them. If you kill them, you shall marry my daughter." Then he gave him a white flag to wave when he had killed them. "And sound the trumpet, you will put his head in a bag, both the heads, to show me." The cobbler then departed, and found a house, which was an inn, and the innkeeper and his wife were none other than the magician and his wife. He asked for lodging and food, and all he needed. Afterward he went to his room, but before going to bed, he looked up at the ceiling. There he saw a great stone over the bed. Instead of getting into bed, he got into a corner. When a certain hour struck, the magicians let the stone drop and it crushed the whole bed. The next morning the cobbler went down and said that he could not sleep for the noise. They told him they would change his room. The same thing happened the next night, and in the morning they told him they would give him another room. When it was a certain hour, the husband and wife went to the forest to cut a bundle of faggots. Then the magician went home, and the cobbler, who had made ready a sickle, said, "Wait until I help you to take the bundle off your back." Then he gave the magician a blow with the sickle and cut off his head. He did the same thing when the magician's wife returned. Then he unfurled his flag and sounded his trumpet, and the band went out to meet him. After he had arrived at the court, the king said to him, "Now that you have killed the 2 magicians, you shall marry my daughter." But the cobbler had got so used to drawing the thread that he did so in his sleep, and kept hitting his wife, so that she could not rest. Then the king gave him a great deal of money and sent him home. A more detailed version is found in a Sicilian story in Gonzenbach, The Brave Shoemaker, number 41, the first part of which is like the Milanese version. On his way to the giants, the cobbler makes some balls of plaster of Paris and cream cheese, and puts them in his pocket. When he heard the giant coming through the woods, he climbed a tree, but the giant scented him, and told him to come down. The cobbler answered that if he did not leave him alone he would twist his neck, and to show him how strong he was, he crushed the balls of plaster of Paris in his hands, telling the giant they were marble. The giant was frightened, and invited the cobbler to remain with him, and took him home. After a while, the giant asked him to bring some water in a pitcher from the well. The cobbler said that if the giant would give him a strong rope he would bring the well itself. The giant in terror took the pitcher, and drew the water himself. Then the giant asked the cobbler to cut some wood, but the latter asked for a strong rope to drag a whole tree to the house with. Then the giant proposed a trial of strength, to see which could carry a heavy stick the longer. The cobbler said that the giant had better win something about the thick end, for when he, the cobbler, turned a somersault with it, he might hit the giant. When they went to bed, the giant made the cobbler sleep with him, but the latter crept under the bed, leaving a pumpkin in his place. The giant, who was anxious to get rid of the cobbler, took an iron bar and struck at the pumpkin all night, believing it the cobbler's head. After he had beaten the pumpkin to pieces, the cobbler, under the bed, gave a sigh. "What is the matter with you?" asked the terrified giant. "A flea has just bitten my ear," answered the cobbler. The next day the cobbler proposed to the giant to cook a great kettle of macaroni, and after they had eaten it, he would cut open his stomach to show the giant that he had eaten it without chewing it. The giant was to do the same afterward. The cobbler, of course, secretly tied a sack about his neck, and put his macaroni in it. Then he took a knife and ripped open the bag, and the macaroni fell out. The giant, in attempting to follow the cobbler's example, killed himself. Then the cobbler cut his head off, carried it to the king, and claimed his daughter's hand. The stories given in this chapter constitute, as we have already said in the introduction, but a small part of Italian fairy tales. They represent, however, as well as our space will allow, the great fairy cycles, so to speak. As our purpose has been to give only those stories which have been taken down from the mouths of the people, we have not drawn, except for purposes of reference, upon the Pentamerone, one of the most original and charming collections of fairy tales in any language. Enough has been given, we trust, to show how the Italians have treated the themes familiar to us from childhood, and to furnish the scholar with additional material for comparison. Chapter 2. Fairy Tales Continued. The fairy tales given in the last chapter belong to what may be called the great fairy tale cycles, that is, to extensive classes that are typical forms. It remains to notice in this chapter those stories which do not belong to any of these typical classes, but constitute, so to speak, independent forms. The reader has perhaps noticed in the fairy tales of the first chapter the conspicuous absence of the fairies to which we are accustomed in German or Celtic stories. We have met ogres and magicians with magic powers, old men and women, and hermits who have aided the hero and heroine, and played the role of the good fairy, but the fairy in the bright shape in which we see her in French and Irish stories, for example, has been wanting. It will not be amiss, then, to give a few stories in which the fairies play a more important part. We shall first mention a curious story in which the fairies are represented in one of their most usual roles, that of bestowing good gifts. The story is from Sicily, Gons. Number 73, and is entitled 25, The King Who Wanted a Beautiful Wife. There was once a king who wanted to marry. But his wife must be more beautiful than the sun, and no matter how many maidens he saw, none was beautiful enough to suit him. Then he called his trusty servant, and commanded him to seek everywhere and see whether he could find a beautiful girl. The servant set out, and wandered through the whole land, but found none who seemed handsome enough to him. One day, however, after he had run about a great deal and was very thirsty, he came to a little house. He knocked and asked for a drink of water. Now there dwelt in the house two very old women, one 80 and the other 90 years old, who supported themselves by spinning. When the servant asked for water, the one 80 years old rose, opened a little wicket in the shutter, and handed him out the water. From spinning so much, her hands were very white and delicate, and when the servant saw them he thought, it must be a handsome maiden, for she has such a delicate white hand. So he hastened to the king, and said, "Your royal majesty, I have found what you seek, so and so has happened to me." "Very well," answered the king, "go once more, and try to see her." The servant returned to the little house, knocked, and asked again for some water. The old woman did not open the window, but handed him the pitcher through the little opening in the shutter. "Do you live here all alone?" asked the servant. "No," she answered. "I live here with my sister. We are poor girls and support ourselves by the work of our hands." "How old are you, then?" "I am 15 and my sister 20. The servant went back to the king and told him all, and the king said, "I will take the one who is 15. Go and bring her to me." When the servant returned to the two old women, and told them that the king wished to elevate the younger to the position of his wife. She answered, "Tell the king I am ready to do his will. Since my birth no ray of the sun has ever struck me, and if a ray of the sun or a beam of light should strike me now, I would become perfectly black. Ask the king, therefore, to send a closed carriage for me at night, and I will come to his palace." When the king heard this, he sent royal apparel and a closed carriage, and at night the old woman covered her face with a thick veil and rode to the palace. The king received her joyfully, and begged her to lay aside the veil. She replied, "There are too many lighted candles here, their light would make me black." So the king married her without having seen her face. When they came into the king's chamber, however, and she removed her veil, the king saw for the first time what an ugly old woman he had married, and in his rage he opened the window and threw her out. Fortunately, there was a nail in the wall, on which she caught by her clothes, and remained hanging between heaven and earth. For fairies chanced to pass by, and when they saw the old woman hanging there, one of them cried, "See, sisters, there is the old woman who cheated the king. Shall we wish her dressed to tear and let her fall?" "Oh, no! Let us not do that," cried the youngest and most beautiful of the fairies. "Let us rather wish her something good. I wish her youth. And I, beauty. And I, prudence. And I, a good heart." Thus the fairies cried, and while they were yet speaking the old woman became a wondrous fair maiden. The next morning, when the king looked out of the window and saw the beautiful girl hanging there, he was terrified, and thought, "Unhappy man! What have I done? Had I no eyes last night?" Then he had her carefully taken down with long ladders, and begged her pardon, saying, "Now we will have a great festival and be right happy." So they celebrated a splendid feast, and the young queen was the fairest in the whole city. But one day the sister 90 years old came to the palace to visit the queen, her sister. "Who is this ugly creature?" asked the king. "An old neighbor of mine who is half-witted," replied the queen, quickly. The old woman kept looking at her rejuvenated sister, and asked, "What did you do to become so young and lovely?" "I, too, would like to be young and pretty again." She kept asking this the whole day, until the queen finally lost her patience, and said, "I had my old skin taken off, and this new, smooth skin came to light." The old woman went to a barber and said, "I will give you what you will to remove my old skin, so that I may become young and handsome again. But good old woman, you will surely die if I skin you." The old woman would not listen to him, and at last he had to do her will. He took his knife and made a cut in her forehead. "Oh," cried the old woman, "who will look fair? Must grief and pain bear?" answered the barber. "Then skin away, master," said the old woman. The barber kept cutting on, until all at once the old woman fell down dead. This story leads quite naturally to the class in which gifts, good and bad, are bestowed by the fairies on two persons, one of whom is deserving of good fortune, the other, of punishment or reproof. The simplest form of this story is found in A Milanese Tale, November Fire. Page 190. 26. The Bucket. There was once a mother who had two daughters, one was bad and the other was very good. But the mother loved the bad one more than the good one. She said one day to the bad one, "Go and draw a bucket of water." The bad one did not want to go, and so she would not obey her mother. The good daughter, however, said, "I will go and draw it." She went to draw the water, and the bucket fell down the well. She said, "If I go home now without the bucket, who knows what my mother will do to me?" So she climbed down the well, and at the bottom found a narrow passage, with a door. She knocked at the door. "Have you not found a cord and bucket?" There was a saint there, who answered, "No, my child." She continued her way, and found another door. "Have you not found a cord and bucket?" "No." That was the devil there. He answered her angrily because she was a good girl. He did not say, "My child." She knocked at another door. "Have you not found a cord and bucket?" It was the Madonna who replied, "Yes, my child. Listen. You could do me a pleasure to stay here while I am away. I have my little son here, to whom you will give his soup, you will sweep and put the house in order. When I come home I will give you your bucket." The Madonna went away, and the good girl put the house in order, gave the child his broth, swept the house, and while she was sweeping, instead of finding dirt, she found coral and other beautiful things. She saw that it was not dirt, and put it aside to give the Madonna when she returned. When the Madonna came back, she asked, "Have you done all I told you to do?" The good girl answered, "Yes, but I have kept these things here, I found them on the ground, it is not dirt." "Very well, keep them for yourself. Would you like a dress of calico, or one of silk?" The girl answered, "No, no. A calico dress." Instead of that, the Madonna gave her the silk one. "Do you wish a brass thimble, or a silver one?" "Give me the brass one." "No, take the silver thimble. Here is the bucket and your cord. When you reach the end of this passage, look up in the air." The girl did so, and a beautiful star fell on her brow. She went home, and her mother ran to meet her to scold her for being away so long, and was about to strike her, when she saw the star on her brow, which shone so that it was beautiful to see, and said, "Where have you been until now? Who put that thing on your forehead?" The girl answered, "I don't know what there is there." Her mother tried to wash it away, but instead of disappearing, it shone more beautiful than ever. Then the girl told what had happened to her, and the other sister wished to go there, too. She went, and did the same as her sister. She let the bucket fall, climbed down, and knocked at the saint's door. "Have you not found a cord and bucket?" "No, my child." She knocked at the next door. "Have you not found a cord and bucket?" The devil answered, "No, I have not found them, but come here, my child, come here." But when she heard that he had not found her bucket, she said, "No, I will go on." She knocked at the Madonna's door. "Have you not found a cord and bucket?" The Madonna said that she had. "I am going away, you will give my son his broth, and then you will sweep. When I return I will give you your bucket." Instead of giving the broth to the child, the bad girl ate it herself. "Oh," she said, "how good it was." She swept and found a great deal of dirt. "Oh, poor me. My sister found so many pretty things." The Madonna returned. "Have you done what I told you?" "Yes." "Do you wish the brass or silver thimble?" "Oh, I want the silver one." She gave her the brass one. "Do you want the calico dress or the silk one?" "Give me the silk dress." She gave her the calico dress. "Here is your bucket and cord. When you are out of here, look up into the air." When she was out she looked up into the air, and there fell on her forehead a lump of dirt that soiled her whole face. She went home in a rage to weep and scold her sister because she had had the star, while she had that dirt on her face. Her mother began to wash her face and rub it, and the more she did so the less the dirt went away. Then the mother said, "I understand, the Madonna has done this to show me that I loved the bad girl and neglected the good one." In other versions, mentioned in the note to the above story, the two sisters received different gifts from the fairies. In a Sicilian tale, Petra, number 62, it is the children of unlike sisters who receive the gifts. The one, beauty. When she combs her hair jewels fall from it, when she washes the water becomes full of fishes, when she opens her mouth flowers fall out, her cheeks are like apples, and finally she can finish her work in a short time. The cousin receives, of course, gifts the very reverse of the above. The story ends with the trait of true bride, mentioned at length in Chapter 1. There is still a third version of the above story, which is popular in many lands. The following example is from Florence, November Fire. page 559, and is entitled 27. The Two Humpbacks. There were once two companions who were humpbacks, but one more so than the other. They were both so poor that they had not a penny to their names. One of them said, "I will go out into the world, for here there is nothing to eat, we are dying of hunger. I want to see whether I can make my fortune." "Go," said the other. "If you make your fortune, return, and I will go and see if I can make mine." So the humpback set off on his journey. Now these two humpbacks were from Parma. When the humpback had gone a long way, he came to a square where there was a fair, at which everything was sold. There was a person selling cheese, who cried out, "Eat the little Parmesan." The poor humpback thought he meant him, so he ran away and hid himself in a courtyard. When it was 1 o'clock, he heard a clanking of chains and the words Saturday and Sunday repeated several times. Then he answered, "And Monday." "Oh, heavens," said they who were singing. "Who is this who has harmonized with our choir?" They searched and found the poor humpback hidden. "Oh, gentlemen," he said, "I have not come here to do any harm, you know." "Well, we have come to reward you, you have harmonized our choir, come with us." They put him on a table and removed his hump, healed him, and gave him 2 bags of money. "Now," they said, "you can go." He thanked them and went away without his hump. He liked it better, you can believe. He returned to his place at Parma, and when the other humpback saw him he exclaimed, "Does not that look just like my friend? But he had a hump. It is not he. Listen. You are not my friend so-and-so, are you?" "Yes, I am," he replied. "Listen. Were you not a humpback?" "Yes. They have removed my hump and given me 2 bags of money. I will tell you why. I reached," he continued, "such and such a place, and I heard them beginning to say, 'Eat the little Parmesan. Eat the little Parmesan.' I was so frightened that I hid myself." He mentioned the place, in a courtyard. "At a certain hour, I heard a noise of chains and a chorus singing, 'Saturday and Sunday.' After 2 or 3 times, I said, 'And Monday.' They came and found me, saying that I had harmonized their chorus, and they wanted to reward me. They took me, removed my hump, and gave me 2 bags of money." "Oh, heavens," said the other humpback. "I want to go there, too." "Go, poor fellow, go. Farewell." The humpback reached the place, and hid himself precisely where his companion had. After a while he heard a noise of chains, and the chorus, "Saturday and Sunday." Then another chorus, "And Monday." After the humpback had heard them repeat, "Saturday and Sunday," and "Monday," several times, he added, "And Tuesday." "Where," they exclaimed, "is he who has spoiled our chorus? If we find him, we will tear him in pieces. Just think." They struck and beat this poor humpback until they were tired, then they put him on the same table on which they had placed his companion, and said, "Take that hump and put it on him in front." So they took the other's hump and fastened it to his breast, and then drove him away with blows. He went home and found his friend, who cried, "Mercy! Is not that my friend? But it cannot be, for this one is humpbacked in front." "Listen," he said, "are you not my friend?" "The same," he answered, weeping. "I did not want to bear my own hump, and now I have to carry mine and yours. And so beaten and reduced, you see." "Come," said his friend, "come home with me, and we will eat a mouthful together, and don't be disheartened." And so, every day, he dined with his friend, and afterward they died, I imagine. There are a number of Sicilian stories in which one's fate is personified and appears in the role of a guardian angel, or good and bad fairy. In the same way fortune is personified in several stories. The best example of the former class, which has also a point of contact with the latter, is found in Gonzenbach, number 21, and is entitled 28. The Story of Catherine and Her Fate. There was once a merchant who was very rich and had greater treasures than the king. In his reception room stood 3 wonderfully beautiful seats. One was of silver, the second of gold, and the third of diamonds. This merchant had an only daughter, whose name was Catherine, and who was fairer than the sun. One day, as Catherine was sitting in her chamber, the door suddenly opened of itself, and there entered a tall, beautiful lady, who held in her hand a wheel. "Catherine," said she, "when would you rather enjoy your life, in youth or in old age?" Catherine gazed at her in amazement, and could make no answer. The beautiful lady again asked, "Catherine, when would you rather enjoy your life, in youth or in old age?" Then thought Catherine, "If I say in youth, I must suffer for it in old age, wherefore I will rather enjoy my life in old age, and in youth God's will be done." So she answered, "In old age." "Be it as you have wished," said the beautiful woman, turned her wheel once, and disappeared. Now this beautiful tall lady was poor Catherine's fate. A few days later, her father suddenly received news that some of his ships had been wrecked in a storm. A few days after, he learned that several more of his ships had foundered, and to cut the matter short, scarcely a month had passed when he was himself deprived of all his riches. He had to sell all that he had, and this, too, he lost, until at last he remained poor and wretched. From grief he fell ill and died. So poor Catherine remained all alone in the world, without a penny, and with no one to give her shelter. She thought, "I will go to another city and seek me a place there." So she set out and walked until she came to another city. As she was going through the streets, a noble lady happened to be standing by the window, and asked her, "Where are you going, all alone, pretty maiden?" "Ah, noble lady, I am a poor girl, and would like to find a place to earn my bread. Can you not find use for me?" So the noble lady received her, and Catherine served her faithfully. Some days later the lady said one evening, "Catherine, I must go out for a time, and will lock the house door." "Very well," said Catherine, and after her mistress had gone she took her work and sat down and sewed. Suddenly the door opened, and her fate entered. So she cried, "Are you here, Catherine? And do you think now that I am going to leave you in peace?" With these words, her fate ran to all the cupboards, dragged out the linen and clothes of Catherine's mistress, and tore everything into 1,000 pieces. Catherine thought, "Woe is me if my mistress returns and finds everything in this condition, she will certainly kill me." And in her anguish she opened the door and fled. Her fate, however, gathered up all the torn and ruined things, made them whole, and laid them away in their places. When the mistress returned she called Catherine, but Catherine was nowhere to be seen. "Can she have robbed me?" she thought, but when she looked about, nothing was gone. She was very much astonished, but Catherine did not return, but hastened on until she came to another city. As she was passing through the streets, another lady, standing by the window, asked her, "Where are you going, all alone, pretty maiden?" "Ah, noble lady, I am a poor girl, and would like a place to earn my bread. Can you not make use of me?" Then the lady took her in, and Catherine served her, and thought now she could rest in peace. It lasted, however, but a few days. One evening, when her mistress was out, her fate appeared again and addressed her harshly, "So, here you are now. Do you think you can escape me?" Then the fate tore and destroyed everything that it found, so that poor Catherine again fled, in her anguish of heart. To cut the matter short, poor Catherine led this frightful life 7 years, flying from one city to another, and everywhere attempting to find a place. Her fate always appeared after a few days, and tore and destroyed her employer's things, so that the poor girl had to flee. As soon as she had left the house the fate restored everything and put it in its place. Finally, after 7 years, her fate seemed weary of always persecuting the unfortunate Catherine. One day Catherine came again to a city and saw a lady standing at a window, who asked her, "Where are you going, all alone, pretty girl?" "Ah, noble lady, I am a poor girl, and would like to find a place to earn my bread. Can you not find use for me?" The lady answered, "I will give you a place willingly, but you must perform daily a service, and I do not know whether you have strength for it." "Tell me what it is," said Catherine, "and if I can, I will do it." "Do you see yonder high mountain?" asked the lady. "Every morning you must carry up there a large board covered with fresh bread, and cry with a loud voice, 'Oh my mistress Fate! Oh my mistress Fate! Oh my mistress Fate!' thrice. Then my fate will appear and receive the bread." "I will do that willingly," said Catherine, and the lady took her into her service. Now Catherine remained years with this lady, and every morning she took a board with fresh bread and carried it up the mountain, and when she had called 3 times, "Oh my mistress Fate," there appeared a beautiful tall lady, who received the bread. Catherine often wept when she thought that she, who had once been so rich, must now serve like a poor maid. One day her mistress said to her, "Catherine, why do you weep so much?" Then Catherine told her how ill it had fared with her, and her mistress said, "I will tell you what, Catherine, when you take the bread to the mountain tomorrow, ask my fate to try and persuade your fate to leave you now in peace. Perhaps that will do some good." This advice pleased poor Catherine, and the next morning, after she had taken the bread to her mistress Fate, she disclosed her trouble to her, and said, "Oh my mistress Fate, beg my fate to persecute me no longer." Then the Fate answered, "Ah, poor girl, your fate is just now covered with 7 coverlets, so that she cannot hear you, but when you come tomorrow I will take you to her." After Catherine had returned home, her mistress Fate went to the young girl's Fate and said, "Dear sister, why are you never weary of making poor Catherine suffer? Permit her again to see some happy days." The Fate answered, "Bring her to me tomorrow and I will give her something that will help her out of all her trouble." When Catherine brought the bread the next morning, her mistress Fate conducted her to her own Fate, who was covered with 7 coverlets. Her Fate gave her a small skein of silk, and said, "Preserve it carefully, it will be of use to you." Then Catherine went home and said to her mistress, "My Fate has given me a little skein of silk, what shall I do with it? It is not worth 3 grani." "Well," said her mistress, "preserve it, who knows of what use it may be." Now it happened, some time after this, that the young king was to marry, and on that account had royal garments made for himself. As the tailor was about to sew a beautiful dress, there was no silk of the same color to be found. So the king proclaimed throughout the whole land that whoever had such silk should bring it to the court and would be well rewarded. "Catherine," said her mistress, "your skein is of that color, take it to the king so that he may make you a handsome present." Then Catherine put on her best clothes, and went to the court, and when she appeared before the king, she was so beautiful that he could not keep his eyes from her. "Royal Majesty," said she, "I have brought you a little skein of silk, of the color that could not be found." "I will tell you what, Royal Majesty," cried one of his ministers, "we will pay the maiden for the silk with its weight in gold." The king was satisfied, and they brought a balance. In one scale the king laid the silk, in the other, a gold coin. Now just imagine what happened. No matter how many gold coins the king laid in the scale, the silk was always heavier. Then the king had a larger balance brought, and threw all his treasures into the scale, but the silk still weighed the more. Then the king at last took his crown from his head and placed it with all the other treasures, and behold, the scale with gold sank and weighed exactly as much as the silk. "Where did you get this silk?" asked the king. "Royal Majesty, it was a present from my mistress," answered Catherine. "No, that is impossible," cried the king. "If you do not tell me the truth, I will have your head cut off." Then Catherine related all that had happened to her since she was a rich maiden. Now there lived at the court a wise lady, who said, "Catherine, you have suffered much, but you will now see happy days, and that it was not until the golden crown was put in the scale that the balance was even, is a sign that you will be a queen." "If she is to be a queen," cried the king, "I will make her one, for Catherine and none other shall be my wife." And so it was. The king informed his betrothed that he no longer wished her, and married the fair Catherine. And after Catherine in her youth had suffered so much, she enjoyed nothing but happiness in her old age, and was happy and contented. In the class of stories of which the bucket is an example, we have seen the good sister rewarded, and the naughty one punished. Another well-known moral story is the one in which a king's daughter is punished for her pride, in refusing to marry a suitable lover, by being made to marry the first one who asks her hand. This is the case in the grim story King Thrushbeard, or rather the king gives his proud daughter to the first beggar who comes to the palace gate. The same occurs in one of the Italian versions of this story, but usually the haughty princess, after refusing a noble suitor, either falls in love with the same suitor, who has disguised himself as a person of ignoble rank, or she sells herself to the disguised lover for some finery with which he tempts her. At all events, her pride is thoroughly humbled. An example of the more common version is found in Coronel de Berti's Bolognese Tales, number 15, and is as follows. 29. The Crumb in the Beard. There was once a king who had a daughter whose name was Stella. She was indescribably beautiful, but was so whimsical and hard to please that she drove her father to despair. There had been princes and kings who had sought her in marriage, but she had found defects in them all and would have none of them. She kept advancing in years, and her father began to despair of knowing to whom he should leave his crown. So he summoned his council, and discussed the matter, and was advised to give a great banquet, to which he should invite all the princes and kings of the surrounding countries, for, as they said, there cannot fail to be among so many someone who should please the princess, who was to hide behind a door, so that she could examine them all as she pleased. When the king heard this advice, he gave the orders necessary for the banquet, and then called his daughter, and said, "Listen, my little Stella, I have thought to do so and so, to see if I can find any one to please you. Behold, my daughter, my hair is white, and I must have some one to leave my crown to." Stella bowed her head, saying that she would take care to please him. Princes and kings then began to arrive at the court, and when it was time for the banquet, they all seated themselves at the table. You can imagine what sort of a banquet that was, and how the hall was adorned. Gold and silver shone from all their necks. In the four corners of the room were 4 fountains, which continually sent forth wine and the most exquisite perfumes. While the gentlemen were eating, Stella was behind a door, as has been said, and one of her maids, who was near by, pointed out to her now this one, now that one. "See, your Majesty, what a handsome youth that is there." "Yes, but he has too large a nose." "And the one near your father?" "He has eyes that look like saucers." "And that other at the head of the table?" "He has too large a mouth, he looks as if he liked to eat." In short, she found fault with all but one, who, she said, pleased her, but that he must be a very dirty fellow, for he had a crumb on his beard after eating. The youth heard her say this, and swore vengeance. You must know that he was the son of the king of Green Hill, and the handsomest youth that could be seen. When the banquet was finished and the guests had departed, the king called Stella and asked, "What news have you, my child?" She replied, that the only one who pleased her was the one with the crumb in his beard, but that she believed him to be a dirty fellow and did not want him. "Take care, my daughter, you will repent it," answered her father, and turned away. You must know that Stella's chamber looked into a courtyard into which opened the shop of a baker. One night, while she was preparing to retire, she heard, in the room where they sifted the meal, someone singing so well and with so much grace that it went to her heart. She ran to the window and listened until he finished. Then she began to ask her maid who the person with the beautiful voice could be, saying she would like to know. "Leave it to me, your Majesty," said the maid, "I will inform you tomorrow." Stella could not wait for the next day, and, indeed, Early the next day she learned that the one who sang was the sifter. That evening she heard him sing again, and stood by the window until everything became quiet. But that voice had so touched her heart that she told her maid that the next day she would try and see who had that fine voice. In the morning she placed herself by the window, and soon saw the youth come forth. She was enchanted by his beauty as soon as she saw him, and fell desperately in love with him. Now you must know that this was none other than the prince who was at the banquet, and whom Stella had called dirty. So he had disguised himself in such a way that she could not recognize him, and was meanwhile preparing his revenge. After he had seen her once or twice he began to take off his hat and salute her. She smiled at him, and appeared at the window every moment. Then they began to exchange words, and in the evening he sang under her window. In short, they began to make love in good earnest, and when he learned that she was free, he began to talk about marrying her. She consented at once, but asked him what he had to live on. "I haven't a penny," said he, "the little I earn is hardly enough to feed me." Stella encouraged him, saying that she would give him all the money and things he wanted. To punish Stella for her pride, her father and the prince's father had an understanding, and pretended not to know about this love affair, and let her carry away from the palace all she owned. During the day Stella did nothing but make a great bundle of clothes, of silver, and of money, and at night the disguised prince came under the balcony, and she threw it down to him. Things went on in this manner some time, and finally one evening he said to her, "Listen. The time has come to elope." Stella could not wait for the hour, and the next night she quietly tied a cord about her and let herself down from the window. The prince aided her to the ground, and then took her arm and hastened away. He led her a long ways to another city, where he turned down a street and opened the first door he met. They went down a long passage. Finally they reached a little door, which he opened, and they found themselves in a hole of a place which had only one window, high up. The furniture consisted of a straw bed, a bench, and a dirty table. You can imagine that when Stella saw herself in this place she thought she should die. When the prince saw her so amazed, he said, "What is the matter? Does the house not please you? Do you not know that I am a poor man? Have you been deceived? What have you done with all the things I gave you?" "Oh, I had many debts, and I have paid them, and then I have done with the rest what seemed good to me. You must make up your mind to work and gain your bread as I have done. You must know that I am a porter of the king of this city, and I often go and work at the palace. Tomorrow, they have told me, the washing is to be done, so you must rise early and go with me there. I will set you to work with the other women, and when it is time for them to go home to dinner, you will say that you are not hungry, and while you are alone, steal 2 shirts, conceal them under your skirt, and carry them home to me." Poor Stella wept bitterly, saying it was impossible for her to do that, but her husband replied, "Do what I say, or I shall beat you." The next morning her husband rose with the dawn, and made her get up, too. He had bought her a striped skirt and a pair of coarse shoes, which he made her put on, and then took her to the palace with him, conducted her to the laundry and left her, after he had introduced her as his wife, saying that she should remember what awaited her at home. Then the prince ran and dressed himself like a king, and waited at the gate of the palace until it was time for his wife to come. Meanwhile poor Stella did as her husband had commanded, and stole the shirts. As she was leaving the palace, she met the king, who said, "Pretty girl, you are our porter's wife, are you not?" Then he asked her what she had under her skirt, and shook her until the shirts dropped out, and the king cried, "See there! The porter's wife is a thief, she has stolen some shirts." Poor Stella ran home in tears, and her husband followed her when he had put on his disguise again. When he reached home Stella told him all that had happened and begged him not to send her to the palace again, but he told her that the next day they were to bake, and she must go into the kitchen and help, and steal a piece of dough. Everything happened as on the previous day. Stella's theft was discovered, and when her husband returned he found her crying like a condemned soul, and swearing that she had rather be killed than go to the palace again. He told her, however, that the king's son was to be married the next day, and that there was to be a great banquet, and she must go into the kitchen and wash the dishes. He added that when she had the chance she must steal a pot of broth and hide it about her so that no one should see it. She had to do as she was told, and had scarcely concealed the pot when the king's son came into the kitchen and told his wife she must come to the ball that had followed the banquet. She did not wish to go, but he took her by the arm and led her into the midst of the festival. Imagine how the poor woman felt at that ball, dressed as she was, and with the pot of broth. The king began to poke his sword at her in jest, until he hit the pot, and all the broth ran on the floor. Then all began to jeer her and laugh, until poor Stella fainted away from shame, and they had to go and get some vinegar to revive her. At last the king's mother came forward and said, "Enough, you have revenged yourself sufficiently." Then turning to Stella, "Know that this is your mother, and that he has done this to correct your pride and to be avenged on you for calling him dirty." Then she took her by the arm and led her to another room, where her maids dressed her as a queen. Her father and mother then appeared and kissed and embraced her. Her husband begged her pardon for what he had done, and they made peace and always lived in harmony. From that day on she was never haughty, and had learned to her cost that pride is the greatest fault. A curious feature in Italian stories is the part played by dolls or puppets. They sometimes serve to represent an absent mistress, or to take her place and receive the brunt of the husband's anger. The most peculiar of these doll stories are found in the south of Italy. The one that follows is from Naples, November Fire. Page 333, and is entitled 30. The Fair Angiola. There was once a merchant who had no children. He was obliged to go away for merchandise. His wife said to him, "Here is a ring, put it on your finger. You must bring me a doll as large as I am, one that can move, sew, and dress herself. If you forget, this ring will turn red, and your steamer will go neither forward nor backward." And so it happened. He forgot the doll, embarked on the steamer, and it would not move. The pilot said, "Sir, have you forgotten anything?" to all the gentlemen who were there. "No, sir, nothing." At the end of the steamer was this merchant. "Sir, have you forgotten anything, for the steamer cannot move?" He looked at his hand and replied, "Yes, I have forgotten something, my wife's doll." He landed, got the doll, re-embarked, and the steamer continued its way. On his arrival at Naples, he carried the doll to his wife, well dressed and elegant. It seemed like a very handsome young girl. His wife, well pleased, talked to the doll, and they both worked near the balcony. Opposite lived a king's son, who fell in love with the doll, and became ill from his passion. The queen, who saw that her son was ill, asked, "My son, what is the matter with you? Tell your mamma. Today or tomorrow we die, and you reign, and if you take an illness and die, who will reign?" He answered, "Mamma, I have taken this illness because there is a young girl, the daughter of the merchant who lives opposite, who is so beautiful that she has enamored me." The queen said, "Yes, my son, I shall marry you to her. Were she the daughter of a scavenger, you shall marry her. You would do a good thing. Now let us send for the merchant." They sent a servant to the merchant's house. "Her Majesty wishes you at the palace." "What does she want?" "She must speak with you." The merchant went to the palace and asked, "Majesty, what do you wish?" "Have you a daughter?" "No, Majesty." "What do you mean?" "My son has fallen ill from the love he has conceived for your daughter." "Your Majesty, I tell you it is a doll, and not a human being." "I don't want to hear nonsense. If you don't present your daughter to me in a fortnight, your head will fall under the guillotine." "Do you not know what the guillotine is?" "It is the gallows." He was to be hung if he did not take her his daughter within a fortnight. The merchant went home, weeping. His wife said, "What is the matter? What has the king said to you at the palace, to make you weep? Can you not guess what has happened to me? The king's son has fallen ill for the sake of the doll you have." "He has fallen ill? Did he not see that it was a doll? He would not believe it, and says it is my daughter, and that if I do not bring her to him within a fortnight, my head will fall under the guillotine." "Well," said his wife, "take the doll, and carry her out into the country, and see what will happen." He did so, and while he was going along, all confused, he met an old man who asked him, "Merchant, what are you doing?" "Ah, my old man, why should I tell you? I know all." Then said the merchant, "Since you know all, find some remedy for my life." The old man said, "Exactly. Go to such and such a place, where there is a fairy, who is called the Fair Angiola. She has a palace with no doorkeeper and no stairway. Here is a violin and a silk ladder. When you reach this palace, begin to play. The fairy and all her 12 maidens will appear at the window. This Fair Angiola can give you help." The merchant continued his journey, and found the palace without a doorkeeper, and with no stairway. He began to play the violin, and the fairy and all her 12 damsels appeared and said, "What do you want that you call us?" "Ah, Fair Angiola, help me." "What help do you want?" "I have this doll, and the king's son has fallen in love with it, and is ill. What shall I do? If I do not present her to him in a fortnight, my head will be cut off." The Fair Angiola said, "Put this ladder to the wall. Give me the doll. Wait 2 hours, and I will give her back to you again." He waited 2 hours, and then the fairy appeared. "Here is your daughter. She will speak to all, to the king, to the queen, but not to the prince. Farewell." The Fair Angiola disappeared within, and the merchant departed with his daughter. He took her home to his wife. The doll said, "Mamma, how do you do?" "I am very well, my daughter." "Where have you been?" "I have been into the country with Papa, and now I have returned." In a fortnight the merchant dressed her elegantly and carried her to the palace. As soon as the king saw her, he said to the queen, "My son was right, she is a beautiful girl." She went into the gallery and spoke with the king and queen, but did not speak to the prince. The mortified prince thought, "She speaks to Papa, she speaks to Mama, but not to me. What does it mean? Perhaps she does not speak to me from embarrassment." They were married, but even then she did not speak to him. So the prince was obliged to separate from her, and they lived in 2 rooms apart. The prince, meanwhile, courted another princess. One morning, while he was breakfasting with his sweetheart, his wife called a servant. "Come here, is the prince at table?" "Yes, Highness." "Wait." She cut off her 2 hands and put them in the oven, and there came out a roast, with 10 sausages. "Carry these to the prince." "Prince, the princess sends you this." He asked, "How was it made?" The servant replied, "Prince, she cut off her 2 hands and put them in the oven. She amazed me." "Enough," said the prince, "let us eat them." His sweetheart said, "I can do it, too." So she cut off her hands and put them in the oven, but they were burned and she died. "Oh, what have you done to me?" "You have killed one for me," said the prince. After a time he made love to another. The first time he sat at table with her, the princess called another servant. "Servant, where are you going?" "I am going, Majesty, to the prince's table." "Wait." She cut off her arms and put them in the oven, and there came out a roast with 2 blood puddings. She said, "Carry it to the prince, at table." "Prince, go away, I don't want to hear any nonsense." "But listen, let me tell you." "Well, tell away." So the servant told how the princess had cut off her arms, which had grown out again, and put them in the oven, and the roast and puddings had come out. The second sweetheart tried to do the same and died. After a while the prince fell in love with another, and the same thing was repeated. The princess cut off her legs and put them in the oven, and a large roast came out, with 2 larded hams. The third sweetheart tried to do the same, and died like the others. Then the prince said, "Ah! She has done it to 3 for me. Unhappy me! I will not make love to any more." During the night when the princess had gone to bed, the lamp said, "Lady, I want to drink." "Oil cruet, give the lamp a drink." "Lady, it has hurt me." "Oil cruet, why did you hurt the lamp?" "How beautiful is the fairy Orlando! How beautiful is the fairy Orlando! How beautiful is the fairy Orlando!" So she did all night until day. All these things were enchanted, the lamp and the oil cruet. The prince, who heard it, said one day to a servant, "This evening you must enter the princess's room. You must spend the night under her bed. You must see what she does in the night." The servant did so, and the same thing was repeated with the lamp and the oil cruet. The servant told the prince, who said, "Tonight, I will go." At night he crept under his wife's bed. The same thing was repeated. The lamp said, "Lady, I want a drink." "Oil cruet, give the lamp a drink." "Lady, it has hurt me." "Oil cruet, why have you hurt the lamp?" "How beautiful is the fairy Orlando!" The whole night she repeated, "How beautiful is the fairy Orlando!" The prince responded, "Blessed be the fairy Orlando." "Ah," said the princess, "did it need so much to say a word?" Then they embraced and kissed each other, and remained contented and happy. We now pass to an amusing class of stories, in which the hero comes in possession of enchanted objects and loses them, finally regaining them in various ways. There are 3 versions of this class. In the first, the hero loses the objects by the cunning of a woman, and regains them by means of 2 kinds of fruits, one of which produces some bodily defect and the other cures it. In the second, the episode of the fruits is wanting, and the owner regains his property either by preventing the princess from cheating him at play or by making her fall in love with him. In the third, a person, usually a landlord, substitutes worthless objects for 2 enchanted ones, which are recovered by means of a third magic object, usually a stick, which beats until the stolen property is restored. To illustrate the first version, we will give a Sicilian story from Gonzenbach, number 31, which is entitled 31. The Shepherd Who Made the King's Daughter Laugh. There was once a king and a queen who had an only daughter, whom they loved very dearly. When she was 15 years old she became suddenly very sad and would not laugh any more. So the king issued a proclamation that whoever made his daughter laugh, whether he were a prince, peasant, or beggar, should become her husband. Many made the attempt, but none succeeded. Now there was a poor woman who had an only son, who was idle and would not learn any trade, so finally his mother sent him to a farmer to keep his sheep. One day, as he was driving the sheep over the fields, he came to a well, and bent over it to drink. As he did so he saw a handsome ring on the wheel, and as it pleased him, he put it on the ring finger of his right hand. He had scarcely put it on, however, when he began to sneeze violently, and could not stop until he had accidentally removed the ring. Then his sneezing ceased as suddenly as it had begun. "Oh," thought he, "if the ring has this virtue, I had better try my fortune with it, and see whether it will not make the king's daughter laugh." So he put the ring on his left hand, and no longer had to sneeze. Then he drove the sheep home, took leave of his master, and set out toward the city where the king lived. He was obliged, however, to pass through a dense forest, which was so extensive that it grew dark before he left it. He thought, "If the robbers find me here they will take away my ring, and then I should be a ruined man. I would rather climb a tree and spend the night there." So he climbed a tree, tied himself fast with his belt, and soon fell asleep. Before long, 13 robbers came and sat down under the tree, and talked so loud that the shepherd awoke. The captain of the robbers said, "Let each relate what he has accomplished today," and each exhibited what he had taken. The 13th, however, pulled out a tablecloth, a purse, and a whistle, and said, "I have gained today the greatest treasures, for these 3 things I have taken from a monk, and each of them has a particular virtue. If any one spreads out the tablecloth and says, 'My little tablecloth, give me macaroni, or roast meat, or whatever one will,' he will find everything there immediately. Likewise the purse will give all the money one wants, and whoever hears the whistle must dance whether he will or no." The robbers at once put the power of the tablecloth to the test, and then went to sleep, the captain laying the precious articles near himself. When they were all snoring hard, the shepherd descended, took the 3 articles, and crept away. The next day he came to the city where the king lived, and went straight to the palace. "Announce me to the king," said he to the servants, "I will try to make the king's daughter laugh." The servants tried to dissuade him, but he insisted on being led before the king, who took him into a large room, in which was the king's daughter, sitting on a splendid throne and surrounded by the whole court. "If I am to make the princess laugh," said the shepherd to the king, "you must first do me the kindness to put this ring on the ring finger of your right hand." The king had scarcely done so when he began to sneeze violently, and could not stop, but ran up and down the room, sneezing all the time. The entire court began to laugh, and the king's daughter could not stay sober, but had to run away laughing. Then the shepherd went up to the king, took off the ring, and said, "Your Majesty, I have made the princess laugh, to me belongs the reward." "What? You worthless shepherd," cried the king. "You have not only made me the laughing-stock of the whole court, but now you want my daughter for your wife. Quick! Take the ring from him, and throw him into prison. While there the wonderful tablecloth provides him and his companions with plenty to eat, and when it is discovered and taken from him by the king's orders, the purse enables them all to live in comfort. That is also discovered, and nothing is left but the whistle. Well, thought the shepherd, if we can't eat any more, we will at least dance," and he pulled out his pipe and began to play on it, and all the prisoners began to dance, and the guards with them, and between them all they made a great noise. When the king heard it, he came running there with his servants, and had to dance like all the rest, but found breath enough to order the pipe to be taken away from the shepherd, and all became quiet again. So now the shepherd had nothing left, and remained in prison some time, until he found an old file, and one night filed through the iron bars and escaped. He wandered about all day, and at last came to the same forest where he had formerly been. All at once he saw a large fig tree bearing the most beautiful fruit, on one side black figs, on the other white ones. "That is something I have never seen," thought the shepherd, "a fig tree that bears black and white figs at the same time. I must try them." Scarcely had he tasted them when he felt something move on the top of his head, and putting his hand up, found he had 2 long horns. "Unhappy man," he cried, "what shall I do?" However, as he was very hungry, he picked some of the white figs and ate them, and immediately one of the horns disappeared, and also the other after he had eaten a few more white figures. "My fortune is made," he thought. "The king will have to give me all my things back, and his daughter in the bargain." The shepherd disguised himself and went to the city with 2 baskets of figs, one of the black and one of the white kind, the former of which he sold to the king's cook, whom he met in the market-place. While the king was at the table, the servant put the figs before him, and he was much pleased with them, and gave some to his wife and daughter, the rest he ate himself. Scarcely had they eaten them when they saw with terror the long horns that had grown from their heads. The queen and her daughter began to weep, and the king, in a rage, called the cook and asked him who had sold him the figures. "A peasant in the market," answered the cook. "Go at once and bring him here," cried the king. The shepherd had remained near the palace, and as the cook came out, he went up to him with the basket of white figs in his hand. "What miserable figs did you sell me this morning?" cried out the cook to him. As soon as the king, queen, and princess had eaten your figs, great horns grew on their heads. Be quiet, said the shepherd, I have a remedy here, and can soon remove the horns. Take me to the king. He was led before the king, who asked him what kind of figs he had sold. Be quiet, your majesty, said the shepherd, and eat these figs, at the same time giving him a white one, and as soon as the king had eaten it one of the horns disappeared. Now, said the shepherd, before I give you any more of my figs you must give me back my whistle, if not, you may keep your horn. The king in his terror gave up the whistle, and the shepherd handed the queen a figure. When one of the queen's horns had disappeared, he said, Now give me my purse back, or else I will take my figs away. So the king gave him his purse, and the shepherd removed one of the princess's horns. Then he demanded his tablecloth, and when he had received it he gave the king another fig, so that the second horn disappeared. Now give me my ring, he said, and the king had to give him his ring before he would remove the queen's horn. The only one left now was the princess, and the shepherd said, Now fulfill your promise and marry me to the princess, otherwise she may keep her horn as long as she lives. So the princess had to marry him, and after the wedding he gave her another fig to eat, so that her last horn also disappeared. They had a merry wedding, and when the old king died the shepherd became king, and so they remained contented and happy, and were like a bundle of roots. The second version of this story is represented by but 3 examples, none of them worth giving at length. In 1, Pomiglianese, page 110, the princess wins the magic objects, purse, cloak that renders invisible, and horn that blows out soldiers, at play. The loser disguises himself as a priest and confesses the princess when she is ill, and makes her give back the objects she has won or stolen. In a Florentine version, November Fire. Page 349, the owner of the objects, a poor shepherd's son, pretends to be the son of the King of Portugal. He plays with the princess and wins, but his true origin is discovered and he is thrown into prison. There he makes use of the magic tablecloth, which he sells to the king for the privilege of passing a night in the princess's room. The same payment is asked for the box that fills itself with money, and the little organ that makes everyone dance. The shepherd, of course, becomes the princess's husband and inherits the kingdom when the king dies. In the Sicilian story, Petra, number 26, the fairies give Peter the purse, tablecloth, and violin, and he goes to play chess with the daughter of the King of Spain, who is to marry whoever beats her at the game. She cheats and wins, and Peter is thrown into prison. There he uses the tablecloth, and when the princess hears of it, she proposes to play for it. Again she cheats by changing a chessman while Peter is looking away, and the loser is thrown into prison again. They play again for the magic violin, and Peter, who has been warned in prison by other losers of the princess's tricks, keeps a sharp lookout, detects and defeats her. They are married, and Peter releases all the defeated players from jail, and afterward gets rid of them by means of the violin. The third version is the most popular one. The following example of it is from Nerucci's collection of Montali's Tales, number 43. 32. The Ass That Lays Money. There was once a poor widow with an only son, and whose brother-in-law was a steward. One day she said to her child, "Go to your uncle and ask him to give you something to keep you from starving." The boy went to the farm and asked his uncle to help him a little. "We are dying of hunger, uncle. My mother earns a little by weaving, and I am too small to find anything. Be charitable to us, for we are your relatives." The steward answered, "Why not? You should have come sooner, and I would have helped you the sooner. But now I will give you something to support you always, without need of anything more. I will give you this little ass that lays money. You have only to put a cloth under him, and he will fill it for you with handsome coins. But take care. Don't tell it, and don't leave this animal with anyone." The youth departed in joy, and after he had travelled a long way, he stopped at an inn to sleep, for his house was distant. He said to the landlord, "Give me a lodging, but look! My ass spends the night with me." "What?" said the landlord. "What are you thinking about? It cannot be." The youth replied, "Yes, it can be, because my ass does not leave my side." They disputed a while, but the landlord finally consented, but he had some suspicions, and when the boy and his beast were shut in the room, he looked through the keyhole, and saw that wonder of an ass that laid money in abundance. "Bless me," cried the host. "I should be a fool, indeed, if I let this piece of good fortune escape my hands." He at once looked for another ass of the same color and size, and while the lad was asleep, exchanged them. In the morning the boy paid his bill and departed, but on the way, the ass no longer laid any money. The stupefied child did not know what to think at first, but afterward examining it more closely, it appeared to him that the ass was not his, and straightway he returned to the innkeeper, to complain of his deception. The landlord cried out, "I wonder at your saying such a thing. We are all honest people here, and don't steal anything from anybody. Go away, blockhead, or you will find something to remember a while." The child, weeping, had to depart with his ass, and he went back to his uncle's farm, and told him what had happened. The uncle said, "If you had not stopped at the innkeeper's, you could not have met with this misfortune. However, I have another present to help you and your mother. But take care. Do not mention it to anyone, and take good care of it. Here it is. I give you a tablecloth, and whenever you say, 'Tablecloth, make ready,' after having spread it out, you will see a fine repast at your pleasure." The youth took the tablecloth in delight, thanked his uncle, and departed, but like the fool he was, he stopped again at the same inn. He said to the landlord, "Give me a room and you need not prepare anything to eat. I have all I want with me." The crafty innkeeper suspected that there was something beneath this, and when the lad was in his room, he looked through the keyhole, and saw the tablecloth preparing the supper. The host exclaimed, "What good luck for my inn! I will not let it escape me." He quickly looked for another tablecloth like this one, with the same embroidery and fringe, and while the child was sleeping, he exchanged it for the magic one, so that in the morning the lad did not perceive the knavery. Not until he had reached a forest where he was hungry, did he want to make use of the tablecloth. But it was in vain that he spread it out and cried, "Tablecloth, make ready." The tablecloth was not the same one, and made nothing ready for him. In despair the boy went back to the innkeeper to complain, and the landlord would have thrashed him if he had not run away, and he ran until he reached his uncle's. His uncle, when he saw him in such a plight, said, "Oh, what is the matter?" "Uncle," said the boy, "the same innkeeper has changed the tablecloth, too, for me." The uncle was on the point of giving the dunce a good thrashing, but afterward, seeing that it was a child, he calmed his anger, and said, "I understand, but I will give you a remedy by which you can get back everything from that thief of a landlord. Here it is. It is a stick. Hide it under your bolster, and if anyone comes to rob you of it, say to it, in a low voice, 'Beat, beat,' and it will continue to do so until you say to it, 'Stop.'" Imagine how joyfully the boy took the stick. It was a handsome polished stick, with a gold handle, and delighted one only to see it. So the boy thanked his uncle for his kindness, and after he had journeyed a while, he came to the same inn. He said, "Landlord, I wish to lodge here tonight." The landlord at once drew his conclusions about the stick, which the boy carried openly in his hands, and at night, when the lad appeared to be sound asleep, but really was on the watch, the landlord felt softly under the bolster and drew out the stick. The boy, although it was dark, perceived the theft and said in a low voice, "Beat, beat, beat." Suddenly blows were rained down without mercy, everything broken to pieces, the chest of drawers, the looking-glass, all the chairs, the glass in the windows, and the landlord, and those that came at the noise, beaten nearly to death. The landlord screamed to split his throat, "Save me, boy, I am dead." The boy answered, "What? I will not deliver you, if you do not give me back my property, the ass that lays gold, and the tablecloth that prepares dinner. And if the landlord did not want to die of the blows, he had to consent to the boy's wishes. When he had his things back, the boy went home to his mother and told her what had happened to him, and then said, "Now, we do not need anything more. I have an ass that lays money, a tablecloth that prepares food at my will, and a stick to defend me from whoever annoys me." So that woman and her son, who from want had become rich enough to cause everyone envy, wished from pride to invite their relatives to a banquet, to make them acquainted with their wealth. On the appointed day the relatives came to the woman's new house, but noon strikes, 1 o'clock strikes, it is almost 2, and in the kitchen the fire is seen extinguished, and there were no provisions anywhere. "Are they playing a joke on us?" said the relatives. "We shall have to depart with dry teeth." At that moment, however, the clock struck 2, and the lad, after spreading the cloth on the table, commanded, "Tablecloth, prepare a grand banquet." In short, those people had a fine dinner and many presents in money, and the boy and his mother remained in triumph and joy. The next story to which we shall direct our attention is Puss in Boots, which, in the form known to our children, is of French origin, being one of the tales which Perrault made so popular by his versions. Before Perrault, however, 2 literary versions of this story existed, one in Straparola and one in the Pentamerone. There are, besides, several popular versions of this story, which are somewhat peculiar. The one that follows is from Sicily, Petra, number 88. 33. Don Joseph Pear. There were once 3 brothers who owned a pear tree and lived on the pears. One day one of the brothers went to pick these pears, and found that they had been gathered. "Oh, my brothers! What shall we do, for our pears have been picked?" So the eldest went and remained in the garden to guard the pear tree during the night. He fell asleep, however, and the next morning the second brother came and said, "What have you done, my brother? Have you been sleeping? Do you not see that the pears have been picked? Tonight I will stay." That night the second brother remained. The next morning the youngest went there and saw more of the pears picked, and said, "Were you the one that was going to keep a good watch? Go, I will stay here tonight, we shall see whether they can cheat me to my face." At night the youngest brother began to play and dance under the pear tree. While he was not playing, a fox, believing that the youth had gone to sleep, came out and climbed the tree and picked the rest of the pears. When it was coming down the tree, the youth quickly aimed his gun at it and was about to shoot. The fox said, "Don't shoot me, Don Joseph, for I will have you called Don Joseph Pear, and will make you marry the king's daughter." Don Joseph answered, "And where shall I see you again? What has the king to do with you? With one kick that he would give you, you would never appear before him again." However, Don Joseph Pear from pity let her escape. The fox went away to a forest and caught all sorts of game, squirrels, hares, and quails, and carried them to the king, so that it was a sight. "Sir Majesty, Don Joseph Pear sends me, you must accept this game." The king said, "Listen, little fox, I accept this game, but I have never heard this Don Joseph Pear mentioned." The fox left the game there and ran away to Don Joseph. "Softly, Don Joseph, I have taken the first step, I have been to the king, and carried him the first game, and he accepted it." A week later the fox went to the forest, caught the best animals, squirrels, hares, birds, and took them to the king. "Sir Majesty, Don Joseph Pear sends me to you with this game." The king said to the fox, "My daughter, I don't know who this Don Joseph Pear is, I am afraid you have been sent somewhere else. I will tell you what, have this Don Joseph Pear come here, so that I can make his acquaintance." The fox wished to leave the game, and said, "I am not mistaken, my master sent me here, and for a token, he said that he wished the princess for his wife." The fox returned to Don Joseph Pear, and said to him, "Softly, things are going well, after I have been to the king again, the matter is settled." Don Joseph said, "I will not believe you until I have my wife." The fox now went to an ogress and said, "Friend, friend, have we not to divide the gold and silver?" "Certainly," said the ogress to the fox, "go and get the measure, and we will divide the gold from the silver." The fox went to the king and did not say, "The ogress wants to borrow your measure," but she said, "Don Joseph Pear wants to borrow, for a short time, your measure to separate the gold from the silver." "What," said the king, "has this Don Joseph Pear such great riches? Is he then richer than I?" And he gave the fox the measure. When he was alone with his daughter, he said to her, in the course of his conversation, "It must be that this Don Joseph Pear is very rich, for he divides the gold and silver." The fox carried the measure to the ogress, who began to measure and heap up gold and silver. When she had finished, the fox went to Don Joseph Pear and dressed him in new clothes, a watch with diamonds, rings, a ring for his betrothed, and everything that was needed for the marriage. "Behold, Don Joseph," said the fox, "I am going before you now, you go to the king and get your bride, and then go to the church." Don Joseph went to the king, got his bride, and they went to the church. After they were married, the princess got into the carriage and the bridegroom mounted his horse. The fox made a sign to Don Joseph and said, "I will go before you, you follow me, and let the carriages and horses come after." They started on their way, and came to a sheep farm which belonged to the ogress. The boy who was tending the sheep, when he saw the fox approach, threw a stone at her, and she began to weep. "Ah," she said to the boy, "now I will have you killed. Do you see those horsemen? Now I will have you killed." The youth, terrified, said, "If you will not do anything to me, I will not throw any more stones at you." The fox replied, "If you don't want to be killed, when the king passes and asks you whose is this sheep farm, you must tell him, Don Joseph Pear's, for Don Joseph Pear is his son-in-law, and he will reward you." The cavalcade passed by, and the king asked the boy, "Whose is this sheep farm?" The boy replied at once, "Don Joseph Pear's." The king gave him some money. The fox kept about 10 paces before Don Joseph, and the latter did nothing but say in a low tone, "Where are you taking me, fox? What land do I possess that you can make me believe to be rich? Where are we going?" The fox replied, softly, "Don Joseph, and leave it to me." They went on, and the fox saw another farm of cattle, with the herdsman. The same thing happened there as with the shepherd, the stone thrown and the fox's threat. The king passed. "Herdsman, whose is this farm of cattle?" "Don Joseph Pear's." And the king, astonished at his son-in-law's wealth, gave the herdsman a piece of gold. Don Joseph was pleased on the one hand, but on the other was perplexed and did not know how it was to turn out. When the fox turned around, Joseph said, "Where are you taking me, fox? You are ruining me." The fox kept on as if she had nothing to do with the matter. Then she came to another farm of horses and mares. The boy who was tending them threw a stone at the fox. She frightened him, and he told the king, when the king asked him, that the farm was Don Joseph Pear's. They kept on and came to a well, and near it the ogress was sitting. The fox began to run and pretended to be in great terror. "Friend, friend, see, they are coming. These horsemen will kill us. Let us hide in the well, shall we not?" "Yes, friend," said the ogress in alarm. "Shall I throw you down first?" said the fox. "Certainly, friend." Then the fox threw the ogress down the well, and then entered the ogress' palace. Don Joseph Pear followed the fox, with his wife, his father-in-law, and all the riders. The fox showed them through all the apartments, displaying the riches, Don Joseph Pear contented at having found his fortune, and the king still more contented because his daughter was so richly settled. There was a festival for a few days, and then the king, well satisfied, returned to his own country and his daughter remained with her husband. One day the fox was looking out of the window, and Don Joseph Pear and his wife were going up to the terrace. Don Joseph Pear took up a little dust from the terrace and threw it at the fox's head. The fox raised her eyes. "What is the meaning of this, after the good I have done you, miserable fellow?" said she to Don Joseph. "Take care or I will speak." The wife said to her husband, "What is the matter with the fox, to speak thus?" "Nothing," answered her husband. "I threw a little dust at her, and she got angry." Don Joseph took up a little more dust and threw it at the fox's head. The fox, in a rage, cried, "Joe, you see I will speak. And I declare that you were the owner of a pear tree." Don Joseph was frightened, for the fox told his wife everything, so he took an earthen jar and threw it at the fox's head, and so got rid of her. Thus, the ungrateful fellow that he was, he killed the one who had done him so much kindness, but nevertheless he enjoyed all his wealth with his wife. Note 4. The story we shall next consider is, in some of its versions, legendary in its nature, and might more properly, perhaps, have been treated in Chapter 4. Its legendary character, however, is only accidental, and it really belongs to the class of stories discussed in the present chapter. The story in general may be termed The Thankful Dead, from the most important episode in it. The hero shows some respect to a corpse, paying the debts it incurred when alive, and so obtaining the right of burial for it, the soul of which becomes the hero's good fairy, and assists him when in danger, and finally brings about his good fortune. Around this nucleus have gathered various episodes, which will be mentioned in the notes. As an example of this story, we give, on account of its rarity, the Istrian version, Ive, Nos Ive Lorenzetto, 3. Page 19. 35. Fairbrow. There was once a father who had a son. After this son had passed through school, his father said to him, "Son, now that you have finished your studies, you are of an age to travel. I will give you a vessel, in order that you may load it and unload it, buy and sell. Be careful what you do, take care to make gains." He gave him 6,000 scudi to buy merchandise, and the son started on his voyage. On his journey, without having yet purchased anything, he arrived at a town, and on the seashore he saw a bier, and noticed that those who passed by left there some a penny, some 2, they bestowed alms on the corpse. The traveler went there and asked, "Why do you keep this dead man here?" "For the dead desires the grave." They replied, "Because he owed a world of debts, and it is the custom here to bury no one until his debts are paid. Until this man's debts are paid by charity, we cannot bury him. What is the use of keeping him here?" he said. "Proclaim that all those whom he owed shall come to me, and be paid." Then they issued the proclamation, and he paid the debts, and, poor fellow, he did not have a farthing left, not a penny of his capital. So he returned to his father's house. "What news, son? What means your return so soon?" He replied, "On crossing the sea, we encountered pirates, they have robbed me of all my capital." His father said, "No matter, son, it is enough that they have left you your life. Behold, I will give you more money, but you must not go again in that direction." He gave him another 6,000 scudi. The son replied, "Yes, father, don't worry, I will change my course." He departed and began his journey. When he was well out at sea, he saw a Turkish vessel. He said to himself, "Now it is better for me to summon them on board than for them to summon us." They came on board. He said to them, "Whence do you come?" They answered, "We come from the Levant." "What is your cargo?" "Nothing but a beautiful girl." "How do you come to have this girl?" "For her beauty, to sell her again." "We have stolen her from the Sultan, she is so beautiful." "Let me see this girl." When he saw her he said, "How much do you want for her?" "We want 6,000 scudi." The money which his father gave him he gave to those corsairs, and took the girl and carried her away to his ship. But he at once had her become a Christian and married her. He returned to his father's house, he went up, and his father said to him, "Welcome. "O my handsome son! What merchandise of women have you made? My father, I bring you a handsome ring. I bring it for your reward. It cost me neither city nor castle, but the most beautiful woman you have ever seen, the daughter of the Sultan who is in Turkey. Her I bring for my first cargo." "Ah, you miserable knave," cried his father. "Is this the cargo you have brought?" He ill-treated them both and drove them from the house. Those poor unfortunate ones did not know where to find shelter. They went away, and at a short distance from their town there were some rooms at a villa. They went to live in one of those. He said, "What shall we do here? I do not know how to do anything, I have no profession or business." She said, "Now I can paint beautiful pictures, I will paint them, and you shall go and sell them." He said, "Very well. But remember, you must tell no one that I paint them." "No, no," he said. "Now let us go to Turkey." The Sultan, meanwhile, had sent out many vessels in search of his daughter. These ships went here and there in quest of her. Now it happened that one of these vessels arrived in the town near where she lived, and many of the sailors went on land. Now one day the husband said to his wife, "Make many pictures, for today we shall sell them." She made them, and said to him that he should not sell them for less than 20 scudi apiece. She made a great many, and he carried them to the public square. Some of the Turks came there, they gave a glance at the paintings, and said to themselves, "Surely, it must be the Sultan's daughter who has painted these." They came nearer, and asked the young man how he sold them. He said they were dear, that he could not let them go for less than 20 scudi. They said, "Very well. We will buy them, but we want some more." He answered, "Come to the house of my wife who makes them." They went there, and when they saw the Sultan's daughter, they seized her, bound her, and carried her far away to Turkey. This husband, then, unhappy, without wife, without a trade, alone in that house, what could he do? Every day he walked along the beach to see if he could find a ship that would take him on board, but he never saw any. One day he saw an old man fishing in a little boat. He cried, "Good old man, how much better off you are than I." The old man asked, "Why, my dear son?" He said, "Good old man, will you take me to fish with you?" "Yes, my son," said he, "if you wish to come with me in this boat, I will take you." "Thank heaven," said he. "Good," said the old man. "You with the rod, and I with the boat. Perhaps we shall catch some fish. I will go and sell the fish, for I am not ashamed, and we will live together." They ate, and afterward went to sleep. Without knowing it, there arose in the night a severe storm, and the wind carried them to Turkey. The Turks, seeing this boat arrive, went on board, seized them, made slaves of them, and took them before the Sultan. He said, "Let one of them make bouquets, let the other plant flowers, put them in the garden." They placed the old man there as gardener, and the young man to carry flowers to the Sultan's daughter, who with her maids was shut up in a very high tower for punishment. They were very comfortable there. Every day they went into the garden and made friends with the other gardeners. As time went on, the old man made some fine guitars, violins, flutes, clarionets, piccolos, all sorts of instruments he made. The young man played them beautifully when he had time. One day his wife, who was in the tower, hearing his fine songs, Fair Brow had a voice which surpassed all instruments, said, "Who is playing, who is singing so beautifully?" They went out on the balcony, and when she saw Fair Brow, she thought at once of having him come up. The Sultan's daughter said to one of those who filled the basket with flowers, "Put that young man in the basket and cover him with flowers." He put him in, and the maids drew him up. When he was up, he came out of the basket and beheld his wife. He embraced and kissed her and thought about escaping from there. Then she told her damsels that she wished to depart without anyone knowing it. So they loaded a large ship with pearls and precious stones, with rods of gold and jewels. Then they let down Fair first, then his wife, finally the damsels. They embarked and departed. When they were out at sea, the husband remembered that he had forgotten the old man and left him on shore. Fair said, "My sister, even if I thought I should lose my life, I would turn back, for the word which I have given him is the mother of faith." So they turned back, and saw the old man, who was still awaiting them in a cave. They took him with them, and put to sea again. When they were near home, the old man said, "Now, my son, it is fitting for us to settle our accounts and divide things." "No, good old man," said Fair to him, "that all the wealth that I have belongs half to you and half to me. Your wife, too, belongs half to me." He said, "Good old man, I will leave you 3/4, and I will take one only, but leave me my wife. Do you want me to divide her in 2? Then the old man said, "You must know that I am the soul of him whom you had buried, and you have had all this good fortune because you did that good action, and converted and baptized your wife." Then he gave him his blessing and disappeared. Fair when he heard this, as you can imagine, came near dying of joy. When they reached his city, they fired a salute, for Fair had arrived with his wife, the wealthiest gentleman in the world. He sent for his father and told him all that had happened to him. He went to live with them, and as he was old, he died soon, and all his riches went to Fair. We have already stated in the preface that it was not our design to admit into this work, except for occasional reference, any stories that were literary in their character. For this reason we have not drawn on the treasures of Straparola or Bossuet, or even on the more popular chapbooks, of which there are in Italy, as elsewhere, a great profusion. Of some of the stories contained in the last named class of works, there are purely popular versions. As an example of the class, and for purposes of comparison, we give the story of Leon Bruno, or Lion Bruno, one of the oldest and most popular of its kind. The most complete version is the one from the Basilicata, given by Comparetti, number 41, which is as follows. 36. Lion Bruno. There was once a mariner who had a wife and 3 or 4 children. He followed the business of a fisherman, and he and his family lived on his fishing. For 3 or 4 years there had been a dearth of fish, so that he had not been able to catch even a sardine. Poor mariner! From this misfortune he had been obliged to sell, little by little, all he possessed, to live, and was reduced almost to beggary. One day he was fishing, and as you can imagine, poor fellow, he did not haul in even a shell. He cursed Madonnas and saints. All at once a certain person, it was the enemy, rose in the midst of the sea before his bark. "What is the matter, mariner, that you are so angry?" "What should the matter be?" "My bad luck. For 3 or 4 years I have been ruining myself, body and soul, in this sea with these nets, and I cannot catch even a string to hang myself with." "Listen," said the enemy. "If you will agree to give me your wife's next child in 13 years, from now until you deliver it to me, I will cause you to catch so much fish that you shall become the richest of men by selling it." Then the mariner understood that this was the enemy, and said to himself, "My wife has had no children for some years. Will she take it into her head to have another just now when I make this agreement with the enemy? Oh, come! She is old now, she will have no more." Then turning to the enemy, he said, "Well, since you wish to make this contract, let us make it. But, remember, you must make me rich." "Don't fear," said the enemy, "let us make the agreement and then leave the matter to me. Softly, we must settle another matter first, then we will make the contract." "What is it?" "Listen. Suppose my wife should have no children during these 13 years? Then you will remain rich and give me nothing. That is what I wanted to know. Now we can make the contract." And they settled everything at once. Then the enemy disappeared. The mariner began to draw in his nets, and they were full to overflowing of all kinds of fish, and he became richer from day to day. In great joy he said, "I have played a trick on the devil, and, poor man!" He did not know that it was the devil who had played a trick on him. Now you must know that just when they were making the contract, the mariner's wife, old as she was, expected to become a mother again, and the enemy knew it. In due time the wife gave birth to a boy so handsome that he seemed a flower. His parents named him Lion Bruno. The enemy suddenly appeared. "Mariner! Mariner! How can I serve you?" replied the poor man, all trembling. "The promise is due. Lion Bruno is mine." "Yes, you are right. But you must obey the contract. Remember that it is in 13 years. Now only a few months have passed." "That is true," replied the enemy. "Farewell, then, until the end of the 13 years. Then he vanished. Meanwhile Lion Bruno grew every day, and became constantly handsomer, and his parents sent him to school. But time passes, and behold, the end of the 13 years draws near. One day, before the time agreed upon, the enemy appeared. "Mariner! Mariner!" "Oh, poor me," said the wretched man, who recognized him by his horrid voice. But he had to answer. And what could he do? The contract was clear, and the time come. The poor mariner, willingly or unwillingly, was obliged to promise to send the boy the next day alone to the sea. The next day the mother sent her son, when he returned from school, to carry something to eat to his father. The unhappy father had, however, gone far out to sea, so that his son could not find him. The poor boy sat down on the beach, and to pass the time, took pieces of wood and made little crosses of them, and stuck them in the sand around him, so that he was surrounded by them, and held one also in his hand, singing all the time. Behold, the enemy comes to take him, and says to him, "What are you doing, boy?" "I am waiting for my father," he replied. The enemy looked and saw that he could not take him, because he was seated in the midst of all those little crosses, and moreover had one in his hand. He regarded the boy with an ugly look, and cried, "Destroy those crosses, miserable boy!" "No, I will not destroy them." "Destroy them at once, or, and he threatened him and frightened him with his ugly face. Then the poor child destroyed the little crosses around him, but still held one in his hand. "Destroy the other, quick!" cried the enemy, more enraged than ever. "No, no," the poor child replied, all in tears, "I will not destroy this little cross." The enemy threatened him again and terrified him with his rolling eyes, but the child was firm, and then a bright light appeared in the air. The fairy Kalina, queen of the fairies, came down, took the good boy by the hair, and delivered him from the enemy. Then if you had seen what lightnings and thunder! What darts! The enemy shot fire from his eyes, mouth, nose, ears, everywhere. But with all his flames he remained duped, and the fairy carried the good boy away to her splendid palace. There Lion Bruno grew up in the midst of the fairies. Imagine how well off he was there. He lacked nothing. Increasing always in beauty, he became a youth whom you should have seen. Some years passed. One day Lion Bruno said to the fairy Kalina, "Listen. I want to go and see my mother and father a little. You will not refuse me your permission, will you?" "No, I will not refuse you it," said the fairy. "I will give you 20 days to go and see your family. But do not stay any longer. Remember that I have saved you from the enemy and have brought you up in the midst of great wealth. Now this wealth we are to enjoy together, for you, Lion Bruno, are to be my husband." You can imagine whether the youth wished to say no. He replied at once, "I will do your will in all things." Then the fairy said, "My Lion Bruno, take this ruby, all that you ask of it you shall have." He took the ruby. Then all the fairies gave him in turn some token. He took them, and thanked them all. Then he embraced his bride and departed. Lion Bruno traveled better than a prince, magnificently dressed, on a superb horse, with guards before him. He arrived at his town, went to the square, and a crowd of people surrounded him out of curiosity. He asked his way to the house of the mariner who was his father. He did not reveal himself to his parents, but asked them for a lodging that night. At midnight Lion Bruno changed, by virtue of the ruby, the wretched hovel into a magnificent palace, and the next day he changed himself into the 13-year-old Lion Bruno and revealed himself to his parents, telling them how the fairy Kalina had liberated him from the enemy, brought him up, and made him her husband. "For this reason, dear father and mother," said he, "I cannot remain with you. I have come to see you, to embrace you, to make you rich, but I can stay with you a few days only, and then I must leave you." His father and mother saw that they could do nothing, and had to be contented. One fine morning Lion Bruno, by an order to the ruby, which he wore on his finger, brought together a great mass of riches, and then called his parents and said, "I leave you masters of all this wealth and of this palace. You will no longer need anything. Now give me your blessing, for I wish to go." The poor people began to weep, and said, "Bless you, my son." They embraced each other in tears, and he departed. He arrived at a great city, like Naples, for example, and went to lodge at the finest inn. Then he went out to walk and heard a proclamation which declared, "Whatever prince or knight, on horse, with spear in hand, shall pierce and carry away a gold star, shall marry the king's daughter." Imagine how many princes and knights entered the lists. Lion Bruno, more for braggadocio than for anything else, said to himself, "I wish to go and carry away the star," and he commanded the ruby, "My ruby, tomorrow, I wish to carry away the golden star." The princes and knights began to assemble and try their skill. Every one reached the star and touched it with his spear, but there was no talk of their carrying it away. Lion Bruno came, and with a masterstroke carried off the star. Then he quickly escaped with his horse to the inn, so that no one should see him. Who is he? Where is the winner? No one can give any news of him. The king was ill-humored about it, and issued the proclamation again for the next day. But, to cut the matter short, the same thing occurred the next day. Lion Bruno duped them a second time. Imagine how angry the king was. He issued a third proclamation. But this time what does the crafty king do? He posts a large number of soldiers at all the places by which one could escape. The princes and knights begin their courses. As usual, no one carries away the star, and Lion Bruno carries it off and rides away. But the soldiers, quicker than he, seize him, arrest him, and carry him to the king. "What do you take me for, that, not satisfied with duping me twice, you wish to dupe me a third time?" Thus spoke the king, who was seated on the throne. "Pardon, Majesty. I did not dare to enter your presence." "Then you ought not to have undertaken to carry away the star. Now you have done so, and must become my daughter's husband." Lion Bruno, nolens volens, was obliged to marry the princess. The king prepared a magnificent feast for the wedding, and invited all the princes, counts, and barons, all sorts of persons. When the hall was filled with these gentlemen, Lion Bruno, before marrying the princess, said to the king, "Majesty, it is true that your daughter is a very beautiful girl, but I had a bride by whose side your daughter could not stand for beauty, grace, everything." Imagine how the king felt when he heard these words. The poor princess, at this affront in the presence of so many noblemen, became as red as fire. The king, greatly disturbed, said, "Well, if it is so, we wish to see your wife, if she is as beautiful as you say." "Yes, yes," cried all the noblemen, "we, too, wish to see her, we wish to see her." Poor Lion Bruno was in a tight place. What could he do? He had recourse to the ruby. "Ruby mine, make fairy Kalina come here." But this time he was mistaken. The ruby could do everything, but it could not compel the fairy to come, for it was she who had given it its magic power. The summons, however, reached the fairy Kalina, but she did not go. "My friend has done a pretty thing," said she. "Bravo! Good! Now I will fix him as he deserves." She called the lowest of her servants, and made her suddenly appear in the great hall of the king, where all were assembled for the wedding. "How beautiful she is! How beautiful she is!" all said as soon as they saw her. "Is this, then, your first bride?" "What?" answered Lion Bruno, "my first bride." "This is the lowest of the servants of my first bride." "Gracious," exclaimed the nobleman, "if this is the lowest of the servants and is so beautiful, imagine what the mistress must be." "Then," said the king, "if this is not your first bride, I wish you to make her come herself." "Yes, yes, herself," cried the others, likewise. Poor Lion Bruno! He was obliged to have recourse again to the ring. But this time, also, the fairy did not go, but sent instead her next servant. Scarcely had they seen her when they all said, "This one, oh, this one, is really beautiful. This, now, is certainly your first bride, is she not, Lion Bruno?" "No, no," replied Lion Bruno, "my first bride is a marvel of beauty. Different from this one. This one is only the second servant." Then the king, in a threatening tone, said to him, "Lion Bruno, let us put an end to this. I command you to cause your first wife to come here instantly." The matter was growing serious. Poor Lion Bruno had recourse for the third time to the ruby, and said to it, "Ruby mine, if you really wish to help me, now is the moment. You must cause the fairy Kalina herself to come here." The summons reached her at once, and this time she went. When all those great lords and the king and his daughter saw that marvel of beauty, they became as so many statues. But the fairy Kalina approached Lion Bruno, pretended to take his hand, and drew off his ring, saying, "Traitor! You cannot find me until you have worn out 7 pairs of iron shoes." Then she vanished. The king, in fury, said to Lion Bruno, "I understand. The power of carrying off the star was not yours, but your rubies. Leave my palace." He had him seized and well beaten and sent away. And so poor Lion Bruno was left without the fairy Kalina and the king's daughter, and departed from the city in great grief. When he had gone a few steps, he heard a great noise. It was a smithy. He entered, and called the blacksmith, "Master, I want 7 pairs of iron shoes. I will make you 12 if you wish, but it seems to me that you must have some agreement with the Eternal to live who knows how many 100 years to wear out all these shoes. What does that matter to you? It is enough if I pay you. Make me the shoes and hold your tongue." He made them for him at once. Lion Bruno paid him, put on 1 pair, and stuck 3 in one side of his travelling sack and 3 in the other, and set out. After walking a long time, he arrived late at night in a forest. All at once 3 robbers came there. "Good man," said they to Lion Bruno, "how did you happen here?" "I am a poor pilgrim," he replied. "It grew dark and I stopped here to rest." "And who are you, gentlemen?" "We are travelers." And they all stopped there to rest. The next day Lion Bruno arose, took leave of the 3 robbers, and departed. But he had scarcely gone a few steps when he heard them quarrelling. Now you must know that those robbers had stolen 3 objects of great value, and were now disputing as to how they should divide them. One of them said, "Fools that we are! We had here that pilgrim, who could have acted as judge and made the division, and we have let him go. Let us call him back." "Yes, yes." "Let us call him," said the others. They called him, and he came back. "How can I serve you, gentlemen?" said he. Listen, good man, we have 3 objects of great value to divide. You must be the judge, and give to each one what belongs to him. Very well, but what objects are you talking of? Here is a pair of boots, a purse, and a cloak. The boots have this virtue, that he who has them on runs faster than the wind. If you say to the purse, open and shut, it at once gives you 100 ducats. Finally, he who puts on the cloak and buttons it up, can see and yet not be seen. Very good. But to act the judge well, I must first examine these 3 objects carefully. Certainly, that is right. Lion Bruno put on the boots, tried to run, and went marvelously. What do you think of these boots? Asked the thieves. Excellent, indeed, replied Lion Bruno, and kept them on. Then he said, now let us see the purse. He took it and said, Purse, open and shut, and at once there came forth 100 silver ducats. Now let us see what this cloak is, he said, at last. He put it on and began to button it up. While he was doing so he asked the robbers, Do you see me now? They answered, Yes. He kept on buttoning it and asked again, Now do you see me? Yes. Finally he reached the last button. Now do you see me? No. If you don't see me now you never will see me again. He threw away the iron shoes and cried, Now for you, boots! And away! Faster than the wind. When the 3 robbers saw themselves duped in that way, what a rage they were in! They thrashed each other soundly, and especially the one who had called Lion Bruno back, and at last they all found themselves with broken bones. Lion Bruno, after having cheated the robbers thus, continued his way joyfully. After a long journey, he arrived in the midst of a forest. He saw at a distance a slight smoke, and among frightful rocks, a little old hovel all surrounded by dense wild shrubs, with a little door entirely covered with ivy, so that it could scarcely be seen. Lion Bruno approached the door and knocked softly. Who is knocking? Asked from within an old woman's voice. I am a poor Christian, replied Lion Bruno. Night has overtaken me here, and I am seeking a lodging, if it can be had. The door opened and Lion Bruno entered. Oh, poor youth! How have you been tempted to come and ruin yourself in this remote place? Demanded, in great wonder, the old woman, who was within, and who was Borea. Do you know who Borea is? No less a person than the mother of the winds. Oh, dear little old lady, my aunt, replied Lion Bruno, I am lost in this great forest, for I have been traveling a long time to find my dear bride, the fairy Kalina, and I have not yet been able to find any trace of her. My son, you have made a great mistake. What shall we do now that my sons are coming home? Perhaps, God help you, they will want to eat you. Oh, wretched me, cried Lion Bruno, then, all trembling, who, my aunt, are these sons of yours who so devour Christians? My son, replied Borea, you do not know where you are. Do you not know that this house in the midst of these precipices is the house of the winds? And you do not recognize me, I, my son, am Borea, the mother of all the winds. What shall I do now? Oh, my dear aunt, help me, do not let your sons eat me up. The old woman finally concealed him in a chest, telling him not to make the slightest noise when her sons returned. Soon a loud noise was heard at a distance, it was the winds returning home. The nearer they approached the louder the noise grew, and a sound of branches and trees broken off was heard. At last the winds arrived, pushed open the door, and entered. Good evening, Mamma. Welcome, my sons, replied their mother, all smiling. And so one after the other all the winds entered, and the last to enter was Sirocco, for you must know that Sirocco is the youngest of Borea's sons. Scarcely had they entered when they began to say, What smell of human flesh is here? Here, Christians, Christians! Oh, bad luck to you! What fools you are! Where is there any smell of human flesh here? Who do you think would risk their lives by coming here? But her sons would not be convinced, especially that obstinate Sirocco. Lion Bruno commended his soul to God, for he saw death at his heels. But finally Borea succeeded in convincing her sons. "Oh, Mama, what is there to eat tonight? We have traveled so far, and are so hungry." "Here, my sons," the mother answered, "come here, for a nice polenta is cooking for you. I will finish cooking it soon, and put it at once on the table." The next day Borea said to her sons, "My sons, when you came you said you smelled human flesh. Tell me, should you really see a man now, what would you do to him?" "Now, we would not do anything to him. Last night, we should have torn him in pieces. But you would not do anything to him, truly?" "Truly." "Well, if you will give me your promise by St. John not to harm him, I will show you a live man." "Oh, just see! A man here!" "Yes, yes, Mama, show him to us at once. We swear by St. John. We will not touch a hair of his head." Then their mother opened the chest and made Lion Bruno come forth. If you had heard the winds then! They puffed and blowed around him and asked him, first of all, how he had come to that place, where no living soul had ever penetrated. Lion Bruno said, "Would to heaven that my journey ended here. I must go to the palace of the fairy Kalina, perhaps one of you can tell me where it is." Then Borea asked her sons one by one, and each replied that he knew nothing of it. Finally she questioned her youngest son, "And you, Sirocco, do you not know anything about it?" "Huh? Should I not know something about it? Am I perchance like my brothers who never can find a hiding place? The fairy Kalina is lovesick. She says that her lover has betrayed her, and continually weeps, and is so reduced by her grief that she can live but little longer. And I deserve to be hanged, for I have seen her in this condition, and yet I have annoyed her so that I have driven her to despair. I amused myself by making a noise about her palace, and more than once I burst open windows and turned things upside down, even the bed she was resting on." "Oh, my dear Sirocco," said Lion Bruno, "my good Sirocco, you must aid me. Since you have given me news of her, you must also do me the favor to show me the way to my bride's palace. I, dear Sirocco, am the betrothed of the fairy Kalina, and it is not true that I have betrayed her. On the contrary, if I do not find her, I shall die of grief." "My son," said Sirocco, "listen, for my part one would take you there with all my heart. But I should have to carry you about my neck. And the trouble is I cannot do so, for I am wind, I am air, and you would slip off. Were you like me the matter would go very well." "Don't worry about that," said Lion Bruno, "show me the way, and I will not lag behind." "He is crazy," said Sirocco to himself. Then he said to Lion Bruno, "Very well, since you feel so strong, tomorrow we will make the trial. Meanwhile let us go to bed, for it is late, and tomorrow, God willing, we will rise early." And all went to sleep. In the morning early Sirocco arose and cried, "Lion Bruno! Lion Bruno! Get up quickly!" And Lion Bruno put on his boots in a hurry, seized his purse, fixed his cloak carefully, and left the house with Sirocco. "There," said Sirocco, "is the way we must take. Be careful. Don't let me out of your sight, and leave the rest to me. If a few hours after sunset tonight I don't make you find your beauty, you may call me an ass." They started. They ran like the wind. Every little while Sirocco called out, "Lion Bruno," and he, who was ahead, answered at once, "Oh. Don't think I am going to lag behind," and with these questions and answers they finally reached the palace of the fairy Kalina about 2 hours after sunset. "Here we are," said Sirocco. "Here is your fair one's balcony. See how I am going to blow open the window for you." Attention, now! As soon as it is opened you give a jump and spring in. And so he did. Before the servants could run and shut the balcony window, Lion Bruno was already under the fairy Kalina's bed. Afterwards one of the maids said to the fairy, "My mistress, how do you feel now? Do you not feel a little better?" "Better? I am half dead. That cursed wind has nearly killed me. But, mistress, will you not take something this evening? A little coffee, or chocolate, or broth?" "I wish nothing at all." "Take something. If you don't, you will not rest tonight. You have eaten nothing for 3 or 4 days. Really, you must take something." And the servant said so much that to get rid of her importunity the fairy said, "Well, bring something. If I want it, I will take it." The servant brought a little coffee, and left it by the side of the bed. Lion Bruno, in his cloak so that no one could see him, came from under the bed and drank the coffee himself. The servant, believing her mistress had drunk it, brought the chocolate too, and Lion Bruno drank that as before. Then the servant brought the fairy some broth and a pigeon. "Mistress," said she, "since, thank God, you have taken the coffee and the chocolate, take this broth and a bit of pigeon, and so you will gain strength and be better tomorrow." The mistress on hearing all this believed that the servants were making fun of her. "Oh, stupid blockheads! What are you saying? Are not the cups still here with the coffee and the chocolate? I have touched nothing." The servants thought that their mistress was out of her mind. Then Lion Bruno took off his cloak, came out from under the bed, and said, "My bride, do you know me?" "Lion Bruno mine, is it you?" And she rose from the bed and embraced him. "Then it is not true, my Lion Bruno, that you have forgotten me. If I had forgotten you I should not have suffered so much to find you. But do you still love me? My Lion Bruno, if I had not always loved you, you would not have found me at the point of death. And now you see I am cured only because I have seen you." Then they ate and drank together, and summoned the servants and made a great festival. The next day they arranged everything for the wedding and were married with great splendor and joy. In the evening they gave a grand ball and a fine banquet, which you should have seen. The above story is extremely popular, and has long circulated among the people as an independent work in the shape of a chapbook. We have, however, given the form which is handed down by oral tradition, purposely avoiding the use of any literary materials. Many similar tales might be added to this chapter, but the most important and best known have been given. To give those tales which cannot be described as fairy tales, and which are usually found in the shape of chapbooks in prose and poetry would fall without the scope of the present volume, and would belong more appropriately to a work on Italian popular literature. Chapter 3. Stories of Oriental Origin. The geographical situation of Italy and its commercial connections during the Middle Ages would lead us to expect a large foreign element in its popular tales. This foreign element, it is hardly necessary to say, is almost exclusively Oriental, and was introduced either by direct communication with the East, or indirectly from France, which received it from Spain, whither it was brought by the Saracens. Although this Oriental element is now perfectly popular, it is, as far as its origin is concerned, purely literary. That is to say, the stories we are about to examine are to be found in the great Oriental collections of tales which were early translated into all the languages of Europe, and either passed directly from these translations into circulation among the people, or became familiar to them from the novelists who made such frequent use of this element. A few stories may have been taken from the French fabliaux or from the French translations of the Disciplina Clericalis, as we shall afterwards see. The Pentamerone, and especially Straparola's tales, may finally be mentioned as the source from which many Oriental stories have flowed into popular circulation. In this chapter it is proposed to notice briefly only those stories the Oriental origin of which is undoubted, and which may be found in the great collections above mentioned and in some others less known. For convenience, some stories of this class have been referred to Chapter 6. The The first of this class, which we shall mention, is well known from the version in La Fontaine, 9. 1. Le Depositaire Infidèle. The only Italian version we have found is Petra, number 194, which is as follows. 37. The Peasant and the Master. A peasant one day, conversing in the farmhouse with his master and others, happened, while speaking of sheep and cheese, to say that he had had a present of a little cheese, but the mice had eaten it all up. Then the master, who was rich, proud, and fat, called him a fool, and said that it was not possible that the mice could have eaten the cheese, and all present said the master was right and the peasant wrong. What more could the poor man say? Talk makes talk. After a while the master said that having taken the precaution to rub with oil his plowshares to keep them from rusting, the mice had eaten off all the points. Then the friend of the cheese broke forth, "But, master, how can it be that the mice cannot eat my cheese, if they can eat the points of your plowshares?" But the master and all the others began to cry out, "Be silent, you fool! Be silent, you fool! The master is right!" The above story really belongs to the class of fables of which there are but few of oriental origin in the Italian collections. The following version of one of the most famous of the Eastern apologues is from Monferrato, Comparetti, number 67. It is called 38. The Ingrates. There was once a man who went into the forest to gather wood, and saw a snake crushed under a large stone. He raised the stone a little with the handle of his axe, and the snake crawled out. When it was at liberty it said to the man, "I am going to eat you." The man answered, softly, "First let us hear the judgment of someone, and if I am condemned, then you shall eat me." The first one they met was a horse as thin as a stick, tied to an oak tree. He had eaten the leaves as far as he could reach, for he was famished. The snake said to him, "Is it right for me to eat this man who has saved my life?" The nag answered, "More than right. Just look at me. I was one of the finest horses. I have carried my master so many years, and what have I gained? Now that I am so badly off that I can no longer work, they have tied me to this oak, and after I have eaten these few leaves I shall die of hunger. Eat the man, then, for he who does good is ill rewarded, and he who does evil must be well rewarded. Eat him, for you will be doing a good day's work." They afterwards happened to find a mulberry tree, all holes, for it was eaten by old age, and the snake asked it if it was right to eat the man who had saved its life. "Yes," the tree answered at once, "for I have given my master so many leaves that he has raised from them the finest silkworms in the world. Now that I can no longer stand upright, he has said that he is going to throw me into the fire. Eat him, then, for you will do well." Afterwards they met the fox. The man took her aside and begged her to pronounce in his favor. The fox said, "The better to render judgment I must see just how the matter has happened." They all returned to the spot and arranged matters as they were at first, but as soon as the man saw the snake under the stone he cried out, "Where you are, there I will leave you." And there the snake remained. The fox wished in payment a bag of hens, and the man promised them to her for the next morning. The fox went there in the morning, and when the man saw her he put some dogs in the bag, and told the fox not to eat the hens close by, for fear the mistress of the house would hear it. So the fox did not open the bag until she had reached a distant valley. Then the dogs came out and ate her, and so it is in the world, for who does good is ill rewarded, and who does evil is well rewarded. Note 5. It would be surprising if we did not find the fascinating stories of the 1001 Nights naturalized among the people. It is, of course, impossible to tell whether they were communicated to the people directly from a literary source, or whether the separate stories came to Italy from the Orient by way of oral transmission. These stories have circulated among the people long enough to be treated as their own property and changed to suit their taste. Incidents from other stories have been added and the original story remodeled until it is hardly recognizable. The story of Saladin and the Wonderful Lamp, for instance, is found from Sicily to Lombardy, but in no one version are all the features of the original story preserved. In one of the Sicilian versions, Messina, Aladdin does not lose his lamp. In another, Palermo, after Aladdin has lost his lamp he goes in search of it, and on his journey settles the quarrel of an ant, an eagle, and a lion, who give him the power to transform himself into any one of them. He finally discovers the magician, who has his life elsewhere than in his own body, and who is killed after the usual complicated process. In the Roman version, the point of the unfinished window in Aladdin's palace is missed. The magician requires to be killed, as in the version from Palermo, and there are some additional incidents not in the Oriental original. In the Mantuan story, instead of a lamp we have a rusty ring, which the youngest brother finds inside of a dead cock bequeathed to 3 brothers by their father. After the ring has fallen into the possession of the magician and the palace has disappeared, the hero goes in search of his wife and ring. On his way he is assisted by the king of the fishes and the king of the birds. The eagle carries a letter to the captive princess, who obtains the ring from the magician, rubs it on a stone, and when it asks what she wishes, answers, "I wish this palace to return where it first was and the magician to be drowned in the sea." Of almost equal popularity is the story of the 40 thieves, who are, however, in the Italian versions, reduced to 13, 12, or 6 in number. The versions in Petra, number 23, and variants, contain but one incident of the original story, where the robbers are detected in the oil jars, and killed by pouring boiling oil over them. In one of Petra's versions the robbers are hidden in sacks of charcoal, and the cunning daughter pierces the bags with a red-hot spit. In another, they are hidden in oilskins, and sold to the abbess of a certain convent for oil. One of the nuns has some suspicion of the trick, and invites her companions to tap the skins with red-hot irons. Another Sicilian version, Gons. Number 79, the story of the 12 robbers, contains the first part of the Arabian tale, the robber's cave, which opens and closes by the words, "open, door," and "shut, door." The story ends with the death of one of the brothers, who entered the cave and was killed by one of the robbers who had remained. It is only in the version from Mantua, Vicentini, number 7, The Cunning Maid, that we find the story complete. Boiling water is used instead of oil in killing the thieves, and the servant girl afterwards kills the captain, who had escaped before. The story of the third calendar is told in detail in Comparetti, number 65, The Son of the King of France, and the 2 envious sisters furnishes details for a number of distinct stories. The story of the hunchback is found in Petra and Straparola, and as it is also the subject of an old French fabliau, it may have been borrowed from the French, or, what is more likely, both French and Italians took it from a common source. The fable of the ass, the ox, and the peasant, which the vizier relates to prevent his daughter becoming the sultan's wife, is found in Petra, number 282, under the title of The Curious Wife, and is also in Straparola. The beautiful story of Prince Ahmed and the fairy Peribanu is found in Narucci, number 40, The 3 Presents, or the story of the carpets. The 3 presents are the magic telescope that sees any distance, the carpet that carries one through the air, and the magic grapes that bring to life. The Italian version follows closely the Oriental original. The same may be said of another story in the same collection, number 48, The Traveller from Turin, which is nothing but Sinbad's 4th voyage. The last story taken from the Arabian Nights, which we shall mention, is that of the second royal mendicant, found in Comparetti, number 63, My Happiness, from the Basilicata, and in the collection of Mantuan stories. The latter, number 8, is entitled, There is no longer any devil. The magician is the devil, and the story concludes, after the transformations in which the peasant's son kills the devil in the shape of a hen, with the words, and this is the reason why there is no longer any devil. The first collection of Oriental tales known in Europe as a collection was the Disciplina Clericalis, that is, instruction or teaching for clerks or clergymen. It was the work of a converted Spanish Jew, Petrus Alfonsi, and was composed before 1106, the date of the baptism of the author, the time and place of whose death are not known. The Disciplina Clericalis was early translated into French prose and poetry, and was the storehouse from which all subsequent storytellers drew abundant material. Precisely how the Disciplina Clericalis became known in Italy we cannot tell, but the separate stories must have become popular and diffused by word of mouth at a very early date. One of the stories of this collection is found in Italian literature as early as the Cento Novelle Antiche. 4 of the stories in the Disciplina Clericalis are found in Petra and other collections of popular tales, and although belonging, with one exception, to the class of jests, they are mentioned here for the sake of completeness. In one of the stories of the Disciplina Clericalis, 2 citizens of a certain town and a countryman were making the pilgrimage to Mecca together, and on the way ran so short of food that they had only flour enough left to make one small loaf. The 2 citizens, in order to cheat the countryman out of his share, devised the following scheme. While the bread was baking, they proposed that all 3 should sleep, and whoever should have the most remarkable dream should have the whole loaf. While the citizens were asleep, the countryman, who had divined their plan, stole the half-cooked bread from the fire, ate it, and then threw himself down again. One of the other 2 pretended to wake up in a fright, and told his companion that he had dreamed that 2 angels had led him through the gates of heaven into the presence of God. The other declared that he had been led by 2 angels into the netherworld. The countryman heard all this and still pretended to sleep. When his companions aroused him, he asked in amazement, "Who are those calling me?" They answered, "We are your companions." "What," said he, "have you got back already? Where have we been to in order to return?" The countryman replied, "It seemed to me that 2 angels led one of you to heaven, and afterwards 2 others conducted the other to hell. From this I imagined that neither of you would return, so I got up and ate the bread." The same story is told in Petra, number 173, of a monk who was an itinerant preacher, and who was accompanied on his journey by a very cunning lay brother. One day the monk received a present of some fish which he wished to eat himself alone, and therefore proposed to the brother that the one of them who dreamed the best dream should have all the fish. The dreams and the conclusion are the same as in the original. The next story is well known from the use made of it by Cervantes in Don Quixote, Part 1, Chapter 20, where Sancho relates it to beguile the hours of the memorable night when the noise of the fulling mill so terrified the doughty knight and his squire. The version in the Disciplina Clericalis is as follows: a certain king had a storyteller who told him 5 stories every night. It happened once that the king, oppressed by cares of state, was unable to sleep, and asked for more than the usual number of stories. The storyteller related 3 short ones. The king wished for more still, and when the storyteller demurred, said, "You have told me several very short ones. I want something long, and then you may go to sleep." The storyteller yielded, and began thus: "Once upon a time there was a certain countryman who went to market and bought 2,000 sheep. On his way home a great inundation took place, so that he was unable to cross a certain river by the ford or bridge. After anxiously seeking some means of getting across with his flock, he found at length a little boat in which he could convey 2 sheep over. After the storyteller had got thus far, he went to sleep. The king roused him and ordered him to finish the story he had begun. The storyteller answered, "The flood is great, the boat small, and the flock innumerable. Let the aforesaid countryman get his sheep over, and I will finish the story I have begun." The version in Petra, number 138, lacks all connection and is poor, but we give it here, as it is very brief. 39. The Treasure. Once upon a time there was a prince who studied and racked his brain so much that he learned magic and the art of finding hidden treasures. One day he discovered a treasure in a bank, let us say the Bank of Decisa. "Oh," he says, "now I am going to get it out." But to get it out it was necessary that 10 million ants should cross one by one the river Junquidara. Let us suppose it was that one, in a bark made of the half shell of a nut. The prince puts the bark in the river and begins to make the ants pass over. 1, 2, 3, and he is still doing it. Here the person who is telling the story pauses and says, "We will finish this story when the ants have finished passing over." The version from Milan is still shorter. 40. The Shepherd. Once upon a time there was a shepherd who went to feed his sheep in the fields, and he had to cross a stream, and he took the sheep up one by one to carry them over. What then? Go on. When the sheep are over, I will finish the story. In Chapter 5, we shall meet two popular figures in Sicilian tales, whose jokes are repeated elsewhere as detached stories. One of these persons is Firouzanu, the practical joker and knave, who is cunning enough to make others bear the penalty of his own boldness. In the story in Petra, number 156, var. 2, Firoozanu's master wants a tailor for some work, and Firouzanu tells him he knows of one who is good, but subject to fits, which always make their approach known by a twitching of the mouth, and the only remedy for them is a sound beating. Of course, when the unlucky tailor begins to cut his cloth, he twists his mouth and receives, to his amazement, a sudden beating. In this version there is no reason given why Firouzanu should play such a joke on the innocent tailor. In the original, however, a motive is given for the trick. The last story we shall mention from the Disciplina Clericalis is the one known in Petra, number 197, as 41. The Three Admonitions. A man once left his country to go to foreign parts, and there entered the service of an abbot. After he had spent some time in faithful service, he desired to see his wife and native land. He said to the abbot, "Sir, I have served you thus long, but now I wish to return to my country." "Yes, my son," said the abbot, "but before departing I must give you the 300 ounces that I have put together for you. Will you be satisfied with 3 admonitions, or with the 300 ounces? The servant answered, "I will be satisfied with the 3 admonitions. Then listen, first, when you change the old road for the new, you will find troubles which you have not looked for. Second, see much and say little. Third, think over a thing before you do it, for a thing deliberated is very fine. Take this loaf of bread and break it when you are truly happy." The good man departed, and on his journey met other travelers. These said to him, "We are going to take the by-way. Will you come with us?" But he, remembering the 3 admonitions of his master, answered, "No, my friends, I will keep on this road." When he had gone halfway, bang! Bang! He heard some shots. What was that, my sons? The robbers had killed his companions. "I have gained the first 100 ounces, he said, and continued his journey. On his way he arrived at an inn as hungry as a dog and called for something to eat. A large dish of meat was brought which seemed to say, "Eat me, eat me." He stuck his fork in it and turned it over, and was frightened out of his wits, for it was human flesh. He wanted to ask the meaning of such food and give the innkeeper a lecture, but just then he thought, "See much and say little," so he remained silent. The innkeeper came, he settled his bill, and took leave. But the innkeeper stopped him and said, "Bravo, bravo! You have saved your life. All those who have questioned me about my food have been soundly beaten, killed, and nicely cooked." "I have gained the second 100 ounces, said the good man, who did not think his skin was safe until then. When he reached his own country, he remembered his house, saw the door ajar and slipped in. He looked about and saw no one, only in the middle of the room was a table, well set with 2 glasses, 2 forks, 2 seats, service for 2. "How is this?" he said. "I left my wife alone and here I find things arranged for 2. There is some trouble." So he hid himself under the bed to see what went on. A moment after he saw his wife enter, who had gone out a short time before for a pitcher of water. A little after he saw a sprucely dressed young priest come in and seat himself at the table. "Ah, is that he?" And he was on the point of coming forth and giving him a sound beating, but there came to his mind the final admonition of the abbot, "Think over a thing before you do it, for a thing deliberated is very fine," and he refrained. He saw them both sit down at the table, but before eating his wife turned to the young priest and said, my son, let us say our accustomed paternoster for your father." When he heard this, he came from under the bed crying and laughing for joy, and embraced and kissed them both so that it was affecting to see him. Then he remembered the loaf his master had given him and told him to eat in his happiness. He broke the loaf, and there fell on the table all the 300 ounces, which the master had secretly put in the loaf. We now turn to some stories taken from a collection more famous in some respects than those previously mentioned, the 7 Wise Masters, which enjoyed during the Middle Ages a popularity second only to that of the Bible. Of this collection, there are several Italian translations reaching back to the 14th century. From one of these, or possibly from oral tradition, the stories about to be mentioned passed into the popular tales of Italy. The first story we shall cite is interesting because popular tradition has connected it with Pier del Vine, the famous chancellor of the Emperor Frederick II. The Venetian version, Bernoni, trad. Pop. Vines Punt. Page 11, is in substance as follows. 42. Vineyard I was and vineyard I am. A king, averse to marriage, commanded his steward to remain single. The latter, however, one day saw a beautiful girl named Vigna, and married her secretly. Although he kept her closely confined in her chamber, the king became suspicious and sent the steward off on an embassy. After his departure, the king entered the apartment occupied by him, and saw his officer's wife sleeping. He did not disturb her, but, in leaving the room, dropped one of his gloves accidentally on the bed. When the husband returned, he found it, but kept a discreet silence, ceasing, however, all demonstrations of affection, believing his wife had been faithless. The king, anxious to see again the beautiful woman, made a feast and ordered the steward to bring his wife. He denied in vain that he had one, but brought her at last, and while everyone else was talking gaily at the feast, she was silent. The king observed it and asked her the cause of her silence, and she answered with a pun on her name, "Vineyard I was and vineyard I am, I was loved and no longer am, I know not for what reason the vineyard has lost its season." Her husband, who heard this, replied, "Vineyard thou wast and vineyard thou art, loved thou wast and no longer art, the vineyard has lost its season for the lion's claw." The king, who understood what he meant, answered, "I entered the vineyard, I touched the leaves, but I swear by my crown that I have not tasted the fruit." Then the steward understood that his wife was innocent, and the two made peace and always after lived happy and contented. This story is found only in the Greek and Hebrew versions of the 7 Wise Masters, and in the Arabic 7 Viziers. It did not pass into any of the Occidental versions, although it was known to Boccaccio, who based on it the 5th novel of the first day of the Decameron. Either, then, the story is a late adaptation of the Oriental tale, which is unlikely, or it comes from some now lost, but once popular Italian version of the Oriental form of the 7 Wise Masters. The 3 following stories are found only in the Western or European versions of the collection. The first, technically called Vaticinium or the Prophecy, relates that a son who understood the language of birds heard the prediction that his father and mother should come to such want that they would not have bread to eat, but that he, the son, should rise so high that his father should offer him water to wash his hands with. The father, enraged at this prediction, threw his son into the sea. He was rescued, and after many adventures, married the daughter of the king of Sicily. One day, while riding through Messina, he saw his father and mother, meanly dressed, sitting at the door of an inn. He alighted from his horse, entered their house, and asked for food. After his father and mother had brought him water to wash his hands, he revealed himself to them and forgave his father for his cruelty. The only Italian version, and disfigured by some extraneous details, is in the Mantuan Tales, Vicentini, No. 50, Fortune Aid Me. Here the son does not hear the prophecy from the birds, but an angel tells a king, who has long desired a son, that he shall have one whom he shall one day serve. When the child was 10 years old, the king was so vexed by the prediction that he exposed his son in a wood. The child was found by a magician, who brought him up, and from whom he afterwards escaped. he went to the court of the king, his father, and won the hand of the princess, his own sister, by leaping his horse over a broad ditch. At the marriage banquet the king handed his son a glass of wine, and the latter recognized him and exclaimed, "Behold, the father serves the son." The marriage was of course given up and the previous version of the sister explained. Closely connected with the original story in The Seven Wise Masters is the class of stories where the hero is acquainted with the language of animals, and attains by means of it some high position, generally becoming pope, after he has been driven from home by his father. The following version is from Monferrato, Comparetti, number 56, and is entitled 43. The Language of Animals. A father once had a son who spent 10 years in school. At the end of that time, the teacher wrote the father to take away his son because he could not teach him anything more. The father took the boy home and gave a grand banquet in his honor, to which he invited the most noble gentlemen of the country. After many speeches by those gentlemen, one of the guests said to the host's son, "Just tell us some fine thing that you have learned." "I have learned the language of dogs, of frogs, and of birds." There was universal laughter on hearing this, and all went away ridiculing the pride of the father and the foolishness of the son. The former was so ashamed at his son's answer and so angry at him that he gave him up to 2 servants, with orders to take him into a wood and kill him and to bring back his heart. The 2 servants did not dare to obey this command, and instead of the lad they killed a dog, and carried its heart to their master. The youth fled from the country and came to a castle a long way off, where lived the treasurer of the prince, who had immense treasures. There he asked for and obtained a lodging, but scarcely had he entered the house when a multitude of dogs collected about the castle. The treasurer asked the young man why so many dogs had come, and as the latter understood their language he answered that it meant that 100 assassins would attack the castle that very evening, and that the treasurer should take his precautions. The castellan made 200 soldiers place themselves in ambush about the castle, and at night they arrested the assassins. The treasurer was so grateful to the youth that he wished to give him his daughter, but he replied that he could not remain now, but that he would return within a year and 3 days. After he left that castle he arrived at a city where the king's daughter was very ill because the frogs which were in a fountain near the palace gave her no rest with their croaking. The lad perceived that the frogs croaked because the princess had thrown a cross into the fountain, and as soon as it was removed the girl recovered. The king, too, wished the lad to marry her, but he again said that he would return within a year and 3 days. After leaving the king he set out for Rome, and on the way met 3 young men, who became his companions. One day it was very warm and all 3 lay down to sleep under an oak. Immediately a great flock of birds flew into the oak and awakened the pilgrims by their loud singing. One of them asked, "Why are these birds singing so joyfully?" The youth answered, "They are rejoicing with the new pope, who is to be one of us." And suddenly a dove alighted on his head, and in truth shortly after he was made pope. Then he sent for his father, the treasurer, and the king. All presented themselves trembling, for they knew that they had committed some sin. But the pope made them all relate their deeds, and then turned to his father and said, "I am the son whom you sent to be killed because I said I understood the language of birds, of dogs, and of frogs. You have treated me thus, and on the other hand a treasurer and a king have been very grateful for this knowledge of mine." The father, repenting his fault, wept bitterly, and his son pardoned him and kept him with him while he lived. The next story is doubly interesting because it is found not only in the medieval collection last mentioned, but also in Greek literature, being told of Rhampsinitus, king of Egypt, by Herodotus, 121, and by Pausanias of the 2 architects Agamedes and Trophonius who robbed the treasury of Hyrieus. There are 4 versions in Italian, 2 from Sicily, Petra, numbers 159, 160, 1 from Bologna, Coroni de Berti, number 2, and 1 from Monferrato, Comparetti, number 13. In one of the Sicilian versions, Petra, number 159, and in the other 2 from Bologna and Monferrato, the thieves are 2 friends. In the other Sicilian version, they are a father and son. We give a translation of the last named version, which is called 44, The Mason and His Son. There was once a mason who had a wife and son. One day the king sent for the mason to build a country house in which to put his money, for he was very rich and had no place to keep it. The mason set to work with his son. In one corner they put in a stone that could be taken out and put back, large enough for a man to enter. When the house was finished, the king paid them and they went home. The king then had his money carted to the house and put guards around it. After a few days he saw that no one went there and took away the guard. Let us leave the king, who took away the guard, and return to the mason. When his money was gone, he said to his son, "Shall we go to the country house?" They took a sack and went there. When they arrived at the house, they took out the stone, and the father entered and filled the bag with gold. When he came out, he put the stone back as it was before, and they departed. The next day the king rode out to his house and saw that his pile of gold had diminished. He said to his servants, "Who has been taking the money?" The servants answered, "It is not possible, Your Majesty, for who comes here? Where could they get in? It may be that the house has settled, being newly built." So they took and repaired it. After a while the mason said again to his son, "Let us go back there." They took the accustomed sack and went there. Arriving as usual, they took out the stone, and the father entered, filled the sack, and they departed. The same night they made another trip, filled the same sack again, and went away. The next day the king visited the house with his soldiers and counselors. When he entered, he went to see the money, and it was very greatly diminished. He turned to his counselors and said, "Someone comes here and takes the money." The counselors said, "But, Your Majesty, while you are saying so, one thing can be done. Take a few tubs, fill them with melted pitch, and place them around the walls on the inside. Whoever enters will fall in them, and the thief is found." They took the tubs and put them inside, and the king left sentinels and returned to the city. The sentinels remained there a week, but as they saw no one, they, too, left. Let us leave the sentinels, who have departed, and return to the mason. He said to his son, "Let us go to the accustomed place." They took the sack and went. Arriving there, they took out the stone, and the father entered. As he entered, he stuck fast in the pitch. He tried to help himself and get his feet loose, but his hand stuck fast. Then he said to his son, "Do you hear what I tell you, my son? Cut off my head, tear my coat to pieces, put back the stone as it was, and throw my head in the river, so that I shall not be known." The son did as he was told, and returned home. When he told his mother what had become of his father, she began to tear her hair. After a few days, the son, who did not know any trade, entered the service of a carpenter, and told his mother not to say anything, as if nothing had happened. Let us leave these and return to the king, who went the next day with his counselors to the country house. They entered and saw the body, and the king said, "But it has no head. How shall we find out who it is?" The counselors said, "Take him and carry him through the streets 3 days, where you see weeping you will know who it is." They took the body, and called Filippo Caruba and Brasi Vucheru, and made them carry it about. When they passed through the street where the mason's widow lived, she began to weep. The son, whose shop was near by, heard it, and gave himself a blow in the hand with an axe and cut off his fingers. The police arrested the mother, saying, "We have found out who it is." Meanwhile the son arrived there and said, "She is not weeping for that, she is weeping because I have cut off my fingers and can no longer work and earn my bread." The police saw it was so, believed him, and departed. At night they carried the body to the palace and built outside a scaffold to put the body on, because they had to carry it around 3 days. About the scaffold they placed 9 sentinels, 8 soldiers, and a corporal. Now it was in the winter and was very cold, so the son took a mule and loaded it with drugged wine, and passed up and down. When the soldiers saw him they cried, "Friend, are you selling that wine?" He said, "I am. Wait until we drink, for we are trembling with the cold." After they had drunk they threw themselves down and went to sleep, and the son took the body, and, after he had buried it outside of the town, returned home. In the morning the soldiers awoke and told the king what had happened, and he issued a proclamation that whoever found the body should receive a large sum of money. The body was found and carried about the street again, but no one wept. That night new sentinels were appointed, but the same thing happened as the night before. The soldiers were drugged and dressed in monks' robes, and the corporal had a cross stuck between his legs. The next day another proclamation, the body again found and carried about, but no one detected weeping. The story then continues. The mason's son, here called for the first time Ninu, could not rest, and went to Cinderella. "Will you do me a favor?" "If I can," answered Cinderella, "not one, but two." "What can I do for you?" "Will you lend me your goats this evening?" "I will." Ninu took them, bought for Rochula of candles and an old earthen pot, knocked out the bottom and fastened some candles around it. Then he took the goats and fixed 2 candles to the horns of each one, and took them where the body was, and followed with the pot on his head and the candles lighted. The soldiers ran away in terror, and the son took the body and threw it in the sea. The next day the king commanded that the price of meat should be set at 12 taria rochulu, and ordered that all the old women of the city should assemble at the palace. 100 came, and he told them to go begging about the city and find out who was cooking meat, thinking that only the thief could afford to buy meat at that price. Ninu, of course, bought some and gave it to his mother to cook. While it was cooking, and Ninu absent, one of the old women came begging, and the widow gave her a piece of meat. As she was going downstairs Ninu met her and asked her what she was doing. She explained that she was begging for some bread. Ninu, suspecting the trick, took her and threw her into the well. At noon, when the old women were to present themselves to the king, one was missing. The king then sent for the butchers, and found that just 1 rochulu of meat had been sold. When the king saw this, he issued a proclamation to find out who had done all these wonders, and said, "If he is unmarried, I will give him my daughter; if he is married, I will give him 2 measures of gold." Ninu presented himself to the king and said, "Your Majesty, it was I." The king burst out laughing, and asked, "Are you married or single?" He said, "Your Majesty, I am single." And the king said, "Will you be satisfied with my daughter, or with 2 measures of gold?" "Your Majesty," he said, "I want to marry. Give me your daughter." So he did, and they had a grand banquet. The story in the 7 Wise Masters, known as a inclusa, or the elopement, is found only in Petra, number 176, where it is told of a tailor who lived next to the king's palace, with which his house communicated by a secret door known only to the king and the tailor's wife. The tailor, while at work in the palace, imagines he sees his wife there, and pretending that he has forgotten his shears, etc., rushes home to find his wife there. She finally elopes with the king, leaving at her window an image that deceives her husband until she is beyond pursuit. Far more curious than any of the stories above given is the last one we shall mention from the 7 Wise Masters. The story in this collection, known as Avis, or the talking bird, is briefly as follows. A jealous husband has a talking bird that is a spy upon his wife's actions. In order to impair his confidence in the bird, one night, while he is absent, the wife orders a servant to shower water over the bird's cage, to make a heavy sound like thunder, and to imitate the flashing of lightning with candles. The bird, on its master's return, tells him of the terrific storm the night before, and is killed for its supposed falsehood. This story is found in both the Eastern and Western versions of the 7 Wise Masters, and practically constitutes the framework of another famous Oriental collection, the Kuka Saptati, from Kuka, a parrot, and Saptati, 70, the 70 Tales of a Parrot, better known by its Persian and Turkish name, Tutinameng, Tales of a Parrot. The frame, or groundwork, of the various Oriental versions is substantially the same. A husband is obliged to leave home on business, and while he is absent his wife engages in a love affair with a stranger. A parrot, which the husband has left behind, prevents the wife meeting her lover by telling her stories which interest her so much that she keeps putting off her appointment until her husband returns. In the Turkish version the parrot reconciles the husband and wife, in the Persian versions the parrot relates what has happened, and the faithless wife is killed. The Italian versions, as will soon be seen, are not derived from the 7 wise masters, but from the Cuca Saptati, and what is very curious, the framework has been retained and filled with stories that are not in the original. The most simple version is from Pisa, Comparetti, No. 1, and is called 45, The Parrot, First Version. There was once a merchant who had a beautiful daughter, with whom the king and the viceroy were both in love. The former knew that the merchant would soon have to depart on business, and he would then have a chance to speak with the girl. The viceroy knew it, too, and pondered on how he could prevent the king succeeding in his plan. He was acquainted with a witch, and promised her immunity and a large sum of money if she would teach him how to change himself into a parrot. This she did, and of course the merchant bought him for his daughter, and departed. When the parrot thought it was about time for the king to come, he said to the girl, "Now, to amuse you, I will tell you a story, but you must attend to me and not see anyone while I am telling it." Then he began his story, and after he had gone a little way in it a servant entered and told her mistress that there was a letter for her. "Tell her to bring it later," said the parrot, "and now listen to me." "I do not receive letters while my father is away," said the mistress, and the parrot continued. After a while another interruption. A servant announces the visit of an aunt. It was not an aunt, but a woman who came from the king. The parrot said, "Do not receive her, we are in the finest part of our story," and the young girl sent word that she did not receive any visits while her father was absent, and the parrot went on. When his story was ended the girl was so pleased that she would listen to no one else until her father returned. Then the parrot disappeared, and the viceroy visited the merchant and asked his daughter's hand. He consented, and the marriage took place that very day. The wedding was scarcely over when a gentleman came to ask the girl's hand for the king, but it was too late, and the poor king, who was much in love with her, died of a broken heart, and the girl remained the wife of the viceroy, who had been more cunning than the king. We have omitted the story told by the parrot because we shall meet it again in the Sicilian version, and substantially in the following version from Florence, which we give entire on account of the rarity of the work in which it is found, and for its own merits. It is also entitled 46, The Parrot, Second Version. Once upon a time there was a merchant who, having to go on a journey, gave his wife a parrot to amuse her in her loneliness. The wife, vexed that her husband should leave her so soon, threw the bird in a corner and thought no more about it. At evening she went to the window and saw pass a young man, who fell in love with her as soon as he saw her. On the first floor there lived a woman who sold coals, and the young man began to tempt her to help him in his love affair. She would not promise, because the merchant's wife had been married but a few days, and was an honest woman. She added, however, that there was a way, her daughter was to be married shortly, she would invite the young wife to the wedding, and the young man, being there too, could manage the rest. The wife accepted the invitation, dressed herself in her finest clothes, and was on the point of leaving when the parrot cried from its corner, "Oh, mistress, where are you going? I wish to tell you a story, but suit yourself." The wife then dismissed the coalwoman, who, not to spoil matters, promised to put off the wedding and return for her the next day. Then the parrot began. Once upon a time there was a king's son whose master was so learned in magic that with certain words he could change himself into various animals. The prince wanted to learn these words, too, but the magician hesitated and refused, although he had to yield at last. Then the prince became a crow and flew far away to a distant country and into the garden of a king, where he saw a beautiful girl with a mirror in which was set her portrait. The crow in wonder snatched the glass from her hands, and flew home and resumed his own form, but he fell so deeply in love with the unknown girl that he became ill. She, meanwhile, who was the daughter of a king, seeing the glass taken from her, no longer had any peace of mind, and begged her father until he gave her permission to go in search of it. She dressed herself like a physician and departed. She came to a city and heard a proclamation by the king, that whatever physician should pass that way should be obliged to visit and try to cure his daughter. Then the new physician had to go to the palace, but she could not discover any remedy for the grave disease. At night, while sitting by the princess's bed, the light went out, and she left the room to light it, and saw in a little cottage 3 old women sitting around a cauldron boiling over a great fire. "Good women, are you washing?" "What a washing! These are 3 heads, and when they are cooked the princess will die." "Bravo, my good women, bring the wood and I will help, too." She remained there some time and promised to return. The brighter the fire burned, the nearer the princess came to death. The physician consoled the king and had a fine supper prepared. The second night she carried food and a great deal of wine to the old women, and when they were drunk threw them into the fire and lifted off the cauldron with the boiling heads. The princess recovered, and the king wished to give her to the physician and reward him with gems and gold, but the physician would take nothing, and departed. "You know, mistress, it is late and I am tired," interrupted the parrot. "I will tell you the rest tomorrow." The next day the woman who sold coals came again, and the merchant's wife was on the point of accompanying her, but the parrot detained her, promising to finish the story. So the woman went away in anger, and the parrot continued. The princess disguised as a physician journeyed until she came to another city, and heard a proclamation by the king, that every physician who passed that way should be forced to visit and attempt to cure his son. The new physician, too, had to go to court, but could find no remedy for the severe disease. At night, while sitting at the bedside of the prince, she heard a loud noise in the next room, went to the door and saw 3 old women, who were preparing a banquet. Afterwards they approached the invalid, anointed him from head to foot, and carried him healed to the table. Then when they were full of wine and merry, they anointed him again and replaced him on his bed worse than before. The physician comforted the king, and the second night allowed the witches to take the prince to the table, then appeared, and frightening the old women with threats of the king's anger drove them from the room and restored the son to his father. The king, well pleased, wished to recompense the physician, who would take nothing, and departed. "But you know, mistress, it is late and I am weary. I will tell you the rest tomorrow." The next day the woman who sold coals returned, and the merchant's wife was on the point of following her, but the parrot detained her, promising to finish the story. The woman went away angry, and the parrot continued. After a long journey the princess disguised as a physician came to another city, and heard a proclamation by the king, that every physician who passed that way should be compelled to visit and attempt to cure his son. The new physician, too, had to go to court, but she could find no remedy for the severe disease. The prince would speak to no one, but the physician at last made the invalid disclose the secret of his heart, and he told of the mirror and showed the portrait of the unknown lady whom he loved desperately. The physician consoled the king, had garments and ornaments exactly like those of the young girl in the glass prepared, dressed in them, and as she appeared before the prince he leaped from his bed, embracing his betrothed in the midst of rejoicings. But here the lady hears her husband arriving. Joy makes her beside herself, and she throws from the window the poor parrot, which now seems to her only a tiresome companion. The merchant enters and inquires about the bird, sees the parrot hurt upon the neighboring roof and picks it up kindly. The parrot narrates to him the wiles of the coalwoman and its own prudence, assures the husband that his wife is innocent, but complains of her being so ungrateful. She had promised him a gold vase, and now treats him thus. The merchant consoles the dying bird, and afterwards has him embalmed and placed in the gold vase. As for his wife, he loved her more than ever. Another version from Piedmont, Comparetti, No. 2, de Gub. Zool. Myth. 2. 322 differs materially from the ones just given. A king is obliged to go to war and leave behind him his wife, with whom another king is in love. Before parting, he forbids his wife to leave the palace during his absence, and presents her with a parrot. No sooner has the king departed than his rival attempts to obtain an interview with the queen by giving a feast and inviting her to it. The parrot prevents her going by relating the story contained in the first version. They are interrupted in the same manner by an old woman sent by the lover, but to no purpose. When the story is finished, the husband returns, and the parrot becomes a young man, whom the king had engaged to watch over his wife's fidelity. The Sicilian version of our story is the most interesting as well as the most complete of all. The single story in the continental versions has been expanded into 3, and the frame is more artistic. The story is the second in Petra, and is as follows. 47. The Parrot Which Tells 3 Stories. Third version. Once upon a time there was a rich merchant who wanted to marry, and who happened to find a wife as good as the day was long, and who loved her husband desperately. One day she saw him a little annoyed, and said, "What makes you feel so?" "What should make me feel so? I have important business to attend to, and must go and see to it on the spot." "And are you annoyed about that?" "Let us arrange matters thus. You will leave me provisions, and close up all the doors and windows but one high up, make me a wicket, and then depart." "The advice pleases me," said her husband, and he laid in at once a large provision of bread, flour, oil, coals, and everything, had all the doors and windows closed up but one, to take the air, had a wicket made like those in the convents, and departed, and the wife remained with her maid. The next day a servant called at the wicket to do what was necessary, and then went away. After 10 days the lady began to be oppressed, and had a great mind to cry. The maid said, "There is a remedy for everything, my mistress, let us draw the table up to the window, and climb up and enjoy the sight of the Corso." They did so, and the lady looked out. "Ah! I thank you, sirs." As she uttered the "ah," opposite her was a notary's office, and there were the notary and a cavalier. They turned and saw this beautiful young woman. "Oh, what a handsome woman! I must speak with her," said the cavalier. "No, I will speak first," said the notary. "And I first, and I first." They laid a wager of 400 ounces as to who would speak with her first. The lady perceived them and withdrew from the window. The notary and the cavalier thought about the bet, and had no rest running here and there and trying to speak with the lady. At last the notary in despair went out into the fields and began to call his demon. The demon appeared, and the notary told him everything, saying, "And this cavalier wishes to have the advantage of speaking with the lady first." "What will you give me?" said the demon. "My soul." "Then see what you have to do. I will change you into a parrot, and you must fly and alight on the window of the lady. The maid will take you and have a silver cage made for you and put you in it. The cavalier will find an old woman who is able to make the lady leave the house. But she will not make her leave, you know. You must say, 'My pretty mamma, sit down while I tell you a story.' The old woman will come thrice. You must tear out your feathers and fly into a passion and say always, 'My pretty mamma, don't go with that old woman, she will betray you, sit down while I tell you a story.' And then tell her any story you wish." The demon ended with, "Man you are, become a parrot," and the parrot flew away to the window. The maid saw it and caught it with her handkerchief. When the lady saw the parrot she said, "How beautiful you are! Now you will be my consolation. Yes, pretty mamma, I will love you, too." The lady had a silver cage made, and shut the parrot up in it. Let us leave the parrot in the cage, and return to the cavalier, who was making desperate efforts to see the lady. An old woman met him, and asked him what the matter was. "Must I tell you what the matter is?" and dismissed her, but the old woman was persistent. At last, to get rid of her, he told her all about the wager. The old woman said, "I am able to make you speak with the lady. You must have prepared for me 2 handsome baskets of early fruit." The cavalier was so anxious to see the lady that he had the baskets of early fruit prepared and given to her. With these things the old woman went to the wicket, pretending that she was the lady's grandmother. The lady believed her. One word brings on another. "Tell me, my granddaughter, you are always shut up, but don't you hear Mass Sundays?" "How could I hear it shut up?" "Ah, my daughter, you will be damned." "No, this is not well. You must hear Mass Sundays. Today is a feast day, let us go to Mass." While the lady was being persuaded, the parrot began to lament. When its mistress opened the clothes press, the parrot said, "My pretty mamma, don't go, for the old woman will betray you. If you don't go, I will tell you a story." The lady took an idea into her head. "Now, my grandmother," she said, "go away, for I cannot come." And the old woman went away. When she had gone, the lady went to the parrot, which related to her this story. First story of the parrot. Once upon a time there was a king who had an only daughter who was very fond of dolls, and had one that was her delight. She dressed her and undressed her and put her to bed, in short did for her what is done for children. One day the king wished to go into the country, and the princess wished to take the doll. While they were walking about, in a moment of forgetfulness, she left her doll on a hedge. It was meal time, and after they had eaten they got into the carriage and returned to the royal palace. What do you suppose the princess forgot? The doll. As soon as they arrived at the palace, the princess remembered the doll. What did she do? Instead of going upstairs, she turned round and went to look for the doll. When she got outdoors, she became lost and wandered about like a person bereft of her senses. After a time she came to a royal palace and asked who was the king of that palace. "The King of Spain," they said. She asked for a lodging. She entered, the king gave her lodging and treated her like a daughter. She made herself at home in the palace and began to be the mistress. The king had no daughters and gave her liberty to do as she pleased in spite of 12 royal damsels. Now, as there is envy among equals, the damsels began to oppose her. Said they, "Just see. Who knows who she is? And is she to be our princess? Now this thing must stop." The next day they said to the princess, "Will you come with us?" "No, because Papa does not wish it." "If he is willing, I will come." "Do you know what you must do to make him let you come?" "Tell him, by the soul of his daughter he must let you go. When he hears that, he will let you go at once." The princess did so, but when the king heard her say, "By the soul of his daughter," "Ah! Wretch," exclaimed the king, "quick, throw her down the trap-door." When the princess fell down the trapdoor she found a door, then another, and another, always feeling her way along. At a certain point she felt with her hands like the blind, and found tinder and matches. She then lighted a candle which she found there, and saw a beautiful young girl, with a padlock on her mouth, so that she could not speak, but she made signs that the key to open it with was under the pillow of the bed. The princess got it and opened the padlock. Then the young girl spoke, and said that she was the daughter of the king whom a magician had stolen. This magician brought her, every day, something to eat, and then locked up her mouth, and she had to wait until the next day to open it again. "But tell me," said the princess, "what way is there to free you?" "How do I know?" "I can do nothing but ask the magician when he opens my mouth. You hide under the bed and listen, and afterwards think what has to be done." "Good. Good." The princess locked her mouth, put the key under the pillow, and crawled under the bed. But at midnight a great noise was heard, the earth opened, lightning, smoke, and smell of sulphur, and the magician appeared in a magician's robe. With the magician was a giant with a bowl of food, and 2 servants with 2 torches. The magician sent away the servants, unlocked the doors, took the key, and opened the mouth of the king's daughter. While they were eating, she said, "Magician, I have a thought. Out of curiosity I would like to know what it would be necessary for me to do to escape from here." "You want to know a great deal, my daughter." "Never mind, I don't care to know. However, I will tell you. It would be necessary to make a mine all around the palace, and precisely at midnight, when I am on the point of entering, to explode the mine, you will find yourself with your father, and I will fly up in the air." "It's as if you had not told anyone," said the young girl. The magician dressed himself and went away. After a few hours the princess came out from under the bed, took leave of her little sister, for she already called her little sister, and departed. She went back to the trapdoor and, at a certain point, stopped and called for help. The king heard her, and had a rope lowered. The princess climbed up and related everything to the king. He was astounded, and began the mine, which he had filled with shot, powder, and balls. When it was full to the brim, the princess descended with a watch and went to the king's daughter, either both dead or both alive. When she entered the room, she said, "It is I," took the lock from her mouth, talked with her, and then concealed herself under the bed. At midnight the magician came, and the king was on the lookout, with his watch in his hand. As the clock struck 12, the princess fired the mine, boom! And a great noise was heard, the magician vanished, and the 2 young girls found themselves free and in each other's arms. When the king saw them, he exclaimed, "Ah, my daughters! Your misfortune was your good fortune. My crown belongs to you," said he to the princess whom he had adopted. "No, your majesty, for I am a king's daughter, and I, too, have a crown." This matter spread over the world, and her fame passed through all the kingdoms, and every one talked of nothing but the great courage and goodness of this princess who had delivered the other princess from the magician. And they remained happy and always enjoyed holy peace. What do you think, pretty mamma, of this story? "It is very fine," said the lady to the parrot. A week passed after the story. The old woman again came with 2 other baskets of fruit to her granddaughter. "Pretty idea," said the parrot. "Take care, pretty mamma, the old woman is coming." The old woman said, "Come, my daughter, are you going to mass?" "Yes, my grandmother," and the lady began dressing herself. When the parrot saw her dressing herself it began to tear out its feathers and weep, "No, pretty mamma, don't go to mass, that old woman will ruin you. If you will stay with me, I will tell you another story." "Now go away," said the lady to the old woman, "for I cannot kill my dear little parrot, for the sake of the mass." "Ah, wicked woman! To lose your soul for an animal." The old woman went away and the parrot told this story. Second story of the parrot. "Well then, my lady, there was once upon a time a king who had an only daughter as beautiful as the sun and moon. When she was 18 a Turkish king wished to marry her. When she heard that it was a Turkish king she said, 'What do I want of Turks?' and refused him. Shortly after she became very ill, convulsions, twisting of the body, rolling of her eyes to the back of her head, and the doctors did not know what was the matter. The poor father in confusion called his council together, and said, 'Gentlemen, my daughter is losing ground every day, what advice do you give me?' The sages said, 'Your Majesty, there is a young girl who found the daughter of the King of Spain, find her, and she will tell you what must be done for your daughter.'" Bravo! The council has been favorable. The king ordered vessels to go for this young girl, and if the King of Spain will not let her go, give him this iron glove and declare war. The vessels departed and reached Spain one morning. They fired a salute, the ambassador landed, presented himself to the king, and gave him a sealed letter. The king opened it and after reading it began to weep and said, "I prefer war, and I will not give up this girl." Meanwhile the girl entered. "What is the matter, your Majesty?" And she saw the letter. What are you afraid of? I will go at once to this king. How, my daughter, will you then leave me thus? I will return. I will go and see what is the matter with this young girl and then come back. She took leave of her half-sister and departed. When she arrived, the king went to meet her. My daughter, if you cure this sick daughter of mine, I will give you my crown. That makes 2 crowns, she said to herself. I have a crown, your majesty. Let us see what the matter is, and never mind the crowns. She went and saw the princess all wasted away. She turned to the king and said, Your majesty, have some broth and substantial things made, and they were prepared at once. I am going to shut myself up with your daughter, and you must not open the door, for in 3 days I will give her to you alive or dead. And listen to what I say, even if I should knock you must not open. Everything was arranged and the door was fastened with chains and padlocks, but they forgot the tinder to light the candle with at night. In the evening there was great confusion. The young girl did not wish to knock, and as she looked out of the window, she saw a light at a distance. So she descended by a ladder of silk, taking with her a candle. When she drew near the light, she saw a large cauldron placed on some stones and a furnace under it, and a Turk who was stirring it with a stick. What are you doing, Turk? My king wanted the daughter of the king. She did not want him. He is bewitching her. My poor little Turk. You are tired, are you not? Do you know what you must do? Rest yourself a little while I stir. I will, by Mahomet. He got down, she got up and began to stir with the stick. Am I doing it all right thus? Yes, by Mahomet. Well then, you take a nap, and I will stir. When he was asleep, she came down, seized him, and threw him into the boiling cauldron, where he died. When she saw that he was dead, she lighted her candle and returned to the palace. She entered the room and found the invalid had fainted on the floor. She brought her to with cologne water, aqua di deodori, and in 3 days she had recovered. Then she knocked at the door and the king entered, beside himself at finding his daughter cured. Ah! My daughter, he said to the young girl who had healed her, how much we owe you. You must remain here with me. It is impossible, you threatened my father with war if he did not allow me to come, now my father declares war with you if you do not let me return to him. She remained there a fortnight, then departed, and the king gave her quantities of riches and jewels. She returned to the king of Spain's palace. And so the story ends. What did you think of the story, pretty mamma? Said the parrot. Beautiful, beautiful. But you must not go with the old woman, because there is treason. After a week the old woman came with her baskets. My daughter, you must do me this pleasure today, come and hear the holy mass. I will. When the parrot heard that, he began to weep and tear out his feathers. No, my pretty mamma, don't go with the old woman. If you will stay, I will tell you another story. Grandmother mine, says she, I can't come, for I don't wish to lose the parrot for your sake. She closed the wicket and the old woman went away grumbling and cursing. The lady then seated herself near the parrot, which told this story. Third story of the parrot. Once upon a time there was a king and a queen who had an only son, whose sole diversion was the chase. Once he wished to go hunting at a distance, and took with him his attendants. Where do you think he happened to go? To the country where the doll was. When he saw the doll he said, I have finished my hunt, let us return home. He took the doll and placed it before him on the horse, and exclaimed every few minutes, how beautiful this doll is. Think of its mistress. When he reached the palace he had a glass case made in the wall, and put the doll in it, and kept looking at it continually and saying, how beautiful the doll is. Think of the mistress. The young man would not see anyone and became so melancholy that his father summoned the physicians, who said, Your Majesty, we know nothing of this illness, see what he does with his doll. The king went to see his son and found him gazing at the doll and exclaiming, "Oh, how beautiful the doll is! Think of the mistress!" The physicians departed as wise as when they came. The prince meanwhile did nothing but sit and look at the doll, and draw deep breaths, and sigh, and exclaim, "How beautiful the doll is! Think of the mistress!" The king at last, in despair, summoned his council, and said, "See how my son is reduced. He has no fever or pain in his head, but he is wasting away, and someone else will enjoy my kingdom. Give me advice. Majesty, are you perplexed? Is there not that young girl who found the King of Spain's daughter, and cured the other princess? Send for her. If her father will not let her come, declare war with him." The king sent his ambassadors with the message that the young girl should be sent nolens volens. While the ambassadors were in the king's presence, his daughter entered, the one who had done the wonders, and found her father perplexed. "What is the matter, your majesty?" "Nothing, my daughter. Another occasion has arrived, another king wants you." "Does he mean that I am no longer your master?" "Never mind, your majesty, let me go, I will soon return." So she embarked with all her attendants and began her journey. When she arrived where the prince was, she saw him drawing such deep breaths that it seemed as if he would swallow himself, and always exclaiming, "Oh, how beautiful the doll is! Think of the mistress." She said, "You have called me none too soon. However, give me a week, bring me ornaments, food, and in a week, alive and well, or dead." She shut herself up with him and listened to hear what the prince said, for she had not yet heard what he was saying, he was so feeble. When she heard him whisper, "Oh, how beautiful is the doll, consider," and saw the doll, she cried, "Ah, wretch! It was you who had my doll. Leave it to me, I will cure you." When he heard these words he came to himself and said, "Are you the doll's mistress?" "I am." "Just think." He returned to life and she began to give him broth until she had restored him. When he was restored she said, "Now tell me how you got the doll," and the prince told her everything. To make the matter short, in a week the prince was cured, and they declared that they would marry each other. The king, beside himself with joy because his son was healed, wrote several letters, one to the King of Spain to tell him that his daughter had found her doll, another to the other king, her father, to tell him that his daughter was found, and another to the king whose daughter she had cured. Afterwards all these monarchs came together and made great festivals, and the prince married the princess, and they lived together in great peace. Has this story pleased you, pretty mamma? Yes, my son. But you must not go with the old woman, you know. After the story was ended a servant came. My lady, the master is coming." "Truly," said the lady. "Now, parrot, listen, I will have a new cage made for you." The master arrived, the windows were all opened, and he embraced his wife. At dinner they placed the parrot in the middle of the table, and when the joy was at its height the bird threw some soup in its master's eyes. The master, when he felt it, put his hands to his eyes, and the parrot darted at his throat, strangled him, and flew away. He flew away to the country, and saying, "I am a parrot, and I become a man," he was changed into a handsome, cunning, and well-kempt man on the Corso. He met the cavalier. "Do you know," said this one, "that the poor lady's husband is dead? A parrot strangled him." "Truly?" "Poor woman." "Poor woman," said the notary, and went his way without speaking of the wager. The notary learned that the lady had a mother, and went to her to ask her daughter in marriage. After hesitating, the lady finally said yes, and they were married. That evening the notary said to the lady, "Now tell me, who killed your husband?" "A parrot." "And what about this parrot?" The lady told him everything to where the parrot dashed the broth in its master's eyes, and then flew away. "True." "True," said the notary. "Was I not the parrot?" "It was you." "I am amazed." "It was I, and I became a parrot for your sake." The next day the notary went to the cavalier to get the 400 ounces of the wager which he enjoyed with his wife. The 3 stories related by the parrot are, as has been seen, in reality one story, and they are, in fact, found as such independent of the frame. It has also been seen that the story or stories related by the parrot are, substantially, the same in all the versions. The Florentine version alone does not contain the episode of the doll. The story, as a whole, has no parallels, although it bears a slight resemblance to the story in the Pentamerone, 2. Green Meadow. The princess as physician, and the secret malady of the prince or princess, are traits which abound in all the popular tales of Europe. Many single stories of oriental origin will be found in the chapters following. We shall close this one with a story which was popular in Europe during the Middle Ages, being found in one of the great collections of that period, the Gesta Romana Rum. Of the various Italian versions, we shall select one from Parmigiano di Arco called 48. Truthful Joseph. Once upon a time there was a mother who had a son named Joseph, and because he never told a lie, she called him Truthful Joseph. One day when she was calling him, the king happened to pass by, and hearing her call him thus, asked her, "Why do you call him Truthful Joseph?" "Because he never tells a lie." Then the king said that he would like to have him in his service, and set him to keeping his cows. Every morning Joseph presented himself to the king, and said, "Your Majesty's servant." The king answered, "Good morning, Truthful Joseph. How are the cows?" "Well and fat." "How are the calves?" "Well and handsome." "How is the bull?" "The same." So he did every morning. The king praised him so highly in the presence of all his courtiers that they became angry at him, and one day, to make Joseph a liar, they sent to him a lady, who was to induce him by her words to kill the bull. Joseph was urged so strongly that he consented, but afterwards he was in great perplexity as to what he should tell the king. So he put his cloak on a chair and pretended that it was the king, and said, "Your Majesty's servant. Good morning, Truthful Joseph. How are the cows?" "Well and fat." "How are the calves?" "Well and handsome." "How is the bull?" "The same." But no, that will not do. I am telling a lie. When the king asks me how the bull is, I will tell him that it is dead. He presented himself to the king and said, "Your Majesty's servant. Good morning, Truthful Joseph. How are the cows?" "Well and fat." "How are the calves?" "Well and handsome." "How is the bull?" "Your Majesty, a lady came and with her manners made me kill the bull." "Pardon me." The king answered, "Bravo, Truthful Joseph." He summoned his courtiers and showed them that Joseph had not yet told any lie. And so Joseph remained always with the king, and the courtiers were duped, because they gained nothing that they had expected.